just straight path. It's just flat. You don't have to worry about any of these weird stairs or portals or anything like that. No twisty turns. So a lot harder to get trapped in difficult situations. Now we're getting onto the paths that are slightly less.
Him is constantly being questioned, but he's a wonderful individual working on finishing his great. He's been working on an awesome retro 2D game for so long. He's awesome. There's a difference between a CV and a resume. They're different names for it, Caladella. In the UK, we say CV.
What happened here? Why don't you go back to... I want to watch the other guy. No.
Sion. It has no impact on me at the moment. It's interesting, but it's one of those where people just like to... Well, no, this is me being very judgmental on it, but this is one of those things where everyone's getting outraged about it. The people who it affects, they can get ticked off about it, fair enough. But I think everyone's just jumping on this whole shouty thing. But, I mean, with plenty of discussion going along, I think it's a good time to leave you guys to chat while I be right back and get myself a drink. So, be right back. I will be back within 5, I hope. And Sion, moderate the channel if things go nasty. I'm sure people can get along talking about this. But just in case. Thank you!
A little chilly out today. It's kind of like green.
I'll have you know I'm never AFK, Donald. Never. Okay, so we got one video to get through, right? So where is the video? I have link here. Great, okay. So let's go to the final video.
Hey guys, welcome to this extra credit video inside the UMG inventory video.
Extra credit? Does that just mean one extra video? There's no way it's gonna- Oh yeah, it's only... Oh, this last one is only 4 minutes long. Okay. There's a bug where the pickup text doesn't respond. Oh, this is great. I don't know if Ben is still in chat. I think he's off to do his thing. This is literally what we've just been trying to sort. There is a bug that the event tick of the pickup text doesn't respond anymore after character overlaps with other pickup text widget. I don't know why, although I have fixed this bug by forcing tick once more after character overlap with the trigger. Although action through the action interface. Can you tell me why event tick doesn't be called? And a better solution update. It seems that the widget has been moved off screen according to its vector 2D, and then the event tick would not be fired. So what causes it to move off screen? No one's given an answer. But this is the same. I can reply to this. Has someone else done it? Oh yeah, someone's done it for him. Don't need to reply to that then. Okay. This is a tiny video. I got a feeling this one might not be one I need to do much with, so let's just watch this final one, shall we?
Video series. I wanted to show you one thing as a little bit of an extra credit. Our project is fully functional. We can do everything that we wanted to do, everything that we've set out to do inside of our inventory. We can pick up and use items and all kinds of
The
stuff.
Recombinant
There's one
Genie
thing that I
is
noticed,
a browser extension
I
that you
So I
download
figured
onto
we'd do
your
an extra credit
computer
video on it
that
to show you how you
basically is
fix it
doing
if you
the
like.
work for you.
And that is, if we
finding
shoot
the
currently inside of our level here, our projectiles are hitting our invisible.
So this is the collision
So I kind of
things,
want to
right?
fix that, and I was going to show you really quickly how you
active
can do that.
It's going to be using
So,
that
to do
signature
this, what we're
thing.
going to need
I
to
think
create
that
is a custom collision channel.
Ben was talking
So
to
let's
us
go up
earlier.
to the edit menu, and under
Hey there,
project
iPaul. How you doing?
we're going to go down to the collision section under engine.
I am here, and I need to type back.
Click this,
Sorry.
expand this option here next to preset. Here are all the default preset options.
Thanks for the
Started
follow,
with the editor for setting up
Slick
collision channels.
Ace. I almost called you Slick Face. I'm glad I
select the
didn't.
object channels up here and create a new object channel. And we're going to
Okay, so this is similar to in Unity, which I'm familiar with, where you set up the different like collision layers. So we're going to into Unreal. We go into our settings, project settings. We have a pop-up where we can go into collision. We have object channels, and we're going to make a new one of these. I'm pretty sure right now. So let's have a look at the video and take it from there.
hit projectile. So just projectile, so. And the default response that we want for this is set to lock, which is currently what we want. So let's hit accept.
I could set them to be a really small scale.
Morning, man.
Unreal Engine hide skeletal parts.
Okay, let's get this party started.
I'm looking up.
So, let's see here.
Slick A's, welcome back. Good morning.
Last I had done anything.
Partially Atomic. There was a recent tweet about in-engine and mesh building, mesh editing tools. Dude.
So what I was working on last was trying to get a coin system to be picked up properly. I tried to follow what he had done, and somehow I broke everything. So I tried to fix it, and I think I made it worse. So I want to kind of back this up a couple steps, and then I'm going to try my debugging method and see how well with print strings I can catch my problem. So,
one of the biggest international tech events in the world held in Vegas every year.
I need to get rid of. Well, first I need to simplify it. I want to actually just work. So I don't want to pick up the ball, the coin, delete that for now. I'm going to get rid of this branch because I don't want use to be part of it yet. I want to make sure it works first before I get used involved.
He was saying the gist of the reason they developed this tech for Abzu, which is underwater.
So that should, in theory,
they were
be enough to get at least the basic sequence consistent on that, but I'm not worried about that. Really, actually, I need to just do this.
But now you design this little piece
Get
of
rid of that.
terrain, and there's a mountain here and a cliff there. But now all of a sudden you want to move all of that further away from like
Do this.
maybe there's another cliff. You want to
Because
go
that's
away.
what's eventually going to
Well,
do.
you can't move painted
But I think it's
terrain.
something
You have
to
to
so-
erase and then redraw.
Okay.
So what they did was they
We
created
have
these,
On
these
a
doodads,
begin
terrain
overlap
light
with the
patches right
sphere,
here.
if
So
the
they use
magnet is
these
active.
meshes.
And the
This
magnet
one
I have
looks straight
turned
up
on
like it's
in
out of
the
Paragon
magnet
Acids,
blueprint.
It's probably a super simple shape. Well, it
Right here.
obviously is. It's a beveled circle.
If the character
It's a
if
beveled
it
cylinder,
begins
actually,
overlaps
short
with a
cylinder.
magnet,
Anyway, so they use these
sets the magnet to
patches,
active,
and
goes
here,
across,
let's
comes
go
to
And he can
destroy the
place
component
them
just to stack
into
mesh,
the weld
so it keeps it there technically,
just fine.
but it's just
You
not
grab
there
them, move
per
them
se
around,
for 5
and
seconds, and then
uses
it makes it
great,
not active
interesting
and destroys
geometry.
it,
They're all-
and
they're
then we
in their
get
own
a
individual meshes.
destroyed
And now,
actor.
what he just did was he generated a height field based on those meshes, which is now its own new mesh with its
So-
own energy. And so I'm not sure. I'm guessing they
Let's see here.
probably use bigger ranges for this.
So you get the magnet destroyed.
It's nice. So it's just a height map projection of the meshes they built. So that way they can move that geometry around and, and in this case, copy, rotate, scale, and even pair it with,
So we destroy the actor, which is what we want to do after the magnet's not active.
pair it with
So the magnet part should be fine.
so
Here,
and you can create
it's going to cast to the character when it goes into the sphere. It's going to check to see, is magnet active? If magnet is active, true. We're going to go up into here. So we're going to cast to the third person game mode. We're going to get the game mode itself from there just to make sure we have it, because we need that. That's important. Once you get the game mode, it's gonna get the target from the game mode, the target coins, which is what I use in the HUD to solidify that it needs to be I use it in the HUD to count. So that's a forever counting every time one is interacted with. So if you interact, game mode with a sphere, and the magnet's active, and you walk into a sphere. The coin itself won't go to the person, but maybe that's where this is broken. Magnet is active, true. There's play sound. It's gonna be used, delay one action, destroy actor. I mean, that all makes like probable. The next part is then this. This is what determines how fast things move. Somehow, in his video, this helps make the item go to his location, teleport sweep. Locking collision, child components move without sweep. Really need some coffee. That's probably what it's going on. No good day doesn't start without a little coffee. Now, this part wasn't working either. Coin is detected. Let's try it again. Skipping. Simplifying it down. Get it to the static mesh. Well, let's do a real quick, just a print screen here. I wanted to say you're in the mag net sphere with magnet on.
I'll take a 10-cent donation all day. I think I said that when I didn't know how many.
Okay, so sphere. You're going to check if the magnet is on from the third person character. If it is on, you're going to print you're in the magnet sphere with the magnet on. Then you're going to go across.
I'm guessing that it uses their procedural mesh component.
Let's just pull this out just a little bit. print a string here. This one I can call. I'm just gonna call 2 print strings here. Print string. So coin magnet. Coin sphere. S so coin sphere. Oop, there's coin sphere with now with coin set to set used. I'm only just using the coin sphere just so I know which line is going to be talking to which. Coins sphere destroyed. Okay, so that should do everything I need to do there. Theoretically correct. It's just up here. Okay, so now let's do the same down here. Coin detected. Coin mesh. No, yeah, mesh I should say. Because I don't want it to technically detect the coin. You're in the magnosphere with the magnet on. And then it's gonna count, which I'll watch. I'll be able to see up in the upper right. It's going to play a sound, coin pick up. It's going to hit the used and transform it to use for this coin because it's on a coin element. And it's set to used. Once it's set to used, then it's going to wait one more second and then it's going to destroy the actor and tell me that's been gone. Coaster. Now here, static mesh. So this is the actual mesh itself. So I wanted to say yes, coin mesh detected. Then it's going to cast to the third person, just like up on the top. So these two spots should be identical. The only difference here is it doesn't have to check for if it's used. Although I do want it to eventually check to see if it's used, because if it's used, then I don't want it to go through the rest of this. But that we'll tackle next, because you got to get the first part working before you can move on to the next part. I mean, this is identical. The whole end here. Let's just print screen. So I did it right after used. So this could say print screen, string, not screen. I was called string. And call this one so mesh coin set. I can use spaces in here at least. Mesh coin set to used, and then mesh coin destroyed. Print string, and then this one should say mesh coin destroyed. Okay, so before we even get into the whole picking them up and everything. Let's add one more in here. Well, I'll know that because I'll see it up top, so I shouldn't have to worry about that. So compile a save, play the game. I got disabled, I think. Oh no, we're good. Okay. So the magnet should say it's deactive after a couple of seconds. So coins, they are counting. Mesh coin destroyed. So let's double check to see. So we're gonna hit F8, and then when that says it's destroyed, I should see it disappear. Cool. Now see how the other ones aren't disappearing though? That's gonna cause a problem in the long run. I'm not worried about it now. But at least my coin pickup system is working. So let's make sure one last thing. Oh, you know what I did want to do? I want to make my sphere seeable. So I want to make it visible in the viewport. Visible during gameplay. See right here under rendering, you can go down to hidden in game. Unclick that. Now every single coin. Oh, well that makes more sense now. So that's why my magnet wasn't working. I bet you it actually works probably perfectly. But it's not big enough to work. Okay, there's the magnet, and that actually just count. But of course not. Of course it won't count because I'm not technically big enough on my sphere. So, okay. Let's make this a little bigger. Let's go 100. See how big 100 does now. For some reason I have to go massive on this scale here, and I don't know why. But there's something behind there that's a little better. Because right now it's not checking to see if it's used. It just wants to know. Yep. See, this is it. I mean, this is kind of cooler. So, if you can see what it's doing, what exactly is going on here is it's going through the sphere, so it's getting 1 point for that, and then it's also going through the coin. I always want to. So that's about halfway. The far side. 100. Let's try 2. Pop the champagne. There we go. And even over here, it's still pulling it right towards it, no matter. Now, hey, we're onto something here. Okay. I don't know why I didn't do that from the get-go. I'm gonna keep that on for now, just because I have a feeling I'll be coming back to it. So, now, I wanted to check to see if it's used. If it's used, that's the only time I want it to continue on. Let's see here. You know what I didn't notice, and I should have been looking at, was it actually checking to see if it was used. So let's go in the sphere. The sphere coin set to used. Sphere coin destroyed, and then it's gonna be the same for the mesh. So let's real quick. Detected. Ah, it's too fast. Use, destroyed. And then bring it over here. Use, destroyed. Okay, so all three are definitely working. We're hitting all. It's hard to do sometimes if it happens too quick. What I could have done there to slow it down is put some delays in there, just that way at least the pop-ups would happen in a better time frame for me. So, I really only wanted to count the coin if it's not set to used. So if it's not set to use and the default value is blank, then I want it to be able to continue on. Same for this. Well, first let's try this one, because this will try the sphere. And what this will do, I don't want any of these ones. I want to get a fresh one. Give it a second. We'll get a fresh one. Make sure we get a good one that leads into it properly. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna get the magnet. Nope, it counted it twice. Still doing it. But now it's broken, see? It only works with this on. As soon as your magnet's destroyed, it no longer picks up coins. So I broke that by doing this. The mesh can't read used. Now why can't it read used? So this breaks just by doing something as simple as that. False. But it should be able to. I mean, there's nothing that's saying that it can't do it.
It's probably pretty easy to write.
Condition.
Yeah,
Oh, wait a second.
tools in the past 3 months. LOL.
I bet you that's what it
Someone
is.
else who was starting to make a plugin for to-dos as well. I wonder if
Used.
it got in the water. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like someone saw that on the marketplace. Was like, oh. Well,
How did I?
in
What is
a couple
this?
hours, so
Variable magnet
I'll
active.
do that. There was one that was free, but I think it
Target.
stopped being supported. So maybe that's why people.
Target.
readers. Oh wait, never mind. It's a CSV and an INI
Nope,
reader.
that's not what I
Probably by
want.
the same guy. Yeah, it is.
Oh, I wonder if I can just do this. No. Is not compatible with as third person
That
character.
is.
How did I pull it up there then? Magnet active?
I wonder how many people actually buy plugins.
Huh.
Because when you've got code plugins, you run the risk of them not being supported.
Because I get that there. That's where it's messing up. So this one's checking the magnet part of it all, but if it's not checking the used, I can't tell it to do that. Where? Oh, you know what I'm doing wrong. Ha. Okay. So I think I got it. This needs to go over here because first I need to check the coin. So this needs to go like so. Like that. Then I can get rid of this, or actually technically this is going to cast to coin pickup. And that's going to be my other object. Let's get rid of this. And then this is going to be used, get used. And then what they'll allow me to do I wonder if I need to get the third person character as well. Because technically this is just... Well, let's test that first. Let's see if they... Nope, didn't like that. Why doesn't it like this? It doesn't... Is object is undetermined. Oh, okay. Get player controller. There you go. Compile that. Now what do I have? Warning. Third person character does not inherit from player controller. Huh. Would always fail. Cast it would always fail. Okay, so... Other actor. Let's try this, just to see if that does. File save. Okay, so... I did a whole bunch of coin meshes right in a row there, I don't know why, but that's okay. I don't think this will be enough time, but... Okay, so that is working, and that's why my used wasn't picking up properly. So where it was going wrong was I wasn't casting to the right item, so I wasn't looking for the right item. Hello, viewer. Oh, here I go. Once I had the right item, then I was able to move forward. Oh, itchy ear. Onto checking the cast to third person.
Customizable flow system. What is flow? How is flow different than what event graph can provide? Is it a state machine?
So I'm doing a little debugging here. Still working through this, but I think I figured out part of the used problem, which should allow it to still be picked up and then destroyed.
Which one of these does it do first after the update target delay?
Next thing I'll worry about is the movement part of it all, but first I want to get this working.
I would love a good. So there is a state machine editor for animations, and I wish there was just a regular.
As there's so let's make a similar thing up here, because right now it's not checking if it's used.
Yeah. If the developer stops supporting.
But I do want it to check if it's used first before anything. Copy.
They're going to be editor only, so you can proprietary blobs with Destiny V codes per platform. Oh yeah. I do have the UFSM plugin. Well, I know it's finite state machine, but state machine graph has weird.
Okay, so if it's set to not used,
Yeah, you have to use it. But I wish there was a version of that just for code, because I have so many states in my game, and I would love to be able to
Okay,
define
so,
transitions between them.
coin sphere,
Probably is Unreal Finite State Machine. That's probably what it stands for. So I don't know what
Coin.
this customizable flow.
use detection. Well, no, this is actually kind of pointless now. This is really what I wanted to check. Coin is not used.
So it's a subgraph.
Oh wait, I want a print string. Print string right here. That's really what I wanted to. This is where I wanted to check. If I check in here, this is gonna allow me to. I'll actually bring this down here, like that. Coin is not used.
This must be new. Yeah, not even 2 months old. I was just talking to somebody. Were they in chat? They were talking about creating a Steam plugin. Who made this? I don't know them. Nice. There's some weird like NDA stuff with trying to use their API.
Coin is not used.
Okay.
Okay. So this should check the coin system to see if it's not used. If it is, and the only place it's really going to technically take place, this is going to be the sphere right now. See, it's not even checking anything. It's broken. Right there, it's broken. Okay, so I broke something here. Used. If it's set to, if the coin is set to use, maybe, I feel like I'm doing this the right way, but let's just try true and false. Just to see if that, if this is what's messing me up. Cast.
So what is this super shape?
Wait a second. No, I don't want that.
Are these material functions?
I want this to be the other character over here, but I want it to be its same overlapped component object. So if other character, no, that's that could be where I'm messing up too. Other component,
I like these.
cast a coin object self should be what this is.
I mean, are these all of them?
Another object,
Grab
but I think that's right because if another object overlaps the sphere, it's going to start this. It's going to trigger this. Let's just try the two falls first. See if this does the trick.
Talking about that flow thing.
Coin is not used. Look how many you get picked up there though. Jeez.
I think
Here's a perfect one. Why is so many picked up? Huh. Where am I messing up here?
mesh cutout, super shape mesh component. Remove the
Let's get this working first. So,
What?
I don't know if I can do that way.
Mesh cutout. Oh. It creates a dynamic mesh.
Maybe I'd have this here. Copy,
You wouldn't
paste. Maybe this has to be here.
opacity masking. Which I don't think is any more burdensome.
And then I can object or reference, cast a coin pickup. I feel like I'm going way
Hey,
too
Chilled Gamer 1985, what's up? That cat can.
self.
Yeah, boy.
This needs to
Welcome
be
the chat, your first time in, I believe. How's it going, dude?
coin.
Or not, dude. You know, whatever. This is an interesting one. I think I'm going to. Wait, is this one open source?
No, it doesn't like that because it doesn't have an object. Cast a coin pickup. Overlapped component. Maybe that's what it. No,
This is what I need to use.
it always fail. That's not it.
Honestly, maybe. Holy crap. This is made with spline mesh.
But like I can't. Oh wait, there it goes. I know you're gonna fail. So I want the cast to. I want the event to be when you go over the static mesh. Cast as the third person character. So it's gonna check to see if it's the third person. Oh, excuse me, third person character. If it is, then I want it to check the coin to see if it's used. It can't be that easy. Well, no, I didn't think so. It doesn't inherit from that. It inherits from this blueprint right here.
First time here. Well, awesome, dude. Glad you could join us.
Cast to. No, I don't want to cast. I want to pull it. Oh, hello. How are you doing today? I'm in the process of debugging. Oh, you're already gone. What's a bummer.
See here, they're using it for level geometry, which is really interesting. Really interesting, because that's what I want to use it. The other one,
Cast to this one
their
first, because I
target
wanted to check
looked
that
like,
it is the third person character.
and the UVs look great everywhere.
If it is the third person character,
This is
Then I want to check the coin. Cast coin pickup. No, I can't do that. If the result of used is true, so if used is oh wait, no, false. If used is not active, which is false. So if used is active, true. Used is true. Condition true. Continue on. I think that's the way I want it. False. If used is not active, continue on. See, it's not actually checking the target because it's not going from, like, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from there, from cast coin. As coin pickup, check the target to see the condition if it is used. And that's where it's breaking right there, because otherwise it's not pulling the target item right. Let's see here. After permanent component. Event called when something starts to overlap this component for some. I've been blocking collisions along the fence. Note both this component and others may have generated set to true to generate. Must have get during overlap events is set to true to generate overlap events. No. Both this component and the other one. This component and the other one. Oop. Static mesh. So the let me think this through. We got the static mesh, the coin itself. When you interact with it, cast on a third-person character. It's not checking used. How does he do it?
Variable to true, so the engine knows we have just picked up a magnet. We're going to destroy it. We know that it is working.
That's all working properly. The magnet's definitely
what
working.
I'm going to do is, if
I have
you
everything
go
else
ahead
disabled right now
with
just
the
because it
magnet
makes...
in the free lanes, it's going to come towards you. And the way I'm going to add this secondary collision, so the sphere is going to be separate to the rest of the code. So that's if the magnet is not active. So with the sphere, create a begin overlap event from the details panel from the right there.
Let's watch this, what he does again. Maybe I'm
And
missing
when
something.
it overlaps the character, so cast to third person character, we are going to tell it to run a timeline, which is sort of going to be a pseudo animation. So what I'm going to do from here is add in a timeline, so add timeline, and make sure this is hooked up to play from start. Within this, what we're going to do is open it up and add a vector trap for it.
I've done all
slide that over, so you'll see what I'm doing in Justice. Into a vinterp to 15, and this is going to be what you're going to be using to control how quickly it's going to slide and hook this in like a magnet. And what we're also going to do is, just before this timeline, we are going to check to see whether or not the magnet is active, because we don't want to be sliding it in like a magnet if the see is that our coin very quickly is being destroyed. And the reason for that being destroyed is simply because I'm going to scroll down, make sure my vinterp speed is something reasonable, which should be 15. Be collecting those coins, and the reason for that being that it is simply just
The Retail Minot Genie is a browser extension. At checkout time, it will notify you.
Instead, what I'm going to be telling this to do is, if it is true, we are going to be using the sequence node to, first of all, add 1 point to, or 1 coin to the character. So hook this up into the then 0, and then the then 1 should be going into this. Hit compile, and you're going to notice it's not working. For your object wildcard, for the cast a third person character, we don't need that anymore, so we can just move this along just like that. Hit compile, hit play,
I wonder if I could just go back and
and now
rebuild.
if we give it a go, we should be able to pick up those coins, and it is doing its thing. Now notice, it is still destroying them a little bit too quick, so what I need to do is go into my coin pickup, and then just before it does destroy actor, you want to add a delay of about 1 second. With this 1 second delay, hit compile, hit play. And what this is going to do is take a moment before it destroys that coin. And now, as you can see, our magnet system is working exactly as it should. So what we're going to do now then is just make sure that these coins are going to be able to be picked up even when the magnet isn't active. Because at the moment, the only collision that we have and the only code that we have within here that is actually working is for when the magnet is picked up. And what you'll also notice, it's not always picking up every coin on all 3 lanes, so I'm just going to also make my sphere,
It
make my
is, like,
viewport a little bit
15
bigger,
hours,
so I'm going to set this to 25 by
Mine's
25
gigantic.
by 25.
It's like
Go to my
200 by
event graph
200.
and we are going to figure this out. So, we've got our code right there for when the magnet is active.
Alright, let's try this.
Or is it just what's provided?
That works. Wait, no, it doesn't. Does it work? Oh crap, now I can't remember.
Emacs is probably just making your messages
Let's see here. Same. So, cast a third person character. So he's just doing this right off the bat. Let's jump that right out for now. I might not even need that.
So like these
Yeah, I think that's how it's done though, that makes sense. Something along that lines.
That's really cool though.
Bring that in there, other actor.
It'd be really nice to be able to cut out holes for doors. Literally what he's doing here. Like you got a door mesh.
Delete
Well,
that, make that
You can slap
true.
that in any rock now. You can slap that in any wall. Was you about to use this custom mesh?
So,
GPU access. Huh.
I think he doesn't right here, but after the branch. True, then a sequence node.
Even if it's on the, even if you're gonna do it
Sequence
static,
node.
it's like, oh yeah, that weird rock
Which
mesh
brings
with a
in
door
this
here.
then.
I need a door to go here, so
I already had a sequence node right here, but that's okay.
performance will degrade with polygon count. All right, now. Okay,
Well, I mean, this will work a little differently now because now I have.
of course, polygon.
I actually have the spheres working the right size. There's the reason it detects coins right at the beginning. I don't understand that. Coin is not used. Man, that would give you so many coins.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I could get a refund, like if it actually didn't work at all.
Let's make the magnet. Now that I know the magnet works, I can make that just a little bit
Wonder how
longer.
that works for collision.
10 seconds. I know that works. So we got a working magnet.
I like this tool. Mesh to the
Okay, so I mean, we have a working.
Forgive me, I don't see the
Okay, cool. Save. Oh, wait a second.
This could be like what we were talking about earlier with Abzu, where they
I mean, that's another thing. I'm sure he's gonna address in the next one. So set to use. Wait, where is it actually doing? Oh, is that actually working? Spheres.
I guess the terrain editor does support really good LODs.
Coin sphere destroyed.
Don't need that. So the reason I clicked
Oh
this
man,
is because
so much
I'm gonna
happens
do
so quickly. Let's
kind of
deactivate this part.
kind of the
I'm
opposite.
just worried about
I think here the thing is they're converting it to their own version.
RER, reroute root node. And then we're gonna do this for now. That is eventually gonna call into that, but
I'd like to do this.
I just want to see if my spheres are working properly. I don't want all the other mumbo jumbo that pops up there.
Plugin that we got earlier. Hey, Field Gamer, thanks for the follow 6 minutes ago. Just saw that.
So,
Zendris, R2,
new interact.
different.
These are all good.
Yeah, in Unreal, terrain
Destroyed, make destroyed.
is a special type of object which is really well optimized.
Boom, boom, boom. And once it's destroyed, we're good. But as long as the magnets are active, we pick up the coins. I wouldn't go above the character though. That I should be able to fix. Transform location. Target will be the location of plus. Can I break this one down? More straight. So let's do this real quick. But no, I don't want to do that. I wanna give it a Y. Can I do this? So when I'm looking at everything, the Z, let's give it like a 25. So I'm adding plus all that plus a Z 25. Whoa, way up there. That did the trick of what I wanted though. Let's bring it down a little bit more. So let's give it like a 10. And then nothing's gonna happen right now with the mesh part of it all. But when I activate that, ta-da! And even on the far side, as long as your active is act, set to used. So set to use, and then destroyed. So all that's working beautifully. Okay. So we have everything is working perfectly here. That could really just determine if I want to go up or down, but I mean it's perfect the way it is. So it is be set to use. I'm gonna keep those in there for now, just for debugging purposes. Okay, so he eventually fixes it so it actually does a checks the used element at all, and then once it's activated, it does do that, but
Now, if it's not, we need to set up the event begin overlap over sphere within my viewport a little bit bigger. So I'm going to set this to 25 by 25 by 25.
yeah, mine's huge. Mine is like 200
Go
for some
to my
reason.
event
I don't know
graph
why.
and we are going to figure this out. So, we've got our code right there for when the magnet is active.
I'm gonna guess that
Now,
something to do with
If
that.
it's not, we need to set up the event begin overlap over here for when it's not, and that's only going to be when you touch the static mesh in itself. So because event begin overlap is covering the whole actor, this is not going to work for what we need it to do. Instead, we're going
Doing
to
the
use the
same
static
thing,
mesh,
pull it out,
get a reference to that,
Again,
and do a begin overlap event for
could
this
you
instead.
just do a copy paste?
Down here, what we're going to be doing is casting to the third person character, and then as the third person character we need to tell it to increase the points. Now if you remember, the points are or the coins rather are stored in the game mode, so we are then going to cast to third person game mode. Object wildcard should be get game mode, and then as third person game mode,
What is the
set
object wildcard? That's a good point.
coin.
So, in theory, we're gonna get rid of this again because I think this is broken somehow. I like this song. Let's see. Let's go get some like. Where's my music player? Oh, there. It's right in the middle. Pirate burglar theme.
That's neat. I mean, I don't know what I would need it for.
It's a video game. Oh well, that song makes me want to play this game.
You wouldn't even have to be glad. This is just like, hey, you want to break some sort of plain light.
Okay, so but then that's added in after that. So if I did this, if I grabbed all that, pop that in right here, it should theoretically do the same thing. I wanted to pop up to the character as well, even if you weren't over top of it. I'm going to delete that, grab the new one, which I've fixed, copy, paste, play from the beginning. Let's get this up here. There we go. And then I can get rid of this because this is the same as that. Okay, so we'll save, play. Still running into the used problem, but I'm moving in the right direction now. So now I have a coin system I can walk over if the magnet's not active, and it picks up the coin and puts it above me. But see how, like, because what's happening is it's going through the character. When it goes through the character, every time it interacts, it's not checking to see if it's used or not. It's just doing its thing. So I almost feel like it would be better to set it to used and then have it check on the character, but that's okay. I'm going to continue on with what he's got going on here. I can fast forward just a little bit now.
What we're also going to, and you can see now that it is doing its bit. So let me just press that again.
See, I got rid
So
of all
pick
that.
up that coin, pick up another one, 3, 4, and every time I pick one up, it is going to be doing its thing. However, what you might have an issue with is with our magnet, it is going to be picking up 2 for each coin. And the reason why it's doing that is because it is firing off both of these if the magnet is active. And there is a way for us to get around this. And the way that we're going to do this is,
I do actually
first of all,
want to take a quick break, get a little bit more coffee. So I'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes. Thumbs. But I'm getting there. I'm heading in the right direction. Okay, so we got a little coffee on us now. Let's go ahead and continue on and see, because he's got to
What we're
use
going
this
to
in
be
the key
doing
implements.
is after it's added the point over here. So just before, sorry. So after it's added the point over here,
Yeah,
what we're going to be doing
set it to use.
is
Which
adding
I've
in
got
a
that in there
variable,
already.
and we're going to be giving this name used. This is going to be a boolean. So with this, we're going to be setting used
To true.
true, and that bit there is done. This is the code for when they touch the center, and what we're going to be doing with this is running
Where does it
a
go?
branch check to see whether or not this coin has already been used. If it hasn't, and that is false, it's going to add the point. If it's true, I'm going to tell it to do nothing.
Okay, so he does it on the actual mesh. But I mean, you still kind of run into the same problem with him on the ground too, don't you? I think you'd still want to set it to use here too as well. So he does the check static mesh right here. Branch node. Branch. That's how he does it. I don't know if that's the right way or not. Why false? Yeah, he explains it.
And we're going to be using this
I
now.
feel like true.
Used. This is going to be a boolean. So with this, we're going to be setting used
True.
to true. And that bit there is done. This is the code for when they touch the center, and what we're going to be doing with this is running a branch check to see whether or not this coin has already been used. If it hasn't, and that is false, it's going to add the point. If it's true, I'm going to tell it to do nothing. Hit compile, let's test this out, and from here, it
Okay, let's see if it works. Save. Maybe I don't need all that. Okay. No matter what I do, you know, the way I could test this is just move it back down to zip. We're gonna have to 10. Let's give it a 0. And then do the same up here. Let's see if I fixed my problem. If I did, heck yeah. So yeah, it's not doing it that way. And it's not counting, not picking them up. And it's not double counting them. Sweet. Fixed! Yay! So let's get that again above the character. Yeah, old school stuff. This is gonna be like my soundtrack in my game, so get ready for this kind of stuff. If I have any way to develop a song like this, or similar idea, I will. Okay, so that works perfectly. We can get rid of the use symbol, and I'm doing it on both because it needs to be done. You should do it on both. I can get rid of it up here, and connect that up, and boom. We are cooking with gas. Oops. Alright, so. Okay, kick out of that.
Law, I just spent a good 2 hours today and an hour or two yesterday trying to solve something that hit me like a light bulb today. Gotta love the eureka moments for sure. For sure. That's awesome, dude. Care to share? What was your eureka moment?
So I was trying to get coins to pick up on the MS runner.
Pardon me. Alright, I need to just pick one.
But wasn't
I'm reading some of the details though first.
Wasn't picked
So
up.
this one is all blueprints,
When
which makes me think
or
he's just taking planes and wrapping them. You know?
I can remove stopping after that.
He spelled this differently in the video. Is that how you're
Stopping
supposed to say it?
altogether.
Lathe?
Is that even this?
Alright. Lathe? Oh, he's meant to put an E here. It is lathe. Okay. Lathe mesh generation. Shape extrusion. Shape
How the heck do
smoothing.
you spell Boolean?
I did really like the. I like his images more. Though.
L-E-A-N.
Where was it? These.
I can't spell false either today. Jeez, I can't spell at all. Do a false.
Special
right.
bend shape. Actually, I'm curious about this here. What makes this face? Because that doesn't contour. That really seems cut. That's probably just a procedural mesh. And he's using points along the vertices to create that. Or points along the spline. But what
Check
then
out the
about
plane.
here? Then this is that mesh. Same thing. I wonder if you can get the UVs for this stretched to match. I'm just thinking about
Okay.
wood rings or something. Anyway. Yeah, it's just a plane wrapped around the outside of this. Repeating. And then this is a dynamic mesh,
So
I suppose.
we have a working game. Yay! So once
Right?
again,
Like,
we're
is there
back to
actually
where we
anything
were.
special to this? I'm trying to
Well,
figure that
say-
out.
They are checking to see if they're used.
At
if
least
they're-
the Rave comes with its new spline editor.
print. Sure.
Yeah, let's just try one. This one's been around longer. Sure.
Used. Yay! So
I shouldn't show you all my credit card information.
mesh.
Oh, you didn't see it anyway.
Used. Then I'm gonna do the same for the sphere. Wait, it's not checking up here. The sphere.
I don't have my credit card with me. Womp womp. Hold on. Let me read the chat. Slickace was trying to get coins to pick up on the Endless Runner and set them to use so they don't get recount. So they don't recount the coin each time it's interacted with. But it either wasn't picking up the coin or the counter was stopping altogether. It was just all the placement of the Boolean at the end. You needed to do a false branch check and not a true branch check when it checked the coin was used or not. Wow. Those moments where you're like, literally a true to false flip flop is all I was missing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sweet though.
Uh.
Alright, I gotta find my credit card.
Okay, so this I just need to put up here. 'Cause I want that right there too as well. Sphere. Just so I know the difference, that should be the only print strings I have active now at this point. I can get rid of this. This is not what I needed. I mean, it was kind of the idea, but not really. Okay. So, should only print that if it tries to double. Yeah, see. Aha. Okay, that's a good example there. So, what's happening is the coin's going above it. And normally, when I interact like that, it would want to recount in the upper right up there. But because I have it set to check the Boolean for used or not, then it's allowing me to continue to keep the coin count from actually jumping up super high. Nice. Okay. So that is... I'm going to keep that there just for now because I feel like that might be an issue for me at some point again. Maybe not. It shouldn't be. But I have it set the same for both. Minus this one just interacts with the sphere. So let's make that a comment. Magnet pickup on. And then this one is commented, and this one's gonna be coin pickup from mesh. Okay, yay. Let's condense this down a little bit now, so it's a little easier to read. Now that it all works. A little too church gospel-y for me. Nothing against it, just not my style of music. Everyone's got their own opinions on music, right? There we go. That looks nice. Just kind of de-spaghettifying my stuff a little bit, making it all a little bit better when it comes to the design here. I mean, look how much you can cut off there. You don't need all that space in the end there. I like old school song, which I like these kind of musics. This is my style of music. There we go. I mean,
All right. I am back. I also decided to get some coffee. So let me get this thing real quick. And
so now we're just gonna condense this all up a little
be
bit
on
more.
my way.
This one's just that make sure the magnet's active for the sphere element. I'm not gonna go so far as to make them, match up down below and up top too. No way. Not today. That'd be another cleanup day. That's something I wouldn't show on stream. That'd be a little intense, even for someone just watching. Not intense, just mind-numbingly boring. That's a better way to put it.
All right, all set. Hey Lucas, welcome back to the chat. How you been doing, man?
Let's see here. Oh. And then just add in a little thing right there. It's kind of close.
So I have to actually kill the epic process, start it over for it to recognize my purchase. Been working on modeling that train all day. Nice, nice. You call it practice.
This one has a little extra ring
training. Parts of the atomic with the buns. All right.
Okay, so we have now the coin pickup for the mesh, and then the coin magnet pickup.
Oh, it's an engine plugin. I don't know how I feel about that. Because what if I share this project with somebody else? What's going to happen? Are they going to need it too?
Okay.
It
So
should
I have
work.
a working coin system.
So pick up a
I can
magnet,
turn off the spheres now, can
and
I?
then we should
I'll
eventually
save.
get to another coin, and you've got one
Sphere.
here,
I don't need to
and
see that in
hopefully
game.
it's only going to add the 1 point.
I mean,
And
he
there
does
we
it
are.
again. a little
You
bit
can see that
differently,
our
but
magnet is working
we got everything
exactly
working now.
how I wanted it to. Now there is
hit
still
play.
lots of magnets within our
Is it
scene,
bad
you're
that
not
it took
going
you a
to
while
have
to
that
figure out
many
that
in
was
there,
fun?
but that is going to be something we'll be controlling with weighting a little bit later on in the series. When I say weighting,
The
there's going to
Hogwarts
be more
Express,
chance
nice.
of obstacles spawning than there is magnets. Anyway guys, I hope you
Okay,
guys have
so
enjoyed the video. I know it
we
has
have
been a bit
all
of a
this
long
I
set
one.
up.
probably would
There
understand
is
better
a lot
if
of
I was very
code
familiar
involved
with
in writing this little magnet
with
pickup,
Hogwarts.
but I hope you guys have
So-
fun
So we start
way.
this
One thing
It's
it's
not
not
doing
doing that I kind of wish it would
Thanks
do
for
We haven't made
is if I
Stay
picked up the
awesome.
magnet
Rating.
next to it,
Your
it's not
boy
going to
Titus
pull it over
signing out. This
because
video
it's
was
not
made
interacting
possible
with
by
the sphere.
myself,
What you
which
could
is
do
amazing.
is you
If
could
you
do
want more
multiple
videos,
sphere
So-
layers.
my Patreon page is in the link in the description.
Or-
To stay up to date on new releases, make sure
You
you
could do a
follow
couple
us on
different
social media.
A couple different ways you could do that. You could, let's see here. Go to the blueprint here. There's probably another one for sphere. And then, let's see here. I'll go and hit. Go
Is it
over
smart to actually model in the
And-
Hogwarts Express name onto the front, or shouldn't that just be a material thing?
on the wake. So, what that could do for you, the exact same thing, but if the sphere is, so everything else, this one, this is the one over, that's the sphere.
So we're going to start with
Alright.
the
Gain
core
overlap.
game. We're going to stay outside of Unreal for the first section and just get you the basics of
So,
C++,
copy.
Things I'm
good
going to do,
coding style,
I'm first
purely
going to
in your
pull up.
development environment. Moving on from
And
there.
then-
I already have created a concept for
Voila. File save, that should do exactly what I want it to do.
Then we're going to up the ante again.
Once
Battle
before
for
you
the
leave the
ability
circle,
to tank
even
back
if you're
to
in the circle.
Control using your gamepad. You're going to
Alright, so
learn
let's
about
let it
basic
run out
physics,
real
about
quick.
basic artificial intelligence.
Magnet destroyed, so now it's not picking it up anymore.
This
But
messenger is the last place I think I sent
Nope.
it, so that's why I'm
Bread and
looking
butter
it
of
up there.
didn't do it that time.
Maybe it's in my
Oh,
pictures.
Magnet's not active right now.
Maybe I need to take another picture of it.
Yep, there we go.
We're going to be able to really tax
So when you go
the
into the sphere,
and the EQS,
wait.
the environment query system in
Where the magnet ran out again.
We're going to be making this
10 seconds was that fast? I mean, it's, I know it's fast, no, the magnet got destroyed.
adding some audio in there.
In case you guys were wondering the other day, you're asking, this is what I drew as a rough estimate of what the device could look like, something that literally like wraps around your fingers and pierces your skin.
Yeah, but I don't want that. I want, there it is, perfect one.
I should say.
But if I don't move left or right, then it's not going to interact with it. Is that why? That doesn't make
I
sense.
don't have all my things collected like I
Magnet
should.
destroyed.
Hey there Dev Squad,
it's
Fartus
a bird.
here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be introducing you to spawn waiting within our game. So at the moment we have got items being randomly spawned within our scene. However, the chance of each of those objects being spawned into the scene is exactly the same. So the same chance of an obstacle being spawned
so this
is
is
the
still
same
working.
as a magnet. So with things like
Alright.
power-ups like
I mean, it does what I want it to do.
you want them to be a little
could
bit
technically,
rarer
I guess,
and
make
have a
the
less
sphere
chance of those spawning.
Shield
in.
gave
multi-layered system.
And that's
earlier,
exactly
so
what we're going to be
Appreciate
doing.
it, man.
Also things like
Mix it up
box
I feel like I
obstacles
saw
that you
another one a
can't
few minutes
avoid.
ago.
You don't want those to spawn in as
I was
much
gonna call it
either,
out,
because you
but I
are
think
going
it
to come
disappeared.
across times where you're going to have
Commenting
three
now.
So it must have been a take
So
back.
what we're going to
See.
be doing is adjusting
Shield
some of
gamer
our
with the
code within
Magnet.
our master
I think I
tile
called
pick
it
up.
blueprint to determine with a little bit more control
Did I just double
what
comment?
items should be
I
spawned.
mean, do that. Whoops.
So the way we're going to do this is open up our master tile. Within here you can see the
All
code
my
that we've got
pictures.
already. And for this, all we're doing is just getting a random integer in range and then
Magnet.
spawning in a item according to
Pick
an
up.
ID. But the
Um,
chance of each of those numbers being spawned in is
So, I
exactly
mean, that's
the same. It's
The gist of
entirely
it.
random.
It works.
Now, the new system is still
Oh,
going to
okay.
be random. However,
I drew
there is
multiple
just going to be
things.
a little bit
But what I
within our
would love
master
to make
tile
a
this
coin
blueprint
editor
to
is
determine with a little bit more control
this electric
what
plant.
items should be spawned. So the way we're going to do this is open up our master tile.
That's gonna be my rep.
Within here you can see the code that we've got already. And for
I do
this,
have all these
we're
deactivated
doing
right now.
is just getting a random integer in range and then spawning in a item according to an ID. But the chance of each of those numbers being spawned in is exactly the same. It's entirely random. Now, the new system is still going to be random. However, there is just going to be a little bit
delay
more
system
chance
of some sort.
objects being spawned over the others.
Well,
And
at
the way
least we're
gonna
moving
set
on
this up
to
is
number
really
18 now. We're still building the same game
So
now.
what I'm going to do for
We
now
fixed our
is
main
delete
problem.
all of the code that we've got for lane 1 and 2.
What? Why would
And
you do
then
that?
for lane 0, what we're going to be doing
I guess I want to watch
is
this first before I
deleting
do it.
this switch on integer node, as we're not going to need this anymore. We're also going to be deleting the random integer in range node as well, because we're not
He's
gonna
going
be
right back
needing
to
that
nothing.
either. Now, with our get world transform and our lane 0, move that down to the bottom. Make sure you scale up your comment box, and you want to make space for our new code, which is going to be going in here.
Okay.
Now,
wanna
what
watch
we're
the
going to
new
be
code before
doing,
I do
as
this.
soon as it's told to spawn an obstacle, we are going to tell it to, first and
Branch.
foremost,
Check.
run a branch node. Now,
Yeah, probably
with
check
this,
if something's ready
what
to
we're going to
spawn.
be doing is we are going to be using a couple of branch nodes to check to see whether or not it's within a certain range. And that range is going to be going from 0 to 1. So if we have the range going from 0 to 0.5, that is going to take up 50%
Oh,
of
1
that
o'clock I
range,
gotta go
and
over.
therefore
I have
we're
a
gonna
new,
have 50% chance of
a
spawning
coffee
an
maker actually coming in
object.
today.
You'll see exactly what I mean by that in just a second. So what I'm going to do is I'm
Random
going to get
integer,
a
float,
random float in range.
in range.
Now the reason why I'm using a float as opposed to an integer is because with this you can have the decimal values, and it's going to allow me to go from 0 to 1 and have the decimal places in between.
Okay.
Now with this, what we're going to be doing with the branch node is searching for the in range float node. Now what we're going to be doing is
float
hooking
node.
up the return value into there with the minimum and the maximum of the
Well,
random float.
I have one way I could do this without breaking everything. Because, I mean, I have a working game now. I don't like to break and then rebuild personally. I get why he is doing it though. I could do this. Break that. Now it's not going to do anything. Bring this on down here. And then he's copying, he's just bringing these ones. Copy. And those two. Copy.
A lot of C++ stuff, very interesting.
Pasting that down there.
I guess we watched the beginning video, how to
Okay,
get
so
right.
he's building with this. I know. Howdy, buddy. Howdy.
I guess I don't need. Okay. this on half the screen. Actually, I'll put it on the other screen. I'll just follow along. You guys don't need to see that. So let's make a new level.
Nice. Ah, the fancy one. Sure. I'll take a look, see what he's got going on here.
So I add a procedural mesh builder actor.
Nice.
I add a spline component. Okay.
Oh, stuff to make.
Got it.
Okay, so he's gonna do a branch, random float in range, float condition. Wow, that's a long time.
Okay, there we go. Now I can see my spline. So did either of these come
Okay,
from...
so random float in range, so
Yeah.
branch,
Oh, wait a second. Already the spline editor looks different.
random,
Oh,
float in range.
that's cool.
In range float. In range float. And he's connected the value up, making the max 1. There, like so. So he does that. Let's find out why
so
though.
I make a template on the spline.
So this is going to be set to 1.
Max 1 there too as
Now,
well.
For the first item,
Oh, that's right, so it's
with
1.
the pipes, we want there to be a solid, let's say 40% chance of one of these spawning. We want this to be one of the more popular obstacles to spawn within the scene. The way we're going to do this is by going from 0 to 0.4.
So I want this to face up.
If that is true, with this random
I can
floating
change
range,
the dimensions.
we're going to tell it to spawn in an obstacle for the pipe.
32,
If that is
32.
false, we are then going to tell this to do another
I actually
branch.
don't want a square.
And
I
then
make that
with
button.
this, what we're going to be doing
But this
is
is gonna
checking
do
to see
the...
if that is within the range that we're looking for. So hook up your return value to your condition, your original random float in range to your value, and this time the next obstacle is
Nice.
the box.
That's cool.
Now you don't want this to be too common because it is going to be something that can very quickly kill the player if there
Now
is
what
3 of
happens
them.
if I
So
don't
the
make
range
this
for
close
this, what we're going to do is 0.4 to 0.5.
This here.
So what you've actually
I
got
think I'd
there
rather have this
is
10%
a
chance.
10% chance
So,
of
not
this
closed
box
loop?
being spawned.
Hmm.
And we're going to hook this up
Number of width
into
segments.
our box. Now what you do need to remember when you're doing this, your maximum value or your maximum range needs to go from 0 all the way up to 1. So try and
For any of that.
break these down into the chance that you're after. So if that's true, it's going to spawn the box. If it's false, what we're going to do is move this into another branch node, which is just simply
I guess
going to
I
have
don't
another float
Like I'm set.
range in
Set
it.
it.
So he's just refloating,
Value
refloating,
again
refloating.
is going to be our random float.
Yeah.
And this one, if
Technically,
it
you
is
could do
true,
each
is going to
one
be
as
the
their own
coin
independent.
pickup.
So now I'll
Now,
add a
you want this to be
mesh
relatively
extruder.
common, so what we're going to do is go
So
from
these mesh builders-
0.5
okay, so mesh builder
to
is what I got from this
0.
pack. I see now.
Let's say 0.9,
added?
so there's
I
going to be a
added this
40% chance
No,
of a
I
coin
need to add it to the
spawning,
root component.
and that
Or
is
no,
all
yeah.
good.
So he's going to divide in the 1
And
point
then
1 up between all the
lastly,
other ones.
So
we're going to have one more
then
of
here on
these
my mesh extruder, I'm
and
gonna
one
say,
more
well,
branch
what do I
node
want its shape to be? Oh, you
going
guys can't
out
see
from
any
the
of that here.
false
Mesh
into the execution pin here. Condition should be going into there,
Wait,
And then lastly, grab that value for the random float and hook it up in there. For the minimum and maximum, we are going to be using 0.9 to 1. So there you have got a 10% chance of our magnet spawning, and that is the whole range, so it doesn't matter too much if our false is not hooked up into anything. So just to reiterate here, exactly what we've done is when it's first told to fire off the spawn obstacles, what it's being told to do is check to see what this value is. Now it's going to be going from 0 to 1, and with this, for each of the ranges, we've used this to control the probability of something popping up. The larger the range, the more chance there's going to be of an item spawning, and you're going to be able to see this. So starting off with the first item, which is the obstacle, and you can match this with the condition and the return value, you can see we're going from 0.0 to 0.4, which is a 40% chance. Next up, you got the box, which is a 10% chance, 0.4 to 0.5. And then next up, the coin pickup, 0.5 to 0.9, which is a 40% chance. And lastly, the magnet, which is a 10% chance over here. If you want your magnet to be less common, what you can do is set the minimum on this to 0.95 and set your maximum on your coin to 0.95 as well. And that way you are going to be getting less magnets. Now for actually spawning this onto the other lanes, this code is really reusable. So all we're going to be doing is just copying this code, moving it along, and just pasting it over twice. Just like that, and lining it over. And then all we're going to be doing down here is making sure we've got lane 0 on the left, the second lot of code, use lane 1 to get a reference and hook this into your target for your get world transform. They all plug into the same thing, so that's going to work. And then lastly, your lane 2, hook this up into your target. You're going to want to comment all of these. So we've still got lane
1, lane 2.
Lane 0.
Does he pull?
So lane 0 is on the left. Lane 1. Drag that comment box so it fits the whole space. And just do the same thing for lane 3. Or lane 2 rather.
Yeah. So I'm with you so far.
And all we need to do now is just join these up so they all work. And the way we're going to do this is by simply just joining them up to the branch. So from here, hook this up, this up, this up. So from all of these spawn nodes, just join them onto the next lane going into that first branch node. And then the same thing over here as well on the lane 1, hook each and every one of these execution pins up to this branch. And what you do want to do is just try and keep your code as clean as possible, making sure it's very easy to read, very easy to understand, as it can quite easily turn into a big spaghetti mess when you've got loads of code. But this looks pretty understandable to me. So let's go ahead and compile this, press play, and what we should see is a track which is a bit more like an endless runner. So there is more of the pipes being spawned, more of the coins being spawned, and these magnets, they are being spawned.
So I get what you're saying.
So this is a new development. Yeah. Just today, just learning how this
a lot less often. So
He
that
pretty
way
much
you
put
can
it.
go a long
He gave it
distance
all.
without them. You're not going to be picking lots and lots of them up. Now with this system, you guys are going to be able to
You can
control
adjust it.
just how much of a
things-
chance of each of these objects there is to spawn, so you can play around with this. It is entirely up to you, but for now you do have a little bit more control over the random spawning of our objects.
Let's
So
go
what we're
back to
going
just
to
the
do
code.
is
True.
something up
Spawns.
here.
Spawns.
It's like it's beveling it, but
So,
it's
and then all he did was just do the different ranges: 0 to 4, 4 to 5,
maybe it
5 to. Well, I mean that's whatever I want it to be. 5 to 9, 9 to. So,
maybe
So,
maybe if I used a flat material.
each one of these.
Just a smooth distance to smooth out the edges.
Condition.
So So
Oh
let me
wait,
actually grab a
delete that because they're all gonna have the same value.
instead of default material.
Let's get rid of right down
So-
here. It's this part.
What's advanced
Boom,
flag?
boom.
Oh no, missed that.
Excuse
Assets,
me, I apologize.
materials.
Burping ears. I don't like to do that.
A lot of fake materials here. 3D noise, no, something with regular UVs.
And then does the value,
Literally nothing here has regular UVs.
you know, again, spaghetti. Spaghetti,
Free
spaghetti,
PBR,
spaghetti.
here we
Just
go.
remember spaghetti. See, like, even that just looks slightly better.
PV.
And then true, if true, you're gonna spawn. If true, you're gonna spawn. If true, you're gonna spawn. And last one, if true, you're gonna spawn.
That's interesting. I don't know what that's doing necessarily. What? Huh. It's applying this material on top too. It does look like it's kind of beveled off. I don't know why. I don't know how it's doing that. We set it to 0. It looks like a very crisp edge. We grab that mesh extrude again, and we set the smooth distance to 5. And maybe 100 or 1,000. See, now it's different. There's something it's doing there. I don't know.
1, 2, 3 down. 2, 3 and a half. That's like the halfway point. I don't know if I would
I
get
think
that
one,
perfect.
though.
Probably not.
Just like a subtle roundness. It's planned to be UVs. It's doing something.
There. So that's all good.
Oh well.
Let's bring this on in. Oh wait, that's what I want to do.
So I'm gonna make another spline. Gonna call it circle.
That. Just for simplicity. I just wanted to kind of keep moving up the tree for me.
I can move this anywhere I want.
Boom, boom.
Maybe I can have 32. I think I can click anywhere to get the template. Yeah, I can. Fascinating.
Back it up just a little, so it's 3 away.
So I'm gonna set this radius down
1, 2,
to like 20.
3.
Oops. To 20. There.
Good. And
So now we're gonna add something called
Good.
a mesh path. Alright.
good there, because that's not going to be
We're gonna
perfect.
say the shape spline will be the circle. And we will choose our root spline for the
Not huge on the screaming music. I mean, it's kind of like Bullet for My Valentine, I guess it sounds a little bit like that. That's the lean, so 1.0. This is just giving me the max integers. He did that. This is the coins, so 0.5 to 5. Let's see, the pipes I want 0.4.
This is cool. So it's
4.
also drawing.
0.5. There. And then all they did
This
was,
is the
I'm gonna back
template.
that up just to make
I
it
can
loud
move
immediately.
this anywhere.
Copy, paste.
Oh wait.
Comment this out. Lane
So this is the
1.
So here, if I move this over, will that whack?
Comment that out. Lane
I'll twist it up.
0. And then one last time. Comment that out.
They're
Lane
intersecting because it's too close, but
lane
I
2.
assume I could. There's got to be a way for me to select the circle.
And the same as
And I want to get the
before.
whole circle. Oh, there we go, because I clicked the actual circle in the editor. So I could probably line this up.
Where does these things
with,
appear?
with the actual.
Right. RER route node. Oh, you know what? I might have to back it up though. Or spread it out a little bit more.
Alright, well maybe I can.
I'll do 3.
But that is roughly where, or what it is. So if I reduce
Boom,
this
boom,
to
boom, boom, boom. Connect all these up. This is what's going to allow it to keep on going down the
inside
path.
is flatter, on the outside is pointier. The flatter on the inside, pointier on the outside. Let's undo those shape changes though.
There we go. And then same here.
Old Man River with the follow on Twitter. Didn't think I wouldn't see it, huh?
RER, reroute road, reroute node, not road, node.
So
Just for
I can grab the mesh path and I can move
So
that.
from
I can move that
here-
down here, or I can move this up.
left of the white line. Oh, wait a second.
I
It's
wish I
next-
could. I can. Does that change anything?
4. That's way
It'd be cool if
difference
you
here.
could get this to line up easily. Like, what's the?
Well, it's just simplicity down. Come on. Yes. Think smarter, not harder, right? Isn't that what they always say?
Yeah. So all I need to do is figure out
This should be able to
where
line right.
unit
Ta-da.
one's offset transforms
Now-
locally.
1 from the 1.5 down.
Negative that for the whole circle then.
Boom. Right there. Right.
That should give me the right height.
Identical.
But now
Awesome.
where
That makes me happy.
was
Okay.
one
So
offset?
that's the
Should've
old
had a-
system. This is
no,
the
it's
new
straight up.
system. This gives us integers. Scalable
no, I
gives
guess
me
it's kinda
we
relative to
you know what I gotta do? I gotta do this though.
Where that spline is. Oh well.
Pull in that there.
I did it. So now I can just move this mesh path
And then
around.
pull in the last one.
And edit the circle bits directly.
Delete that. And
the
boom.
shape changes.
Then we got our lanes set.
Exactly.
Technically, you could make this indefinite. You could do as many lanes as you want because you plug it in every time. Just keep continuing on. So you can make 5, 10, 15, 20 lanes, whatever you feel like. That would be hard to do. This should be an indefinite system on
The lighting
putting
thing.
items in the game.
Hopefully that's just because it's temporary lighting.
Because you're setting the lane transfer right there with the.
But so I get that. I get this. So mesh path.
That's a good idea.
And specifically in this case, the spline it's using for the circle is the root spline, which is over here. So mesh path, maybe I want to put that back over there.
So everything's good there. File save. Now if I hit play,
To line back up.
should give me a game. It looks a little bit more like an actual game. Why am I not seeing my boxes yet? Oh, I just super rare now.
Still learning, still learning. Let's see what else it's telling me I can do. Adjust the anchor shape to path index.
And you can always mess with those to get different elements going up there. That's going to allow you to work at making like almost like a weighted system that allows your. It's going to allow you could change that. So like the boxes right now, my boxes are a little bit on the lower side. I'd like them a little bit more often. I could give them a range.
So here I'm using the 0
Say
point. But if I said
pipes,
2,
bring that down to
it's gonna
point
snap the whole thing up.
3.
Yeah.
And then bring that down to 0.3.
Because now it's gonna
Make
anchor
my boxes
to
be just a
the
little bit
0
more
spot.
often.
I want that to stay at 0.
Not much. Oop, but I'm going to do it for all the lanes now.
Yeah.
So, because otherwise you'll run into a problem where you'll have one lane that maybe not the lane you want to run in. So making it so
Like if I said
people
breathe in, this
kind
whole
of
thing's gonna
stick
snap outwards.
to certain areas to kind of cheat the game out.
Yeah.
So, file save. I think it's a 20% chance that the box will spawn per lane. We have a nice magnet system that's built in, the coins pick up. And they're not recounting of any sort. Nice. Again, the sphere system, I almost feel like you'd want to do it slightly different, but for now it's the way it is, it's going to work. So, the wife came home, I'm going to take a quick little break, I'll be back in 15 minutes or so, right around probably 1 o'clock. And then after that, we're going to tackle the next video, which is going to be, I think I hit the end of this one, right?
Just how much of a chance of each of these objects there is to spawn, so you can play around with this. It is entirely up to you, but for now, you do have a little bit more control over the random spawning of our objects. Anyway guys, that is pretty much it.
What's the next video we got going on here?
Udemy, the world's largest
So I'm just curious
marketplace
before I
for
take a
online
break.
learning. On Udemy, I learned how to
The next video is going to be for jump, boots, power up. So another power up. Okay, cool. But yeah, I will be back in about 20 minutes, thereabouts. And we'll jump into the next one, guys.
It
Alright.
looks exactly like what we had.
What if this works?
So I can turn this into a static mesh now. Because I'm so proud of this shape. Okay, that was the whole tutorial. Alright. Cool. But if I wanted to, could I use this shape now in game? Just as is. What happens if I play here? No collision. Oh, hey, check out my arms. I forgot we added those. Golly, they look terrifying. And yeah, I think we need to parent them to the camera. Also, don't want them to cast shadows. I don't think we have the gun cast shadows. So they don't have collision. Hold on. Let me just make a static mesh. The copy. Alright, neither of them have collision. Collision preset. Lock all. I can open up this mesh in the mesh viewer and see what is its simple collision. Nothing. Complex collision? It has complex collision. But it would be better if it had simple collision. Jeez. I feel like we're missing some normals, but whatever. Why did its pivot get put there? It just must be the root of the whole thing. It's unfortunate. I kind of wish we could set that manually, perhaps. So... let's load up the wiki, see what it says about collision. No. Oh yeah, no, wait, I don't want to watch the videos. Let me just make sure everything that I watched in the video is everything I should be doing. Spline templates, yes. Surrounding corners, yes. Spline editor, very nice. Procedural mesh builder actor, yes. Okay. Mesh extrude, we did that. Mesh path, we did that. Jeez. That's all we can load of that image, okay. Think outside the box, so much so that we literally can't see it. Linear sharp corners on mesh paths will create diagonal corners. mesh repeater. We didn't read about that. Wouldn't this just be a path? Perhaps not. What do you guys think? Good idea, bad idea, these meshes? I want to see this scene. Where's your sample scenes? So what I can do, I know I don't want to do this, is I can find the collision settings. Somewhere. Here. And I can say use complex collision as simple. And now this should cause, this one won't, but this one should block me, yeah. And my laser. But that's gonna be expensive if I'm doing that everywhere. I need some way to simplify this collision. And now maybe if I make each of these meshes, I just fake it. Hold on, let me look up something. Unreal Engine. Make simple collision. Like, is there a Unreal Engine auto collision? So I can do it here. Auto convex collision. Alright, here we go. Let's look at our simple collision. Let's disable the grid. Let's get rid of, what are we looking at? Sockets? Bounce, there we go. Wait. Let me turn off that. So that just generated for us some okay hull count. I don't know what I should do. Two hulls. It's getting this upper shape fine. It's this bottom one that's really getting messed up. Probably because it's got this concave area. This is fine. So there we have some auto-generated by the engine, and that's not runtime. So, what to do? And now let's see if we can edit these splines at runtime. What is this? This is a procedural blah blah. Alright, it's a procedural mesh builder actor. And it's these mesh extrude and mesh paths. These are C++, aren't they? Alright, mesh extrude. This has got to all be in the construct. I could BP inherit from these if any of this stuff is blueprint exposed, which I don't know if it is. I don't actually need to runtime edit these. I'm just kind of looking. AS show, are you trying to find an optimized solution for complex collision? So I got this plugin, the Rave Spline and Mesh Builder. So this is just like an example one we made. Anyway, so this is a spline built mesh. You know, here I can say, here, the root path, let's change this shape. Probably not the 0, let's change 3 and the 4. So here's this like shape, right? It's a mesh made with splines, and we can bake that down to a static mesh. The regular one, yeah, has no collision, of course. And when we create a static mesh with this, I can drag that into the level. That won't have collision either, of course. There we go. But I can open that mesh up. I can either say use complex as simple, or I can auto, or I can like actually design the collision myself, or I can auto it up. So give me some auto holes here. That's fine enough. What's really complicated is I use some convexing underneath. The Bright does not like that. But. So now I've got this mesh. I can do that. Also, my arms are terrifying. Partially Atomic Law doing some branding assets for your game. Twitter recommends 1500 by 1500 pixel header, but crops 50 pixels from the top and bottoms anyway. Womp. Probably is where it's being seen. Like I said headers for Twitch, and it was like, yeah, it was scaling and cropping weird, and then on the phone, like, well, like you never even see the headers on Twitch. You have to like look for them, and then on the phone, they're like, you know, it just crops it down to the centerpiece, and so I was like, whatever. So we're using a procedural mesh builder actor. I don't know if this Okay, so this came with the plugin also. You got it nailed down. Nice, nice. So I don't know. Does this have settings? I love the buttons. That's nice. Oh, holy crap! Create collisions. That was an option this whole time. Hey. Now, what does that create? So. I'll create it in meshes. So let's see the simple collision it makes. Did it just say use complex? Don't tell me it just says use complex. No. Well, okay, so it uses collision, but it didn't use collision in its built out mesh. Hold on. Show collision. I'm walking into it, but I'm not seeing. I don't see any collision. I'm very confused. I can see collision over here. Yeah. Actually, I can't see it here either. Show wire. Show wire frame 1. Show collision. In purple. So collision. I don't see the collision. I'm confused, man. What are those? This must be attached to my mesh. Oh, those are part of our what's her name? Actor. It's her it's on her mesh. That's funny. Smivel, hey, welcome back. How's it going? You do see Twitch header when clicking on names in chat. Oh, really? Alt-C shows collision too, but not in game view. I think it's inside the mesh. Good, and you? Yeah, I'm doing good. Trying out some procedural mesh generation stuff right now. I wonder why these must be green because they're static meshes. Maybe the collision is perfectly lining up, and that's why I can't see it. Yeah, I kind of wish it overdrew. Hide. Show. I actually wish I could just hide geometry, hide meshes, and just see collision. Show mesh edges. Materials. This is weird. I don't get it. Oh, look at, yeah, you can see my my character mesh right now. She's embedded in me. But she's normally set to invisible. I don't get this. Well, there is collision there. I wonder how accurate it is. Although it must not be. Oh wait, no, never mind. Let's get out of this. It does block trace channels. I can tell because my tracer doesn't actually work into the void at all. It won't draw unless it actually hits something. Nice, look at that. You can see it flip back. That's because I keep it live for a second and I keep retracing for the new endpoint. I need to fix that. Yeah, Smooth, if I didn't say yeah, I'm good. much up to today. It's Friday. Woo! And I am yawning. This has been a tiring week for me. I don't know why. We got the build done. Forgot to include the zoo level in the build, so that was great. It's fine. Let's see. What am I? And hey, Bo Janglin, thanks for the follow 15 minutes ago. Sorry I missed that. Terrible with these things. Say something in the chat if you follow, because I read chat. I wish chat would tell me when somebody would sub. Like the windows are right next to each other, but for some reason, like I don't see those updates. It's because nothing. The grid always looks the same. That's why. Dang it. All right. B0 Janglin. Thanks for the follow. Say hi in chat. All right. Okay, so we're having fun. Don't understand collisions. Don't understand what is up with this procedural mesh builder. I don't know if I can check the complex as simple and it'll show static collision outline, question mark? Okay. I don't know if that's an option here. I mean, I can do that. What? Warning. There are instances where crashes will occur when the physics engine in certain vertex triangle combinations. Why? So I guess that's not a good idea. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't have the ability to set any... I can't say this is static or mobile or dynamic. Check collision as simple and issue static. So I wonder what even profile it's using here. This is so that's the weird thing. Is generating collision. I don't know under what collision profile, and when I bake it, it doesn't use that collision as simple. I'm guessing it's just using complex and blocking. We can find out though, because we have the source code. So let's find the public property, which is, oh good, it's actually short. Which should be a boot. I feel like there should be more. What is this? It's a child of act. Mesh builder, create collision. What? This is the actor. That's a property. That's not a property on actor. Ah, it is. These must be the settings for the mesh builder component. Let's open the mesh builder component now. Feeling like create collision. Yeah, here we go. Create collision section. Yeah, the complex run is simple aren't meant for objects that need to be dynamic. You're pretty sure. Oh. Well, I mean, you probably could. It's just it's not going to be performant. That's not a U struct. Why not? Huh. Yeah, I always kind of wondered how do they have an actor and then expose all the properties like this? Do they actually make a struct and then put it at the root level or something? Like lights do that. Lights are actors that have light components that expose all of their light component properties. Is that a setting that you can say on your component? Like, hey, expose all my stuff. Or do you just recreate it all and then pass it on? That can't be. Right here. Where's the component reference? Here. Where is this plugin? It's under Rave. Where do I even find this? It's under miscellaneous files. Oh, must not be in this project at all. Oh, hey, Partially Atomic, thanks. So you're saying it's under the U property. You looked at the light one specifically. Expose function categories. Then you tell it specifically which categories to expose. That's sweet. How is it not doing it here? This is the actor. This actor doesn't have any U properties. Function U property. It has a be visible. Wait, right here. Oh, here's the component. Allow private access. That's different. Expose function categories. Undocumented. Great. Waiting for Epic to take their $49.99 larger team for documentation. Well, seriously though. Yeah, see here they've got a reference to their component and they've got allow private access, but it doesn't say that the actor is exposing it all. Maybe it's something under the component? It's got hide categories. I don't need to think about it. Just B, create collision. If true, the collision will be created for the procedural mesh. Yeah. Whatever is under the U property is what is exposed. Yeah, but do you mean that this U property would apply to this and this and this? Or no? Because then that's a game changer, if that's true. I just assumed. I still assume you need a U property per every single thing. It's bringing up child properties though, which is a real head scratcher. Yeah. No, just the next line. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I don't get it because here it is. It's not even public. Well, it's public. It's not a U property though. And then here's the exposed function. Cool. If with editor, do these? Is this something that you can override? Maybe it's here, you know, in the C++, which I can't. Well, okay, I can find because I can open this folder. What is this, a temp file? An engine plugin. So mesh builder actor. And the component. I want to look at these overrides first. Because maybe it's here. You know? No, it's not. Never mind. Alright, let's look at the C++ now. For the create collision. Might just be allow private access. But what about for the light? I thought allow private access just allows your blueprint to access private variables and functions, which also doesn't make sense. Why would you hide it in C++ but expose it in blueprints? What am I doing here? Looking for this.
Yeah, just tell them if they want to come over.
A lot of pointers. Create mesh section. I think it's just using the complex collision. That's got to be it. It's just adding that to some sort of collision something. I don't know. Partially atomic solved it. All right, hit me up with it. All right, so this is cool. I like this whole fit system. I think its altered spline editor is sweet. It overrides the default spline editor. That's really nice. All right, we're reading some documentation today, or actually, it's a forum post. Okay. You think so? Interestingly enough, though, the class group custom was also seen in that component code. Oh, the neck crack. All right. So if I wanted to make a button, so let's actually try using this for something now. So we are going to look up a procedural mesh builder. this not on the grid? We had a new spline component, and this one is going to be I guess just a circle shape. This is the root. Or a body shape. There you go. And then we'll extrude this. Extrude. Alright. And so this is going to be the body extrude. I'm going to say which spline? Well, the body shape. Alright. A few things I didn't do is, let's drag this up. Let's not drag that up. Let's drag this whole actor up just a little bit. Body shape, that's going to be some sort of circle, man. So first, let's make a template out of this. Probably circle. We want that facing in the Z direction. Nice. Oh, it's automatically extruding because we already set that up. Sweet. Yeah. Do I actually want it to be a circle though? That's just its template. I can edit these splines however much I like. I actually think though, instead of a circle template, do I have to right click it again to change the template? N-sided polygon. Sure. Let's go back to the Z direction. Yeah. And let's say 12. Just so I could play with it. Although those don't have much of a corner radius. Let's blend them. Radius 100. How about radius 32? This is fun. Items. I think we grab our regular button right now. Not that. Pedestal button. And let's see, like, what makes this the pedestal button? It's got a base layer. It's got a little carved in layer. It pops up. Alright. We can see if I size. I'm thinking it's actually 16 units. Yeah, so body shape. New. I wish I could just change it right here. I have to actually click on the spline. Select 0. Point type, custom curve, plane curve. See, I wish I could change its template right here or set a new template. Need you actually to be disabled or not do that right now. Why can't I click on this spline? I think I broke it. Alright, we're deleting the body shape.
Okay.
I'm an idiot. Hold on. I'm gonna undo. I had game view off.
We're gonna hit real quick.
For those of you who don't know, you can click G to hide game assets. I think I had done that. Alright, so here we go. Now I can see the spline.
Oh, let's get some.
And I can right click and set the template. Yeah, and inside of Polygon is probably fine. I think maybe just 8 with a 5 amount of curve. So radius now I'm gonna head chunk it down to 16. Now I'm editing these individually. That's fine. This is what it's going to look like. It's displaying out, coming up in all different sorts of shapes and roundabouts. Maybe that's like some sort of twist, too? Probably. I saw somewhere on there there's a way to twist. So let's come up with an irregular but circular-like shape.
Okay. Let's get back.
Hey Google, tell me a joke. Tell me a joke.
Alright. So now our body extruder should use that. Honestly,
Okay,
like,
so we're back a little later than I originally anticipated. Sorry, I went for a quick walk. Had to go check the post office too to make sure that my new coffee maker wasn't in yet. Looks like it's not going to be until tomorrow though, unfortunately.
we just did this.
That is a bummer, but that's okay. Once I get that, that thing will be awesome. I can't wait. My wife and I, we got a real nice one. Does timer, so every morning I wake up to a nice, just fresh pot of coffee made for me. How awesome is that? Also makes hot water, so it'll be good for tea. So let's finish this up today. We got 4 more to go. Each one probably about the same length, maybe give or take 10-15 minutes. So now we're making a jump power up. So the jump boots make us so you can jump farther, higher, faster. And that's the hope. So let's see here. What does he got going on? Where are we? So arm leave.
I want it to extrude along a
Leaving
path.
Sphere.
Is that something I can do? There was 2 types of components. What was the other one? Mesh.
Enter sphere. That's pretty much what these really actually do. Sphere.
Mesh path.
And I mean, they're not. It's not the most ideal.
Mesh path.
Accidents.
So let me just say, I kind of wish there was an enable.
But
enable
it
button.
does allow
Let's
to
just
trigger
do that.
again if you cross the same plane on
Oh,
the
yeah.
back panel as you do on the front panel.
Mesh path.
It won't. It doesn't
will
look as
say
good. Like really, you'd want it
shape spline.
to spawn right here and right into it.
That is body
What you
shape,
could
but I
do,
now then wanted to.
set up the
Alright, we'll just
3
leave it
spheres. So
as
you'd set up 1 for, or 2 technically, is all you'd really need. You need 1 that would be right there on the inner lane, and then 1 in the outer lane. And if you did that, actually that would probably look a lot nicer, I bet you. Let's do that once, just because I'm curious to see. So right now, that sphere, let me just look to see how far that one goes. I think that one does almost perfectly
hide in game, compile, save, and then play. Oop. Oop. It almost hits perfectly. Yeah, see that does. And then
I can take that shape.
yeah, that looks good
just like
there, and
before
that's
with the mesh builder, but I can
what I'd
choose
want to
how
do is I
high
want
it
to
goes.
actually have
But
another
I
sphere.
want to choose its width here. I want this
Copy,
to be like a radius.
paste,
like,
sphere,
So I could have it. I could
inner,
have another.
and then
spline point,
I can
yeah.
make this
And
one
Wait, so this spline point, this could be scaled down. Would that
smaller.
affect anything?
Come on,
Oh, it would.
there we go. Whoa, what am I doing? Oh crap,
And
I didn't
can
want to do
scale
that.
this up, and then
Edit.
scale it, or move it up, and then
Undo,
scale it out.
modify components.
I think I'd rather it be
component.
defined by a spline curve, though.
Okay, so no, that part I'm good. That's what I want to do. So what this will allow me to do is make two circle sphere meshes. And what I really want is I want the second one to be right in the middle of that second lane. I really should just disconnect it.
covered up when clicking my name.
I can't tell.
Oh, that's where the banner is.
No, it looks like there's just one still. Yeah, there still is just one. Okay, so why isn't there a second? Oh, you know what it is? No, it's not hidden in game. So that should.
I think I might have changed
Did I
the
make it
banner
too
to
small?
have no text. I can't remember.
In theory, I mean, there should be two of them.
Wait, I have to check my
100. I'll save. Maybe I didn't combine and save last time. Nope,
Yeah, I think.
there's definitely only one.
Yeah, there's no text on my banner. There used to be, but I guess I didn't realize what the banner,
Huh.
what banners were.
Location, we're good.
That's cool. I can see from my followers when you guys started following. That's neat. Yeah, I just put an image of my banner once I realized that it was all gonna get screwed up.
So it's only doing one
in,
circle. It's not showing my second one. Let's just check it. Hiding game real quick. And off game real
Because you
quick.
can also click on someone's banner to see it here. And that's, I originally thought,
Maybe some
I
reason.
don't know what I thought. Let's not get too deep into that cycle right there.
Should be an inner circle right there. Right about in that spot. For some reason there isn't.
There's an image for when you're offline, but you host all the time, so it's just
I wonder if it's not spawning. Does it spawn it somewhere in here? I don't think it does.
And say, don't view host, like there's an exit button, but it's the same for me.
But it's not even showing
Actually, my image is this.
conscript viewport. So
That's my offline image.
let's see here.
Which you'll notice looks a lot like my banner. I also have a version with the cats. No cats. Cats. Alright.
All that's the same, so there's no reason it shouldn't. What if I just did another new sphere instead of copying? Crap, I didn't want to do that. Did it again. When a sphere collision is what I want. Delete this one. Make this one much bigger, 200.
Oh, wait, I'm going over all this.
By the next height of this one. 200, 200, 200. 200. Oh wait, no, I want to do half of it
I
though.
don't think I saw this before. I thought I had seen it before, but it was what that other guy had on his
I'm
mesh builder.
save. Oh, there it is. Now we have the inner one. And it's going to the spot I want it to, roughly. Oh, it actually looks perfect. So now I have that for some reason. I don't know. I might go sphere inner. Rename.
So when
File
this guy was
save,
describing lathing,
and then here,
I thought I could do
I
that.
just need
also
to do
in
the
lathe.
same thing one last time.
I don't regret getting the lathe.
Outer
Yeah.
magnet
see,
pickup on
I
enter.
think you can do this.
Outer sphere. Magnet
Just not
pickup
sure how.
on enter.
And I'm assuming because I think it's a spline that defines this outside
Outer sphere.
It's
The
not
only thing
by
I'm
this
doing is from sphere. What if I just change the name of this real quick? Does it actually?
So it's a mesh extrude that follows a
Outer.
path.
Nice, it does change it right there.
Scales based off of the spline.
Rename. Inner. This is me personally cleaning up a little bit. He may do this in a later video. I probably should just watch to see if he does it, but I'd rather clean it up myself real quick. So we're gonna copy this,
Still on the mesh builder.
paste that. Oh, nope. I want to copy the whole darn thing.
Alright.
Get these three out of the way. Don't think I'm gonna need those at all, but let's just do that. Copy, paste. Boom. Oh, no, 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 no.
I need to. There's
Oh,
some
no, no, no.
way I need to think about this.
I'm
I'm
gonna do
not
a
thinking
paste.
about it.
Word.
There's mesh extrude, which I'm
There
not
we go.
doing.
That almost was dangerous. So we have the outer, now I need the inner. And all I do is inner sphere there. And inner
What if I said vertical shape?
and it's
Just a line.
begin overlap. Begin overlap. Or if I can sneeze. Bring that out up there. Ooh. Ooh. I apologize. And hook that up there. There, delete this. Pop that on over here. And then what we have, effectively, is an identical one for the inner sphere, and everything else should be the same. There should be no changes at all, so I'm not calling it and point the actual sphere again at any point there. Just making the coins work within the inner sphere. And then same here, end overlap. I want to do the same thing where it X's the sphere. And all this is going to do for me is allow it to give just a little bit more quicker response of picking it up if it's in the inner sphere versus the outer sphere. And again, someone said it in the comments, and I do think I'm going to switch it over eventually. Switching this from the coin individual to the actual player. That would be something down the road we'd be looking at. And what I'll do is that reduces the amount of spheres that are on the screen at a time, allowing just a slightly better render time frame. Otherwise, you end up with issues of trying to render a million spheres all at once. No game wants to do that. That just would be exit inner sphere and exit outer sphere. In theory, everything should outer, inner, overlap,
What's a mesh bender do?
save. See if I broke it. So coins work there. We have an outer and inner sphere. I see them both. Yep, right there. Boom. And if we have it up, down, everything still works there. We have items still spawning. And it's not counting them twice. No point is it resetting them. I haven't seen a single magnet in a while. I guess I mean you kind of expect that. There we go.
Oh, this might be what I'm looking for. Not sure how, but might be.
Oh, you see what it did there? It didn't restart the magnet though. So if it destroys the timer originally is going, then that could technically kill the magnet sooner because it's only going to go based upon the first time you got the magnet. It wouldn't restart the counter over. That could be something you could just set to
Okay.
a new,
We delete
call it a
the
function,
mesh vendor, we delete this mesh path.
and it only plays that
We
function
delete the
maybe.
body
I'm not sure how you would fix
extrude,
that.
we
I'm sure
just
he
use
probably
body
tackles
shape.
that.
Mesh path.
Airborne, regional. Wife's got a little bit of a cold going on, so I'm trying to hopefully prevent that a little bit. I'm probably gonna catch it to some degree though, but that's okay.
Delete the vertical shape.
At least I can
We'll make a new
preventively
spline.
keep myself a little bit ahead.
Welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be showing you how you can set up a jump pickup within your Endless
So
Runner
this all
game.
works.
Now what I mean by that is you are going to be able to pick up a boots item within the game when you're running, and once you've collected that you are going to be able to jump twice as high for the next 10 seconds. So it's going to be very similar to the magnet in the way that it works. You pick it up, it disappears, and you get a power up. What we're also going to be doing in today's video is a quick fix for the magnet to make sure that it does disengage after it's finished running, as there was a little bit of a bug in the last video. So one
Well,
thing
maybe
I do want
fix
to
that
mention
bug.
before we go
Should
any
be good.
further is that you guys need to have the latest version of the Endless Runner assets,
so
as within there I do have
let's get my assets up and running. That I don't have set up yet. Pretty sure I remember where it was this time though. Should be a little quicker. PC, Ultra, Unreal Engine assets, Endless Runner. Bam. Yeah, that was a little faster
a
this time.
static mesh, an object, or a 3D model
Boots
for the
pickup
boots
object.
pick
So he imports
up
that.
item. Now with this, what I need you to do is to go into runner files, meshes, and just import it in there. The way you're going to do this is simple, just drag and drop the boots pickup straight in there and import it as it is. Now what you want to do is first of all give it the material.
Boots.
Now if we open up the Boots 01 material that's just been created for us, at the moment there is just a white into the base color. We don't want that. What we're going to be doing instead is use
Constant 3 vector. So he opens this up. Right now it's set up like this. He doesn't want that. He deletes that. And then give it a base constant 3 vectors, what he's going to work with. When he works with the constant 3 vector, I'm going to guess he's probably going to give it like just a brown color maybe. That's what I'm guessing.
using a constant free vector and hooking this up into
Oh.
the emissive color to make it glow. And the color
Emissive.
that we're going to make it glow is going to be a brown. So what you want to do to achieve that brown look, you want to have it sort of between your red and your yellow, and then just try and find yourself a nice little brown color on this.
Yeah, I'm not
And
good
what we
with
can
this
do
mesh
with
vendor
that once we've selected it is just press OK, and what
That's
you
more
should
like puke.
have is a glowing emissive color. What we're then going to do is multiply all of our values by 10 to make it glow a little bit more.
Glowing emissive color. He went like brighter color, I guess. I guess I probably should do that, huh? That's more like a yellow though. This is orange. I guess that doesn't really matter what color it is.
More to make it stronger. So instead of 0.4 I'm going to use 4. Instead of 0.16 I'm going to use 1.6. And then lastly for the blue, instead of 0.05 we are going to be using 0.5.
So 4, 1.5.
versus?
1.5 and 0.5. Whoa, that's bright. Excuse me.
Save and load spline data, that's nifty. So this is all the spline. What is he doing?
Huh. Okay.
Transform at N.
I mean, it really is a pop. But hey, actually, it's kind of close to the color he has.
And what you should have is a brownish looking glowing color that looks very similar
So yeah,
to
shape.
this,
Actually,
and hit
identical.
apply. Now that we've done this, we can start to set up the blueprint for the boots,
Why?
as the boots will now have that material applied to it.
Did something to fix
And
it.
the easiest way for us to do that is to copy the magnet pickup blueprint, so right click on it and duplicate it, and give this the name
Boots.
boots_pickup.
So, copies this.
Straighten segment?
Copy,
Yeah.
rename, boots,
Path
and
section.
then probably
to
opens it up and
segment.
changes the mesh. Mesh.
Now, the
Betcha.
reason why I have duplicated this is because it's already got all of the components that we need for those
See,
boots.
a lot of this stuff.
And what I mean by that is it's already going to be spinning because it's got the rotating movement, it's got the static mesh, and we've already got the begin overlap event for that as well. So go to your viewports
So here
and
he's
select the
using a bender.
magnet. Now, for the boots pickup, obviously we're not going to need a magnet, so instead, in the details panel on the right hand side, set your static mesh to
So this is
boots
mesh.
pickup, and then
Slow it down here a little bit. So he goes, this is the, I think I'm in the wrong spot.
Insert
Yeah, I'm gonna do it here. Wait, double click this one.
Is that a Futurama reference?
Nope, that didn't do it. Static mesh. What happens when I, okay, so it is the same thing.
Of course, when he does it, it works.
When,
This isn't necessarily what I'm interested
I don't
in.
want to do this though, I want to get
It's
into like
cool.
the blueprints of everything, I think is where I want to be, right?
Mesh
I want to be able to see the blueprints though, don't I? Do I have one?
It is cool.
I'm copying the wrong spot.
I swear I've seen this guy do lathing, and that's what I'm interested
And then he did over here.
I didn't realize that's what I was interested in. Is that
Copy, paste. Renamed that one. Got rid of that. Boots. And open this one up. That's why I couldn't find it, and it wouldn't give me the correct thing. Because I was looking at the wrong item.
I think I've seen this.
I bet you if I type in boots here.
Building a
A boots, pick up.
I'm thinking it's not going to cover what I necessarily need.
I'm gonna give it a size. Absolute scale. So let's make it the same size as this one. So if I go to here and click static mesh there. Ah. This one's actually different. This one's an absolute scale 1111. This one, the 1111 scale, is super small.
See, it's cool. I've seen this before, but I didn't know what he was doing all the time.
and you are good. Now notice these are quite small at the moment, the characters are not really going to be able to see this, so make this boot nice and big, and then what you're also going to want to do is just rotate this as well. So rotate it
Basically, I want
kind of
to
the
know
way
how to
that
make
you
a
want
pillar.
it, so for me I'm going to have this looking sideways, pretty much just like this, and then move it into place. And that is kind of how I want to be looking at it.
Okay, so
So he's making.
let's get the two relative size.
Oh, the
Make sure I'm the same distance away. So I want to see that right in the bottom. Pretty close to the top right there.
I'm like skipping all
So-
around because I've seen this. It's cool.
Okay, so now I
It's
wanna
all going around that square shape though. Like, it's just kind of carving by splines in a way. Wonder what that's for.
what I'm doing here is if you get kind of
Yeah, I want to see how
ballpark
he
range.
uses these mesh benders.
See, like now I
'Cause
know.
where did he
now
get that
you're looking
mesh?
at this
to
spot.
begin?
Make sure they're pretty close to matching up,
Handle mesh.
and then see. Close. Okay, not by much of a move. Now what
He
they'll
is
do
using parenting.
is I can now work on the scale of
See what
this.
you-
Make this say like 0.5 by 0.5 by 0.5.
So
Getting close. 1, 1, 1.
he creates the mesh.
And
sets the
then
material.
I need to get in the right
Smooths it
beat
out.
first.
So now he creates the mesh bender. He makes that a child. Oh, wait. Off
So
to the
I have
side,
to
you can
just bring it
see.
back. Easy enough.
Hold on. This is the important step.
And then
You'll see in a
What
second
I'm
when
gonna
he
do-
creates this mesh bender, it'll pop into the corner because it's a whole separate mesh. You
I
see
want
it
a
down
little bit bigger.
over
Let's
there on
try
the left, left-hand
two.
side.
Is that too big? That might
So
be too
he's
big.
saying now consume source,
Point
so it becomes the new
6.
source. That makes so much more sense. I was gonna say otherwise you can't do the
So
same thing over and
1.6.
over again.
We're getting in the ballpark range
Kind
now.
of weird.
Okay.
This bit, but see, how was I supposed to know to consume
I'll
source?
save. And I bet
What
you just gotta
documentation
add
is
that
telling me
in.
that?
What I'm also going to do is scale this up a little bit more to
Also,
make it
this
nice
mesh
and
bender
big and nice and obvious that this
Kinda
is
seems
a
like what I
shoe.
want. Kinda.
Now, with this, what we need to do is start
See, it's
working on
shaping.
the functionality
And I
for
don't care
this.
if my thing is
So I'm going
hollow,
to compile this just to make sure everything's all good, and then go to my event graph and delete all of the code that I've got for this, despite apart
So
from
I
the
could bend
cast
it all
to
the way
third
around,
person
bend
character.
it up in a
Okay, so we're still gonna do cast a third person character, but this time instead of
mesh bending is maybe what I need to do.
magnetizing it, we're not gonna set that. We're actually gonna
Seems
work on a
about
different
right.
part. But I have a feeling I'm still want this part right here going forward. I am almost guaranteeing it, because even though this isn't working, I want to still destroy the actor in the end. And I'm just gonna, I bet you it's something similar like move,
Maybe
increase
there's more
move character, delay, destroy, things like that. Wonder if that's
Now,
how
when
he
you pick it
does
up,
a fix.
What we're going to be doing is getting the character movement. So get character movement and get that character movement variable.
Yep.
And then with this, what we're going to be doing is set jump Z velocity. And what this is going to allow us to do is essentially control how high this boot is, or how high the character is going to be able to jump. So with our jump Z velocity,
Jump set velocity. Okay. Jump set velocity. Oop. Set jump set velocity. So that's the movement on the Z axis. Or the Z
I think we
axis.
learned-
I don't like the Z person, I'm more of a Z guy, but that's just me.
velocity, I'm
So
going to
when you
set
got the
this
boots,
to 1200. At the moment, it is set to 600. So
so
1200.
you double it. Yep.
delete that mesh
So that makes sense. The new velocity. So if you want to do like a negative status effect one, you could do the same thing with the arrow down, and then if you hit it, you could decrease it here. So it could work in both ways.
600 is going to be twice as high. What we've done once we've made that change, we are going to be getting a reference to the static mesh. We are going to be setting the visibility on this to hide it.
That's what I did last time.
And then what we're going to be doing is running a quick delay of 10 seconds. After those 10 seconds, we are going to tell it to set our jump Z velocity again. And with this, we're going to be setting it back down to 600. So not 6,600, that was just a little typo there. And then from there, for our target for the character movement, hook that back up into the cast node. And then lastly, after that, we are simply going to be destroying this actor so it is no longer in.
So kind of cool. He did.
There we go.
He did what I did here with this. So destroy static mesh.
So it's not following along.
Destroy opponent.
Repeat to fill that.
Destroys this static mesh. He delays 10 seconds. Sets back to character movement. Destroys actor. Copy, paste. Target. It's going back to 600.
Yeah,
Destroying the actor.
Calculating this, does it?
And then, so you got the static mesh. I'm gonna borrow off this bad baby right here. RER, reroute node, bring it on down. RER,
I wonder why that is.
reroute node, plug that in, bam. Oop. We now have an awesome new ability to be able to wipe. Oh,
That's a lot easier.
wait a second. Oop, I think I'm missing something here. Character movement. I think he just pulled off that, couldn't he have?
The game. So if we hit compile, that should be everything for this pickup.
Probably could have pulled off right here. Yeah, I think he just pulled it off there.
Of course, the atomic.
Third, character movement component reference not compatible.
I don't know what that means.
Because, I mean, technically I'm doing the target both times.
So.
I think that's what I can do. I'm pretty sure I can do it just like that, because that makes better sense. Third person getting the character movement. Getting regardless.
Step back from fixing lunch.
Yeah.
Dom must have been doing for the Gatorade bottle on the desk. That's awesome.
Let's copy and paste this one down
Trying to
here.
make sense of it for a half second. I was like,
Character movement. Jump normal.
So this could be another spot where I could try to.
And then same thing here, let's move this out.
Yeah, not what I want to do though. I
Copy,
want
paste.
to define an inner and outer edge.
I'm gonna delete this in a minute, but for testing
maybe-
purposes. Jump higher. Sure, that works. So for testing purposes, we can test that.
Set up and
And all you
working.
have to do,
So what I'm going to do is close this, do one quick check within my third person character, looking into my character movement component, and you can see here the jump Z velocity is exactly like I said, it is 600, so 1200 is going to make it jump twice as high.
That's nicer.
So, with that done, we can start implementing it into our game, so getting it to spawn within our level. The way that we're going to do this is
Blueprints.
open up our blueprint for
Or
our
the master
master tile, which is under runner files and blueprints.
And then
Within
I think you're
here,
just gonna add one
what we're
more.
going to do is just add another one of these little lanes like we did for lane 0, 1 and 2. So what I'm going to be doing is adding another branch at the beginning here, and with this, if it's false and it's not one of those values, we're going to tell it to check this branch. This branch, if true, is not going to spawn the magnet. Instead, it is going to spawn our boots pickup. Now, the range for this, the condition that is going to be the value being at the top here, being our return value for the random float, minimum and maximum. What we're going to do is set the minimum on the magnet to 0.92, 0.95 like it was originally, to 0.975. So it's not going all the way up to 1.
And then that way you'll have both split. That makes perfect sense. So, sticking with a min-max, I mean, there's two ways you do it. You could technically do it just a slightly bigger number here. He's doing all things this way because it just makes life a little bit easier. Copy, paste. Ooh, excuse me.
Yeah, it's all drawing on the outside.
1, 2, 3. And then one last one over here. And this is just for simplicity reasons. You're gonna do that. Then
Flip shape direction. Perfect.
move this bad baby. That's in 3 below. 3 below.
So it doesn't like having these things wedged, apparently.
And hold it up.
Oh wait, probably because I am going the opposite way that I should be. Yeah.
2, 3.
This should be okay.
Okay.
but it's not.
So then just go plug this in.
So
So
be conscious of that.
and that.
So going out is fine. Maybe I can define how big these segments are. And coming back in is
Guess I can break this real quick. Let's fix this. I don't know why it's in that funkiness. There we go. And then falls go in here. And then make that the boots. Boots pickup. And then from there
alright.
we're gonna
Well, this is
just
kinda,
do this a
pretty
little bit
alright.
different. So
So then we could take the
9.75.
render,
I mean, right now it's still good because that does the middle, and then
snake that
9.75,
around as much as we want.
75 to 1. And then I can just extend this down, and now we have a new lane too. Boots.
You know, like that. And if,
Checking it
if
out.
the mesh actually doesn't go that far, we can repeat until it does. Oh, that doesn't work though. That's odd. I quite expected it to do
Boom,
that.
boom, 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 boom. I already got this one.
Oh, number of repeats, 2. And we can consume the source. Very cool. Okay. Quick BRB. We'll get back into some
there.
scoping now that we know almost what we're doing.
Why can't I fit that into that? Huh. That's weird. I can't feed that into that. There we go. Don't know why that wasn't working. Boots. Wait, 975 to 1. Ballpark range. Nope, I guess this went over. Yeah, I got that on the same line. Okay, and that's a little off. There we go. Now they're all on the same line. And then I'll break this line real quick. Branch that back up. Do this to 9.975. Do this one from 9.5. Make that boots. The boots. And then I link this one up. And then that. We're good. File save. So now I've gotten a boots power up that should. Oh, nope. We're missing one last little spot here. That wouldn't have been crucial, but it definitely would have made. Just for. Huh. I think it just looks better. I just got rid of all three of those. Delete. Huh. Can't do it. Okay, so for some reason that is just not liking me. I'm just not going to care too much about that. I mean, we all know they're all going up here. Good enough. And then that one up here as well. Now we're good. So we have the ranges. The percentages on how things spawn.
100.
Should
And then
spawn.
with this, 0.975 all the way up to 1. So that way there's a nice equal chance of these two both spawning. Spawn transform, hook this up into our scene, and we are all good. All we really need to do now is just copy all of this over to those extra lanes. So what I'm going to do is copy the spawn actor, the branch, and the in-range float, drag it over, and bring it over here. Value is going to go straight into our random float.
Value.
The branch,
Nope.
that is going to go into the false. And the boots pickup is already set, so the rest of that is good. And then we're just going to do that one last time over here. And then I'm just going to make some space. The value for the in-range floats is going to go straight into the random and hook up your branch as well, just like you should. Just make sure you've got plenty of space in here, as you don't want spaghetti code. So false into the branch, bring that down, hit compile, and there shouldn't be any errors. If there is, it's pretty simple as to why your spawn transform just isn't in there, and that is what it's saying down at the bottom. make sure you've hooked that up into your spawn actor nose. Do that, hit compile, and everything should work. If we then proceed to open up our runner level, making sure we save everything we've just done, we should be able to press play and you can see the boot spinning there. Now I missed that one, so what I'm going to have to do is just quickly play the game until I see another one of those boots. And it shouldn't take too long. Now bear in mind there is a pretty low probability of those boots being picked up, and that is okay because that's what you want with power-ups. So you see this one here, I'm going to pick up those boots. If I jump now, you can see I am jumping twice as high. If I need to get down, I can use that downward movement that we set up earlier. Now with this ability, it should only last for about 10 seconds. So in a moment, what I'm going to do after those 10 seconds have worn off, I'm going to test it again. So if I jump now, it's still nice and high. I'm just going to keep testing it, and I'm going to count it out just from now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And for some reason, it's not going back down. So I'm going to open up my boots pickup and figure out exactly what's going on. So
he's having some issues with
set visibility. So what we're doing, jump velocity set it to 1200. Set the velocity of the mesh, or the visibility of the mesh, to untrue. Delay of 10 seconds. After that, we're setting the jump Z velocity back to 0. What I am going to do is, over here, what might be happening is where we've waited so long, we copy this cast to node, starting a new one from the delay, and hooking that up into your target for the character movement.
He's gonna be fixing something I'm probably gonna want to pay attention to. Mine went back. Huh, wonder why his did. Oh, because I probably already did it by doing that other way.
You know what? I was muted. I came back, but I've been muted the whole time. Just been working. Muted. That could have gone on for an hour. Hey, Parsley. Called me out right at the same moment. No, that's nice. Yeah, anything, Captain. Well, that's good. It wouldn't have gone that long.
I think I broke it.
I'm looking for how to twist this shit.
Yeah, I broke it.
Not this one.
You start too fast. Your magnets set back on to on. That's good to know, actually. So I want to actually, before the game even gets going, just set that magnet back to zip. Up higher. Nice. And I wonder if the same thing will happen with the boots. So I broke the boots temporarily. Well, I broke the magnet temporarily because I think I have. I need to set both just the magnet thing to zip to know right off the bat when the game starts. I don't want that to be active right off the bat. I'm gonna try it with boots real quick just to see if I... Nope, no coffee pot. Not today. That is kind of nice to have it set up screen here, so I can get rid of that eventually, because I don't really need that. I missed it. Why does the magnet been in place, but that the boot does not. Can't jump over it. Ah, you're dead. Dead. Eventually, I gotta be able to make it so it spawns X amount of turns and stuff like that. Up, you know. I think maybe like a ninja side scroll would be a lot of fun. Actually, like jumping up on the walls, wall running a little bit. Just need a boot. Nope, does set that back to normal. But the magnet stays. Well, it didn't stay that time. Maybe I did it fast enough. I don't know how I broke it last time. I mean, I get what happened was somehow the magnet stayed on and persisted into the next game. Somehow. And so it brought the boolean over. When it restarted, it didn't reset that. I bet you I could do it right in that reset button. If I die, reset. Yeah, I don't know how I did that. Okay, well let's go fix this real quick. I know this now works, so I can get rid of this. Jump higher on. Boom, that works.
Yeah, I think this is just regular AR.
Off. Bring that in, like so. Magnet, get rid of that. Don't need that at all. And then what I want to do is go into the reset. So part that redoes the game over and over. Was it paused?
Made meshes using this blind builder.
Maybe it was paused. Okay, no.
And then are using like
back.
Yeah,
Oh, you know where I can do it? I can rate the game mode. Just right off the bat, set everything to set bases.
See, he's got this like wall shape,
Third-person game
and
mode.
all he'd have to do is take the spine he's using right now and turn that into a circle to make a pillar.
So I just want to set
So that's neat.
character. Cast it third. Event gameplay. I don't know if I would do that there. Because if what happened was it triggered too quickly. I just wanted to do it once. For loops.
I really wish this was an example because I would like to do some of this in my game. I would like to at least play with
Set.
the idea of
Cast to third.
using some curves and maybe some
Third
timelines
person character.
To drive spline locations.
Cast a third person
You know,
character.
with some sort of organic look.
And then set magnet active to that. Just to make sure at the very beginning of the game,
AR
magnet is not active. File, object, so it's not going to get reference to itself unless I do event play. Somewhere I need to do that. How would I? That's it. Overlaps, I don't need those. It spawns this with that. Oh, what if I just did? No, because I'm still gonna run into the same problem. How do I get a spawn in of this guy? How does this spawn? It spawns because it automatically just detects it, I think.
I really wish there was example projects for that last one. Maybe there is, I don't know.
Cast a third player, so get player controller. Will that work? No.
I'm so confused by this video.
You do not need to cast your master tile. Oh, parents made it to Florida. Good for them. Nope. Today. Cast in, cast. Right?
Yeah. Concept of 3D desktops where your programs are located inside a house and you navigate it around. Hung up wallpaper
But they,
pictures.
I mean, that's where I wanted to cast too.
That did feel like that.
But which one's this
I think
supposed
it's
to be?
just
My
so
character?
It's a screenshot loader from your documents. Which, it's funny. So this is a $50 plugin. Something on Unity like this would probably be free.
Player.
But it might not even work. It
Get
just
player
like,
state pawn.
you know,
If
old.
pawn is possessed by player, points to his play state.
But then sometimes you'll find one that did work, or there'd be a $5 one that worked great.
Turns the player pawn.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, that's not gonna work.
This is fascinating.
Because that's what I want to do. I want to set it to
I actually love it.
right at the very beginning of the game.
I
Maybe we
actually
could do it.
like it, I should say.
Master tile.
I would want it to be simplified, and this would be so much more handy in a case of VR. Oh yeah, that's the real dream of VR for you. Yeah,
Old
right there, exactly.
version.
The thing is, this obviously looks terrible, but I mean, this actually looks better right here. This interior lighting looks so bad. These textures. Before the days of PBR, right? Probably no post-processing either.
No, because then that's just gonna do it every time the tiles spawn. I don't want that.
So yeah, you see, this is just straight up a 3D
So
game
instead I
with
want
widgets, you know,
one on the
like
game
if I'm
mode.
thinking Unreal style.
What if I just did
You
a
don't really want a whole
function?
house, but you want an environment. And even I can see this totally on a PC experience, but it would be something like I have. So here, I have like a.
Certain
let me show
character
you- I know
fresh.
you guys always see it all messed up, but
Cast
the fences
to
work really well. I just
third
have them set to certain sizes,
character.
and then they get crushed.
And then I want to make the
We'll see these settings.
I want to make the
So now that it's back to 4K, they'll
magnet.
stretch back out in a second. My computer's just
set
hanging a little bit.
active, not active, target.
Normally they're beautiful little animations, but yeah. So I've got my little folders of things.
It's not gonna work because there's no object. Object wildfire.
So that's nice. But if you created
game reference?
just even like a little bit of a parallax view, or if you let me like mouse wheel drag. See, right now, if I mouse wheel drag, I actually move this across a 2D
I don't
plane.
think that works.
It's kind of interesting.
Target is character movement component now.
Yeah, here, now I just brought over my icons.
Damn it, no. No.
Let's go back to 10.
Okay, game mode.
1920 by 10.
Maybe?
Goodbye, fences.
No. Where's our
Changing resolution. So many things do not like.
So I wanted to get the
But
third person character.
If you
right?
could just like use your mouse wheel to
And
like
then-
pan around a little bit, or
and then
or maybe
just
it like
target itself.
if it's just like an orb and things are kind of on the side, and you can just kind of say, yeah, pan to look a little bit more directly here or here, and have your main stuff grouped, it'd be cool.
Fresh.
Definitely way more useful in VR, but
maybe this is how I need to do this. Let's just find the
pretty sure
character
that
in
was
here.
around before hardware transform and lighting. Well, that's amazing.
QRST.
I bought this years ago. Site non-existent now. It works on Windows 7 and Windows 10. I still have a ton of different worlds, but can't seem to get them to install. I know they worked back in the 90s. Great pity. Holy crap. This is ancient.
It's not in here.
3DNA desktop. Let's search more.
Mobile character.
It'd be
Animated
cool,
blueprint.
but like you sort of mentioned, Windows desktop is a nightmare with frequent resizes for games. Yeah. It's already problematic.
I want to reference itself. I don't know how to do that. Yeah. I mean, this is slightly a bug.
Yeah, you know what this
I guess I don't
reminds
really
me
need to worry about this yet.
This had to be, these had to be in 3D engines.
I mean,
They had to be.
it's what?
Yeah. Yeah, this is.
What did it break? Did it break nothing?
I mean, actually, surprisingly working well. Because if 3D wasn't
just
supported
delete
back
this.
then, unless you're talking about hardware,
Okay.
you would have had to have something like the game.
So let's go back up just a little bit. See what he's got.
Until I see another one of those boots.
What's
So he's got
And
boots
it
going.
shouldn't take too
My boots
long.
work.
Now, bear in mind there is a pretty
But I
low
think it's 'cause, I did it
probability
slightly
of those
different.
boots being picked up, and that is okay,
thinking, though, of, like,
because that's what you want
these
with
look like
power-ups. So you see this one
pre-rendered
here?
3D scenes, so this
I'm
must
going to
have
pick up
been-
those boots. If I
this
jump
has
now,
late night.
you can see I am jumping twice as high. If I need to get down, I can use that downward movement that we set up earlier. Now, with this ability, it should only last for about 10 seconds. So in a moment, what I'm going to do after those 10 seconds have worn off, I'm going to test it again. So if I jump now, it's still nice and high. I'm just going to keep testing it, and I'm going to count it out just from now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And for some reason, it's not going back down. So I'm going to open up my boots pickup and figure out exactly what's going on.
It's this part
So,
right here, I think.
set
That's what I
visibility.
changed. I changed my target.
So what we're doing, jump
to be
velocity
the
set
same
to
for my character
1200.
movement.
Set the velocity of the mesh,
Oh,
or the
stable.
visibility of the mesh, to
So-
untrue. Delay of 10 seconds. After that, we're setting the jump Z velocity back to 0. What I am going to do is, over here, what might be happening is where we've waited so long, we copy this cast to node, starting a new one from the delay, and hooking that up into your target for the character movement.
Yep.
And just feed it in there, and this should make it work. So get player character for the cast node.
Lathing looks better.
Jump velocity should be going back down to 600,
Maybe
which
they
is the
are very
default.
specifically
And what I'm
chosen
going to do
examples
with that is just quickly check, because that is what I did see. So character movement component, jump Z
See right
velocity
here,
is
I feel like if I'm
600.
doing
So
that,
we are setting it from one value
They use
back
it
to
on the
the
same
other.
thing, but
So at the
slightly
start we're setting it
different.
to 1200, and then we're setting it to 600. So that should be exactly what you want it to be. Press play. Let's go ahead and
doesn't
test
show
it
in
again.
his spline, though, what he's using for that
So I do see one of those little boot items. I've just picked it up, it's all good, and I can jump up really high. I'm going to count to 10, so 10,
'Cause scale actually
9,
might work for me.
8, 7, 6,
Wait, so no,
5,
see, he's defining here
4,
as shape.
3, 2,
That's what I want to be doing.
1, and 0. So now,
oh,
as
you
you can
got me that
see,
link.
when I'm jumping, it is
3D is
only
easy for
jumping
software
to
too,
the
when you get
normal
fancy
height,
lighting,
and we are all good. So
Expect it
that is
2002,
pretty
which
much
would've been around
everything
the same
for
time
our
as-
boots pickup. It is working exactly how you want it to. What I'm also going to do is quickly show you how to fix up your magnet, because at the moment with the magnet it does not disengage, it doesn't stop the power up from functioning. So what I'm going to do
Already had that set up.
is go to my
I think.
blueprints from within
back
my
when
runner
shareware
files
was a thing,
folder
right?
and open up my magnet pickup.
I guess it kind of is.
Within here,
still a little
where
bit
we've got
like
the
Agent
destroy
Ransack,
actor
which I
early on
use.
in the sequence, it's not going to run the
That's the
rest of the
shareware
code
version.
where it makes it
And then also
inactive
tree
essentially.
size.
So what
Oh,
I'm going to do
tree
is move
size
this
is-
along.
Real version of that, but I had to
Instead of using destroy actor, what I'm going to do is get my static mesh and set
Heh,
the
I figured out how to do this before we
visibility
got to it. Nice.
on this
I'm learning something.
to untrue, so it hides itself, continues to run the rest of the code, makes it inactive, and after it's run the rest of the code, that
Then it
is when
destroys.
it's going to destroy this blueprint completely. So if we hit compile and test this, it should work exactly how we want it to. So let's just run for a little bit and find ourselves a magnet. I'm not too great at this, there is a lot of obstacles, but there we go. We can see a magnet. Top left hand corner, it is telling us that the magnet is active.
I
Count to
should
10
say
and
it's
it should
not.
disengage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there you go. It's inactive. My counting's a bit off, but the magnet is no longer doing what I want it
Yay.
to do. Now what you will notice, even though it says it's inactive, it's still doing the function that it's not supposed to be doing. So what I'm going to do is quickly open up my magnet, and we are going to figure out exactly why it's doing that. So, magnet active is untrue. So after 10 seconds, it should be inactive. Now, because there's been a 10-second delay, it might be causing some issues with the cast.
So on the magnet, let's see if I have that same problem.
Yeah, like the RAR. Everyone used to need to download the version of
Because my magnet turns on and off, which is nice.
RAR.
This must be like a bug that they fixed.
Same with
So
like
instead,
DVD burning.
we are going to add directly after the delay a new node
now I'm
in
defining
here
the
and
shape
hook up as third person character
and I
into
think
your
that I'm
target.
doing it the right
For the
way.
object wildcard, that should be get player character and then hit compile.
Yeah, I'm saying mesh path.
Hit play and let's try it
mesh
again.
this path
So
up
you
and
can
around.
see that literally straight away it is
Or no, I'm
doing
saying
the
vertical
magnet
shape.
function.
Yep.
So we don't want to be
that
doing
might
that.
be
It might be that
different.
I just dropped on a magnet and I think that is
could
what is
close it
exactly
probably,
has
like,
happened.
fine.
But what I do want to do quickly is
Maybe
now
there's
test my
other
code,
settings, like I
pick
could
up a little
say-
magnet item, wait for the 10 seconds, and what you should see is your game is now going to be bug free in
Flip
terms
the
of
direction,
power
already
ups.
did that.
So all I've got to do is just keep playing until I come across a magnet,
Maybe it
and
goes
like I
bigger
said,
scale.
the probability is quite low at the moment, so it is going to take a little
So
while
here
before
I
we see
can-
one. And that is just one of the things that you're going to have to deal with when you are games testing.
Not necessarily, you could
Sometimes
just go around.
reproducing a bug can take a little bit of time. So the magnet is active there, and you can see the coins are floating towards me. In a couple of seconds, that should now stop. So magnet inactive, and it's no longer picking those coins up. So that is our power-ups completely bug.
Okay, well, this is the only thing I want to do. Game mode, so he's cast into third. Character, the object is get player character. Wait, was it player character he was using?
Untrue, so it hides it. And there you open up my magnet, the
The lighting's all
cast.
weird. I'm not
So
convinced this
instead,
is what I'm
we are
seeing.
What's
going
the
to
object?
add
Player controller?
directly after the
These
delay a
points
new
should be
node in
pinching
here
together.
and hook up as third person
they're not well
character
done.
into your target. For the object
Get
wildcard,
player
that should be
6 hours there will be a
character.
Mario
Yep.
plus Portal mashup on games done quick. Ooh, I haven't seen
And
that
I-
in a long time.
I just want to do this set.
I imagine you could be that good
Magnet.
quite quickly. I feel like this can't be the right way to lay it around. Do I need to get that other
Well,
again?
save. That way, just right off the bat.
Find the forum.
The two things that I want to set
again and see if
the jump height too. So we go to boots pickup, set, jump Z velocity. So if I go to back to the game mode, I want to set jump Z. Wait, what? Jump Z velocity. That should work. Jump Z velocity. Wait. Jump Z. Just want to make sure the Z velocity is not compatible with their third character object reference. Why can't I check set jump Z velocity? Huh. Wonder why that does that. Wonder if I have to copy paste. I can do it in the other spot. Oh. I thought I just got to crash. Why is it loading Visual Studio? I didn't tell it to do that. Okay, well, I mean, here I'm at least doing the magnets not active. This should just set the automatic right there. I don't think it's gonna let it stay into the next game. And we'll test it over time. If that does pop up, that's something I can fix and look into.
Get player character and then hit compile.
Sure.
Hit play and let's try it again. So you can see that literally straight away is your game is now going to be bug free in terms of power-ups. So all I've got to do is just keep playing until I come across a magnet, and like I said, the probability is quite low at the moment, so it is going to take a little while before you see one. And that is just one of the things that you're going to have to deal with when you are games testing. Sometimes reproducing a bug can take a little bit of time. So the magnet is active there, and you can see the coins are floating towards me. In a couple of seconds, that should now stop. So magnet inactive, and it's no longer picking those coins up. So that is our power-ups completely bug-free. We've got the boots, we've got the magnets, and that is pretty much everything. Once again, guys, thanks for watching. Stay awesome, keep curating. Your boy Virtus, signing out.
Okay, what do we got? 20.
You never know what kind of opportunity could be right around the corner. If you're interested in a job that requires you to use your head and your hands, we can help you get
mobile phones. We have to pee again soon.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be showing you how you can set up your gesture controls for swiping left, right, up and down. These gesture controls are going to work on both PC and on a mobile device, whether that is Android or iOS. I have tested this and it is all going to be working. Now we're going to be testing this inside of the editor viewport, however we can use the cursor to simulate those gesture controls, and if they do work within our editor's viewport, it will work on your mobile as well. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive straight into it. Now the first thing that I'm going to do is set up a simple little input within the project settings so that we can do this properly. So go to Edit, Project Settings in the top left, and then go to your inputs. Within here, you want to create a new...
So new input, File, Project Settings, Input. In here? Was it?
New action mapping, and give this the name Finger 1. And then for the actual input for the action mapping, you just want to search for touch 1. So touch and then a space and then 1 and then
Finger 1, touch 1. Just type it up here, touch 1.
That was a long time ago. Oh wait.
From there, you're good to go and we can start using this within our code. Now this input is simply just going to be an event. It's not going to be for swiping in a specific direction, it's more just for when someone touches the screen sort of with a gesture control like touch.
Okay.
Now, all of the actual code for detecting when there's swiping and in which direction is going to be within the third person character, so you want to go ahead and open that up. Now within here, what I've done already is created a couple of variables. The first one is a boolean with...
He's in some third person character, so third person character, that's where I am right now. Third person character does, and the delay pickup one. I'm gonna guess that's something he hasn't seen yet. Why don't I have that yet? Yeah, no, I don't have that yet. That function. Is pressed. So base lane 1 2 lane Y is your it's fine, I don't care about that. Save game is down there and magnet active. So he has his press
is pressed. If you haven't got that already, just go ahead.
He does it as a boolean, okay. So is press, just leave it as a boolean, so on or off.
Pressed plus variable, and then with this, just give it the name is pressed. Compile it and make sure.
Oh yep. You want to compile.
Your default value is set to untrue, and then compile it. What I've also created is two 2D vectors, one called touch start 2D, and then the other one is touch end 2D. And these are just vector 2Ds. And if you want to create one of these, just go ahead and create a variable, and then from the variable type, if you go ahead and type in vector in the top right hand corner within the details panel, you can choose the option for vector 2D. The default values for both of these vector 2Ds is equal to 0, so you don't need to put...
Okay.
You know, all I need to see actually is how he does this chair side. That's late.
Variable 1, variable 2.
That's fine. Sure,
just make sure I'm doing it the same way he's got going on here. Touch and 2D vector.
Best of the best, right?
Touch 2D. Nope. 2D.
The features starting now step by step. Let's use
what did he help? Texture 2D dynamic? Texture 2D, no.
The default values for
vector 2D, okay. Nah, I don't like these kind of songs. Vector 2D. Touch 2D. Let's do this. Start 2D vector.
So leg. No. Leg is the whole thing. Spline is the shape that'll go around.
Vector.
He creates a mesh path.
Okay.
And he uses the leg as the
pressed
spline
and the new touch.
And the shape is the spline.
2 seconds here. I'll be right back.
Cool thing is, I'll just make a copy. I'll reconstruct this. Hey, Billy, welcome back. I need to where's the with Bender? How's it going, Belly Arms? We are working on some procedural, dynamic stuff right now. I guess right now it's even back to body shape. Fun with spline, indeed. Trying to create geometry based on the spline. And we are, but like right here, it's hard to tell, but there's these, they're intersecting. And that's what I'm trying to do. Fun with splines. Yeah, what should I should like update my header to say something like that. I never do that. Not today then. Next time. So, what I wanted to see, what that guy was doing. He's got the leg is the whole shape. Okay. So, my leg is my vertical path. No, is my body shape. His shape is the vertical part. Keep that in mind. The shape is the vertical part. So shape, vertical. Yep, exactly what I'm doing. Perhaps he just didn't expect us to stretch it this far. Yeah, mine is, it's not a closed loop, so that's proper. Also, I don't need it to be this tall. I don't know why it's this tall. Vertical path. I think I was just playing around. Let's actually try to make what we're trying to make, and then
PJ Gamer's back.
Both of these vector 2Ds is equal to 0. So you don't need to put any information in this.
Something I had thought about when I was out there getting some water. I did want to look at my boot pickup real quick. The viewport.
about a 2-in-1. It's an engine plugin.
This.
So specifically, there's a spline. It updates your spline editor, which is awesome. I actually love the changes.
You see how it's far out from it though? I don't know how to stop that. So it's no matter what I do, it's gonna spin from that point.
They work tick for tack in a way.
And I think it has to do with how the object was placed into the game, or into this.
One of these is not like the other. Is it the vertical path? The vertical path's initial point is up there for some reason.
That's what it is, though.
I think I want it right here.
And I don't know how to fix that.
Position.
Oh, I wonder if it has to do with the rotation.
Perfect.
Zero that out.
Although,
90.
as demonstrated, it gets kind of pushed off to the side. Oh, that's interesting.
I want it to spin right where it is. And then it'll spin. Don't want to do that because it was way out there.
Welcome back. How's it going?
I want to do
mesh
here. Oh, it's because it's so far away from the center no matter what I do.
Back. How's it going?
Yeah, there's no way to fix that.
Oh, is that the new mesh editor that you're talking about at Cheto Games? The so I typed that in.
Because even if I did, the Z.
I feel like I'm gonna break my game.
See, that's what I wanted to do, but the problem is it can't do that because the point of actual contact or when it's on here is way over there.
Hold on a second.
Let's just zero this back out one more time. I know why it's
Let's
doing it.
save this
I just don't know how to stop it from doing that right now.
But spline.
Excuse me. I don't know which way is forward, which way is backwards.
It's okay. You've stopped pooping for the first time this year. Yeah, don't know if good, don't know if bad. You guys, your New Year's resolution is 100,000 subs on YouTube. I would like 100,000 subs on Twitch or YouTube. Let's try this out. Oh, I did see somebody messing with it. So was it? It was partially right. You linked this. Oh my gosh. This is freaking me out. I don't understand the material it's using.
My father's calling me. Give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Hey. Yeah. Yes, I do. It's capital. It's either capital or lowercase. I don't know which one of the two. Elena 2017. I thought maybe either. I may have spelled it that way. I may have spelled it the other way. The A and E maybe flopped. I don't remember. Whatever the correct way is to spell it, Emily told me so. 2017. Yep. Now what's his name? Ingo may have changed it though, because I did give him the password recently. So, hold on. Johnson Vacation. Yeah, I would have done ELENA. That's how I would have spelled it. Yes. Correct. Could be either or. If it's capital on the paper, then yeah, it's capital. So did you find your gift in the teapot, or did Grandma use and abuse it while she was down there? Yep, right in the china cabinet. Just open it up. Yep, that's the one. There you go. Well, that's good. Did either of them work? If it's capital on the paper, I would have done it exactly how it was spelled or said there too. With capital E. Okay. Man, if that doesn't work, that means Ingo changed it. He does seem tech savvy, so there's a possibility he could have done that. It worked? Okay. Okay, that works. Yep, everything else is good in the house? Well, that's good. Enjoy retirement down there for a little while. But next time I see you, I think you're not coming up until after my child's born, right? Or right around that time frame? No, so I may be a dad by the next time I see you. That'd be something else, wouldn't it? Alright, well, enjoy the night. nice weather. It's cold as hell up here, so I'm sure you guys are enjoying it down there. There you go. yeah, I'm sure they do. Alright, yep. Alright, take it later. Bye.
Like it's straight edited my message.
That's funny. Okay. So my parents just got to Florida, and they were having issues with their internet. And who's the tech guy? That's me. No, my dad's pretty tech savvy, so it wasn't too bad for him to figure it all
Yeah, I
out.
would definitely want a copy.
Alright, so I know why this is not
Check
working
it out,
properly,
though. I don't have the
unfortunately.
engine
It's just because of where this is rendered as an image compared to where the base spot is. Really, that just needs to be popped right
All my
there.
default levels have this
But
shitty
unfortunately, it's
now.
just not gonna work. That's not a big deal. So, back into here.
I've kind of wondered about that. Like, what happens?
Are just going to be using these to hold the information
Back to
for
making
the
a
start
swipe
location
gesture.
of
So this
our
will work
swipe
on
and
cell
the end
phones.
location
That'd be kind of
of
cool
our
if I could
swipe,
actually hand it to my
so
wife.
that we
She
can
can try it
run
out
a
on her
little
cell
bit of
phone.
maths in
It
between to
would be
detect
cool to be
which
able to
way
override
they
those sort of
are
things, but if,
swiping.
like, you had your own engine
So,
folder
once
in
we've
your
done that, we
content,
can actually start working on our code.
just
Now,
like
what I'm going to do is find some empty space within our main event graph tab within our character blueprint. Now, at the very start, what we're going to do is create an input action for that finger 1, the input that we created for when we touch the screen. So right click and type in input action, and just look for your finger 1. So I'm
input action, input finger 1.
Like maybe
So
I just kept it in editor for now.
input finger 1.
This post is looking dirty.
going to
That's right.
type in input action finger
I don't know
1,
why it's funny to
and
me,
we've got
but
this.
it is.
Now,
Just
what we're going to
put
be
the one
doing,
finger.
as soon as we press it, we are going to be changing our isPressed variable to true. So drag out from that,
IsPressed.
set isPressed to true.
I think it was just saving as it went.
Set
Do it for science. Verify an engine.
is pressed. Set
Oh, you can do
is
that.
true when pressed.
And then once we've done this, what we're going to be doing is setting our touch start 2D vector equal to the location on the screen that it's just touched. Now,
Set that to wherever it got touched.
Like the standard macros. We're not going to change the square light, so I don't feel bad.
So what this is what he's trying to do is give it so you have your screen, and then wherever you touch on the screen, it doesn't matter. It's going to pick up that as the start point, and then you can pop different directions. That's actually pretty handy.
now the way that we're going to get this is by getting the player character.
So he grabs the.
So right here.
Oh, I could have thrown it right there instead of over here. Actually, I'm gonna do that real quick, just because I don't want that in there. Ooh, excuse me. I apologize.
Okay, the asset failed to save.
Put that there.
I'm guessing you can't change engine assets. Maybe you can with experimental features.
And then I'm gonna get rid of it over here because I would rather just not have that in my game mode right there. In game mode, I want it to be as simple as possible.
I could probably set this file as
But
right,
I do want the
that's
character to have
probably
that set
it's OS not right.
to nothing right at the beginning.
What do you mean?
And
it had
I
a
probably
copy
should
on
set
it, right?
all these to.
Oh, like you
Well,
tried to
again,
write to it.
not
and
gonna worry
it
about
was
that just yet.
copied?
So
It would be nice.
he's
if it
gonna
was
get
overwritten.
locations. So get player location.
Lib WebSockets 3.0 compiled with server
Get
support.
player
And Lib
location.
WebSockets also compiled with Lib WebSockets 4.0. Utility object from being destroyed by game.
Nope.
Garbage collection.
Get
while script. Alright.
player character. Player character. Okay. Graph.
And then with the player character, we are going to get input touch state, if I can spell that right. So set input. There we go. Let's have a look. So input touch state. We should be able to find it. So what I'm gonna do is get touch or get input. Sometimes they do change the names on these, unfortunately, so it's just one of those things. So let me try that again. So get input, and let's see if I can find it. At the moment I can't find it, and the reason for that is because I'm using the character player. Instead you want to be using the controller. Get player controller.
Okay, not the character. Player controller.
Rather than
player
character.
Controller.
It's very easy to confuse the two of those. So get player controller, and then
there
set input touch, or get input touch state rather.
Get input touch state. Get input touch state.
So yeah, if you guys are looking, these are the spline. This is just spline stuff that they added. It's really cool. Spline.
And then with this, for the finger index, we're just going to set this to 1 because it's the first finger. And then with this, what we can do is get information from the screen where you've just touched, and that's being given to us in the form of an X and Y value, so up, down, left and right, all in 2D. So what we're going to be doing with these two values is we are going to convert this into a vector 2D that we can work with.
Using these,
so we're going to turn this one into a vector.
Then you can build meshes.
Vector 2D. Oh, does it make vector 2D? Right. Make vector 2D.
So drag out from location X and make this a vector 2D.
Okay.
So X should go into X and Y should go into Y. Now with this value, you want to hook this straight up into your touch start.
Why is that?
And what this is going to do now is when you press that finger down, it is going to make your touch start variable equal to the actual start location of where you've touched on your screen.
Interesting.
Now what we're going to have to do is when you release that, the touch, we're going to set is pressed to untrue. So that way the engine knows whether or not the screen is currently pressed down. Now what we're going to do from here is we are going to drag this out and bring it into a do once node. With this do once node, we're going to join this execution pin from set is pressed to reset, and you'll see what I'm using this for in just a moment.
Do it once, so he brings it down here. Reroute road node. Do once. Reset. Yeah, I'm thinking he does that. Maybe just so that way it continuously.
Now what I do need to add to the sequence is an event tick. Now we've already got one in our scene here, so what I'm going to do is delete this event tick. We'll come back to that in a moment. Go all the way up to the top and add this in here. So event tick, and then from there we're going to add a sequence node.
I'm not a huge fan of this song either. It's a weird dream. It's called. It's kind of weird. A little too out there.
We're doing a lot. I have a lot of.
So break that. Boom. And then he does a sequence. He says, right? Sequence. I bet you one of these sequences, 1 and 2, one's gonna be the movement. I don't know what you want about.
For then 0, we are going to run a check to see whether or not is pressed is true. If it is true, we are then going to run another branch check, and with this branch check, what we're going to be doing.
So we're checking to see if this is true, so this is on. Okay, so branch. Think of true and false like on and off, like a light switch. If this is on, so if this is on, this is on. That is on. You can check the next one.
We're going to be checking the length of that to make sure it is a swipe. And the way we're going to do this is out from our 2D vector for the start location, we are going to do vector minus vector.
And then what he's doing is he's going to double check to see if it was a swipe component or not. So vector.
This I don't get either. Oh, it's how long perhaps to travel along this road.
2D minus vector 2D. And then that will allow us to check the distance that it travels, or will travel, if it travels.
And what we can do with this is this value here should be going into your B input, and then the first input should be your start. So get a reference to your start, put this into the A, just like that. And then what we're going to do is convert this into a vector 2D length. And this is going to allow us
just make sure
to your start, put this into the A, just like
good
that.
There.
And then what we're going to do is convert this into a vector 2D length.
2D length.
And this is going to allow us to have a float value, which we can then run a quick check to see whether or not the two locations
vector 2D length. So the 2D length. 2D length. So
locations are different, and this is how we're going to differentiate it from a tap, because if it's a tap, then it's going to be in roughly the same location. If it's not, there's going to be a slight difference, and the threshold for this that we're going to use is 100, and that is going to go straight up into our branch over here. So what we're doing essentially is checking to see whether or not this is a swipe or a tap. With this, if that is true, we're going to go into the do once, and this is where we're going to start running our code to check to see which direction this swipe is going to be in.
Okay, well, he kind of lost me a little bit, but I think I'm still on board for the most part. So
this is right here. We're using it's a spline and mesh building plugin.
it's at 100 down here, and then this goes up to your condition. So if it's true.
Okay. So the way we're going to do this is after we've got our do once, we're going to drag out and we are going to set touch end 2D vector. Now with this, what we're going to be doing is getting that value from before and hooking it up straight in here. And then straight in here.
Before.
And then I'm also going to move all of my code up to make sure I've got some space.
Play around with that a little bit.
Where do you got that from? I think right here. That looks right. straight. That's okay. I kind of hate how sometimes the lines just don't line up right. I don't know. Again, maybe it's just my OCD. Wait, I think that's supposed to plug into true here. Let me see. Back it up just a little bit.
Drag out, and we are going to set touch.
Yep. So this actually has to come out here anyways. It's right there. Let's go back up. True. Delete.
At what point? I understand. It's a rotation problem. I'm gonna have to look it up. You don't have to plug in. No, Mr. Molitness or B was okay. That was specifically for a mesh path.
There we go.
Which I can open the H actually like that. B was consumed.
There we go.
Probably wait, that is the component.
And 2D vector. Now with this,
okay,
what we're going to be doing is getting that value from before
which I've done now,
and hooking it up straight in here. And then I'm also going to move all of my code up to make sure I've got some space. And then with this, we are going to run a couple of branch checks. And this is where we're going to determine whether or not it's a left, right, up or down swipe. So the first one is a branch to see whether or not a float is greater than another float. Now, what we need to do is get a reference to the
so branch.
Ah, okay.
Float.
Visible anywhere. Blueprint read only.
Greater than. Do I have the wrong way? Yep, I have the wrong way. Whoopsie doopsie.
Visible anywhere. But
Float.
now can you define that blueprint instead of C++ only option?
start and the finish, so we can start working out the differences and in which directions it is. Now what we're going to do is vector minus vector to start with, and join these over so we can get the difference.
Vector minus vector.
I can't define a spline for its height or anything.
Okay.
And then we are going to break this into float values that we
what I could do
which will end up being somehow into that.
we can work with and move these along a little bit. Now for these two inputs over here, we are going to be checking for absolute float. So just go ahead and copy and paste that absolute value and hook this up into the X and the Y.
Absolute float's do for you. Let's find that out. So ABS absolute float returns the absolute positive value of A. So no matter what, it's always a positive value. Doesn't matter if it's negative or not, maybe. Okay, so ADS.
And then into your pins over here.
I'm not really sure what the ADS does 100%. Kind of get it.
And that is all good for that bit. What we're going to do then, with this branch, if it is true, we are going to run another branch. And this branch is just to check to see whether or not this is going to be left or right. As we've already sort of differentiated between the two types, left and right or up and down. So with this branch, what we're going to do is we are going to do a little check. So with this, what we're looking for is float greater than float. And we're going to get our X into here. We're going to get another one of these little nodes, and the Y into here. Now for this first one, hook this up into our...
Yeah, so we're going to do two conditions.
1.5, 1.5.
Float greater than float, so pulls that down
See, I
here.
have to get the UVs. I want the UVs to be like per length or something like that, divided by length. Kind of annoyed that it already... Wait, I think there is a setting for that. You can save for world distance. I just didn't. So UV size, I'll say 100.
Can't do that at the same time.
For both.
Oh
okay,
wait,
now they're
so that's not working either.
real worldy. Cool. You know, it looks a little weird, but it's fine. And see, that's the thing. If I had over here, I can literally sculpt the outside edge, and I want to be able to do that more. See, I can just take this vertical path, and I can say, all right, we are going to...
I just think that looks a little nicer.
Well, let's start it down further.
Can't do both.
But I can make a new spline point out and up. Also, for some reason, it just inverted. Great. That's the mesh path.
Our branch up at the top here. And now, if this is true, what we're going to do is print string to say left. And this is essentially our event for our left swipe. For the second one, we are going to do another print string, and this is going to be right. Moving on from here,
And then that'll be right. Left.
Here we go.
One will be for your...
Flip the normals. I don't know where it's
One's going to be for the up and down, and one's going to be for your left and right.
So now we can use
over at the false of the second to last branch, what we're going to be doing is adding in another branch. Now this is going to be for printing the up value and the down value. So go ahead and just add these in. So up and down, and hook these up into your true and false. The condition for this is going to be your last little check down here at the bottom, and with that we should be good to get up into your true and false. The condition for this is going to be your last little check down here at the bottom, and with that we should be good to go. Now if you compile our code, from the start we shouldn't have
Okay, and then condition's going to be here.
Raiding with a party of 28. Hey, hey, hey. That's a huge raid, dude. Awesome, thank you.
Down.
Yeah, Belly, I'm trying to sculpt assets for the level that possibly I could edit at runtime also and keep their shape going. Honest Dan, my dude. How was the stream, man? Thank you for the raid. So I'm wondering, we can use these splines to create this twisty shape, but we can't control the ebb and flow in and out. We could.
Don't want to do that right now.
And over here, I think I can increase the scale.
Here for a couple hours after stream, but
don't do that.
Stream was good.
That's a whole different mesh build path. So like here, let me make a new mesh path similar to the original. So we're gonna call mesh path Oh wait, yeah. So Mesh Path and Mesh Path.
I actually get kind of nervous if I had that many people watch me right now. That's funny.
So who we
Yeah,
got in
I'd be a
chat
little
now?
nervous. That just I'm not used.
BA Black Belt. Honestly, raiding with Honest Dan, and we bless the rains down in Africa. The fail with the me. I love it. Every time there's somebody. Honest Dan, hey there, bud. Played a game for a couple hours after stream, but need some AFK time now. Stream was good.
Have any errors, and we should be able to test this. So if you go into your level, which is going to be your runner level if you haven't got it open already, you can test this. Now, you won't be able to move forwards because we did disconnect our event tick.
That's right.
But when we swipe left, you can see in the top left hand corner, it is saying left. If we swipe right, it is swiping.
And it's getting some very cool results, but I'm trying to get a very
Event
specific
tick. So I bet you that's where he's gonna fix that.
to create an asset for my game. And I have a hand-drawn example from a couple years ago. Not a couple years ago.
Sound
probably
save,
2 years ago.
play.
What I'd like to make. Not
Left.
the thing that runs along the outside. I think
Down.
that's a fine spline that I would write separately, but just the shape of
Swiping does work.
It's supposed
Cool.
to look kind of like a plant.
Down, up, right,
So that's
down,
what we're
left,
doing
up,
here.
down.
Dan was fiddling with textures today. Seems a fine
I
art.
gotta go to replay. Probably about 100 pixels.
I love materials. Hey, we got what?
Yep, about 100.
Viewers right now. This is sweet. Sweet.
How many?
You know that what we gotta do. In these cases, I always stream in Unreal. Pick up those Unreal stragglers. But when you break 20, it's like, all right, it's time to head over into science and technology.
I probably should.
Here we go.
Let's make it just a little bit smaller. I just want to look at my Twitch. Make sure I'm actually in a Twitch
And
category. I don't even know if I'm
set
in.
up your Vive and sculpt it.
Actually, I have no idea.
Did the Vive that well?
I hope I am. I hope I'm in some the right categories and things like that. I would think if I wasn't.
I do have a Vive, but I don't use it as often as I'd like. Now, actually, I was kind of wondering about these twists, and I was trying to do scale. What if I move them to the side? Is that gonna
Okay. Read your host from your live dashboard.
flip homes?
Categories.
That's too bad.
Unreal.
And just in case
Engine
people are wondering,
4.
we are using a plugin for the Mesh Builder,
Data information.
which also changes our spline stuff, but that's not so.
Run some very small projects in Unreal Engine 4.
I love the spline edits.
Unreal Engine.
Let me make a copy. See, I'm trying to make the twist effect, but instead it's like
Brand new developer
it's not
working
about
on it.
that. So I wonder if there's a modifier though that I can add.
Brand new developer working on some very small projects in Unreal Engine 4.
You know, I think I just really
I want live.
killed that. So I'm just gonna
Live.
do that for now.
This is some
Say never mind. These don't like
Unreal
Oh, I was
Engine
making a duplicate. Hold on.
4.
There's actually two. Mesh path. Let me grab its transfer.
Unreal Engine is my category.
Yeah, there was actually two in there.
Update.
Womp womp. They're both using the same vertical belly arms with the link. Masterpiece VR.
Okay, there we go.
It's $30. Not bad.
Just wanted to fix that up a little bit so that runs hopefully.
So it's like ZBrush, but with a Vive or Oculus probably.
Now I'm in the right category at least.
I wonder though, like what quality.
But I have no way of knowing it for sure, but I'm hoping that it's at least working.
And like, is that something that, like, if I'm gonna go to all the
Right,
trouble of
swipe up, it is swiping up and down, so you can see quite clearly that our swipe controls are working as they should. It's identifying the different types of swipes. Now, if it's not working, First of all, you
That's pretty
want to
much
check your code. Secondly, there is a option within the inputs to use the mouse for the touch within your project settings. Make sure this is ticked, otherwise it won't let you do what you're trying to do.
So current.
So what I'm going to do now is take a moment to show you how to fire off the functionality for moving between the lanes, jumping and the downward movement with these new swipe controls that we've just set up. So go back into your third person character and we've got these 4 controls. For the left, what we're going to do is find the code for that. And over here, we have got this. Now we've got the key bindings for this. What I'm going to be doing is dragging out the functionality for this. So get the execution pin for the start of the set new lane for the left, drag this up, and find our print string for left. Go down again, do the same thing for right. And because I'm not breaking any links while I'm doing this, it's still going to work the way it should have done before. So if I compile this, if I restart the game, I can move left with my keyboard and my mouse, or I can also now swipe left and right.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay. So
Something I can just add rotational values to. Thinking no.
left. Right.
Yeah, it seems to be ignoring rotation, which is probably a good thing for these spine points. I'm sure it actually would cause more of a headache than that's the way you feel if I'm doing all this spine stuff. Just learn Houdini, understand DPR, and not having to launch it every time you open a window is worth it. Seriously. I think I should just understar because I don't use it.
Left. Compile, save, play.
Like, I'm not gonna play VR games at least for a month or two, at least. So.
Okay. So we can go left and right.
As if we were playing on mobile. Now we still need to set up our jump and our downward movement. That's really straightforward. So get our roll/lower, get the execution pin from the start, and just find your downward movement and hook that up.
But you lost.
Moving on from there, we have got our jump. What we're going to be doing is simply getting our jump event or jump function and hooking this up into our up. Hit compile and we should be able to test this. So we can jump up, so we can swipe up and you can see that's making us jump, and then we can also swipe down to bring him back down to the ground immediately. Swipe right, swipe left,
that's pretty
all
cool.
of this is now working. So what I'm going to show you how to do now is lastly get the player moving forwards again as we...
Okay, so...
Yeah, the name looked familiar. I couldn't remember though if I'd seen it over in there. I don't think I've seen Nightwolf though before. Alright. Try to do the nuances stuff.
That's down.
Here's the real truth though. This would have taken me hours to figure out how to do it in a 3D program, and now I can do that in 1 minute. So that is nice. Though it doesn't have good collision.
There should be an up in there as well.
Let's see here. I can go play. Wait, did I hit simulate?
But I feel like... it's not gonna get the stop jumping.
Coffee, but no weed. So my frames don't feel great, and I don't know if that's because I have now probably 100 more tabs open for when we started. Or
So after jumping,
so yeah, there's no collision on these.
lowers character after jumping. That's my jump up here.
My creepy arms.
Oh.
I need to find a way to hide the bones that I'm not using on this mesh.
Comment. Swipe left and right. There we go. We're good. Everything lines up pretty-ish.
It's because they have no animation. I could stick them like out here. This is a bad idea. I shouldn't be messing with them right now. Yeah, still no. Okay. We're gonna undo that. I'm gonna move them back out to be just a parent of the capsule.
Huh.
Or a child of the capsule. It's fine.
That's what. I can just do that.
Trying to get twisties to work. And none of these have been baked to static meshes. I think that'll increase some efficiency when we do that. Nightwolf, no, I'm new here. I was watching Honest Dan, which I've never watched either. Oh, nice, nice. Does Chrome load up all tabs on start? Yes. In the middle, it's
So
actually
up, down.
3.85. I was talking about those RIAs. I don't even know what currency that is. Well, I'm guessing Brazilian by the fact that he said it's Brazil.
So you can't continuously hold, you just swipe, 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 swipe. It'd be nice if you could keep your finger on, but maybe it's different kind of controls.
Did change our event tick, which was controlling that forward.
Feel like learning Unity should be more like
Oh, come on, I was so close.
Try Udemy. With just a few
movement. Open up your third person character and then go to your movement input. Now notice here we've got a broken link. This is where we had our event tick in before.
Yep.
Grab that, go up to the start of your code at the very top where we made the event tick and the sequence node. Push that up into your then 0. Hit compile, hit play, and what you will notice now, you're moving forwards exactly as you was before, and from there you now have full functionality for swiping left, right, up and down. And if you was to bring this onto your mobile phone, whether that's Android, iOS, it is going to be fully playable. Anyway guys, that's pretty much everything for swipe controls. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. If you have got any issues, just rewatch the video, go backwards, take a look at my code and check that little setting that I mentioned. But for now guys, once again, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, signing out. This video was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page in the description. To stay up to date on new releases,
keeps it on and moving.
Follow us on social media.
I'll save. Now we have a fully functional swiping game. Main menu. Ooh, this is something I've wanted to know about the whole time.
Hey there, Dev Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video, we're going to be showing you how you can set up a simple main menu for your Endless Runner game. Now, the way we're going to be doing this is by taking some graphics that I've made already inside of Photoshop, importing them into the engine, and using that to create a UI widget with the functionality to start your game and to exit.
So at the very start of the game, I want this to happen.
All of this is going to work on mobile. Now, as usual, with this being a new episode, you are going to need to have the latest version of the Endless assets. Now, within here, I have got a menu folder.
Menu folder. Menu. Okay.
And within this menu folder, I've got a couple of things. First and foremost, I've got the background image for the menu, and then I've also got the start and the exit button. Now, if you guys want to add some extra buttons, you can do this by downloading the resources. You've got the Photoshop document within there. You can check out the resources from my UI series. It's entirely up to you. There's loads that you can do. But for now, we're just going to be happy with 2 buttons and
I really need to get myself Photoshop.
So what you're going to want to do is, within your Unreal Engine 4, within the content browser, go to your UI folder, and then within here, add a new folder, and give this the name main menu. Open this up, and what we're going to do is import these 4 buttons and the background image in there. Just drag and drop to place that in just as it is. Once you've done this, what we can do is start forming the widget blueprint, which is actually going to contain the main menu. Now, what we're going to do is add the widget blueprint, so right click, add a widget blueprint under user interface, and give us the name main menu.
Easy enough. Main. Oop, oop, oop. So he's going to make a new widget. This will probably be the hierarchy of the number 1 widget that will load when game is loaded. And that will determine how the game and everything else goes.
Once you've done that, go ahead and double click on this to open it up, and we can start adding in those elements. Now, in terms of the elements that we're actually going to need, it's pretty straightforward. We are going to need 2 button components, and then an image component for the background, and with that button we're just going to be adding a little bit of code to form the functionality to start that.
Okay.
So, within here, first and foremost, let's add in the more prominent piece, which is going to be right at the very back, which is going to be our image for the background. Now, as you can see here, I've got this pre-made image. What I'm going to do is go ahead and go to my right hand side in the details panel with this new image I've just created from my palette. Go to appearance, brush, and set this image to background. And then what I can do with this, I can either scale it to the whole width of the scene, but what I advise that you do is instead you anchor it to the whole size of the screen. That way it is going to fit all the way out to the edge of the screen, no matter what the content is. Now with this, what we have got is offset left, top, right and bottom. Now what we're gonna do is, while the anchor point is in the middle, we're going to set the size of the X to 1920, size of the Y to 1080, so it's the full size of this widget that we've got. And then if we set it to the anchor to the top left, we can make sure this is in perfectly, so 0 and 0. And then once you've done that, that's when you want to anchor it to the whole size of the screen. So
these sorts of shapes.
So it does.
Yeah, and I just assumed this other plugin could do it, because the other plugin does do it, but it kind of messes up on certain circumstances. So here he's defining a whole shape that's going all the way around, and now I could do that. And maybe my problem is that my shape is so small.
So that way, you know, your offset is perfectly fine. If it looks a little bit off here and it says a different value, just make sure it's all zeroed out. But you want this to be perfectly centered and at the right size as well. So we've got our background image here, and what we need to do now is add in a couple of buttons. One button and another button. Now with the first button in the details panel in the top right hand corner, I'm going to give this a name, Start BTN. So we know this is a start button, and you can see the name has now changed on the left hand side. Now what we need to do to make sure that things don't get too confusing with the buttons when you're clicking and dragging around is you want to make sure your Z order is set up correctly so that the buttons are always rendered on top. So with the first button selected, set your Z order to 1, and then do the same thing with the second button, and no matter if you drag around your background, the buttons are always going to be on top still. So with the start button, go to appearance in the details panel under normal, and what you want to set this to is start button. Set your margin to 0, and then your image size, you can see here it says 385 by 91. that's what you should be setting it up at
Alright.
the top. So it's
Oh, come on.
exactly how I've exported it out of Photoshop.
There
So
we go.
385 by 91, and you can see I'm just doing this in the top right hand corner within my details panel. What we're going
385.
to do next is close up the normal tab, go to Harvard, and we are going to be using the start button again, but it's a start button pressed image. And set your value to 0.
Ooh, excuse me.
And once you've done that, you're all good. And lastly, for your pressed, if you want to, you can either use the normal button or you can use the pressed button. It's entirely up to you. So for now, I'm just going to use the press button.
So he's doing this. Hovered. Going down. Start.
So, I'm sorry, but what is the game about? Oh, hey, it's a puzzle game.
Nope.
Oh, what's his name again? Oh, it's Honest Dan Games. Yeah, definitely check him out. Drop a follow. Great to see you again.
There we go.
Oh, thanks. How many viewers did he host? He rated with 28. So yeah, he's a good guy. So if my game is a puzzle game, might as well load up a level. Except I need to make sure I don't have my gun hidden.
I'm gonna go the opposite.
Right in the middle of doing art overhauls, so it like changes.
Okay, so we have the normal. Wait, what is it?
I'm just gonna load up the
Press the clunky.
default game.
Should be this. Oh, you know what it is? It's my margins. Yep. That's that.
Because on mobile, you're not going to see the hover effects because you tap, you don't hover. So that's all good. That
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Actually, I should have just launched it on Steam. Because we just did it, so the game's actually pretty up to do that.
That's all set up. All I'm going to do now is just add the appearance for the exit button as well. So this time we are looking for the exit button.
Okay, so it does the same thing with the exit. Styles, normal, hovered, press, good, all the right margins. This one. Exit. Exit button. Then I want to make sure the size matches up properly. And I want to make sure the margin is 0. And then I want to do the same here. Exit. Exit button pressed. Margin zeroed out. Excuse me. And then pressed. Margin zeroed out. And go up to here and exit. Pressed. So press, doesn't matter which one. Oop. Normal, hovered, or pressed, all the same. Z order is the same.
So you saw puzzles using that. And there's certain things you can tether to that have different interactions. Like this thing always just teleports me to it, no matter where I am. If I'm playing.
Which one is this? This is my... Man, I wish I knew which one was which. Is this my X and that's my Y? Well, how about this? I could do this. Which way does it move?
Now if I just
Up and
teleport
down.
up there,
Okay.
it's right there. So I
So 750.
you gotta think about yourself being in two places.
Nope.
Like,
800. Okay.
there are other objects in the game like this. Have different interactions. So like this can get
Position.
me up there just by flying up there.
Huh. Don't know why.
It being absorbed over this door. So, you know, and there's more levels.
I don't get that at all. Is the anchor point?
Also more abilities. recently, this last month, added new mechanics. One of the new, not even new, one of the features. Oh, you know, I changed my sweep settings. I need to change it back. I just saw the sweep glitch.
Anchor center.
Yeah, right there.
Okay, that's better. Negative 200.
Are those lenses on the gun? Oh, so those would show me the different abilities.
This is
I
0.
had access to those other abilities, but right now I don't. So.
60.
Oh, I messed up.
80. Oop, oop.
Lighting in this room is bad.
Ah.
Alright. So yeah, this is a dimension shifted wall.
Negative 60. There we go. Yeah, all our numbers are looking good. Flush.
There are different abilities.
And OCD wise, we are check.
For the normal. Margin, once again,
So it
that
should
should be
be
0.
all that.
Size X and Y, 385 by 91. And then, go to your hovered. And this time it's going to be exit button pressed. Margin to 0. And then lastly, just go ahead and do the same thing with the pressed and set this to exit button pressed. Margin down to 0. And we've now got our 2
Okay.
buttons. Now with these 2 buttons, what I'm going to do is anchor these to the center of the screen
One
so
step
they
ahead.
always stay centered just the way that I want them to.
Okay, so.
Yep. That's what we're
Now
looking
we've
for.
got our 2 buttons in here, but they're not really going to do anything
Well,
when
they
you
don't do anything
click
yet,
them.
of course not.
So what we need to do is add a little bit of functionality. Now the start button, what we're going to be doing with this is telling it to open up the level for the runner level. And the way we're going to do this is go all the way down to the bottom of the details panel, create an on-clicked event, and with this, what we're going to be doing is telling it to load level. Or if that's, okay, it's not there, so it should be open level. And then what we're going to be doing in here is putting in the level name for our runner level that we set up previously. Not the third person example map, we are talking about the level that you've created. For me, I named...
What did I call it? I think I just called it.
What to bend? We want to.
New map right now is what it's called. Well, that's kind of boring. Can I rename it?
So we can say consume. Repeat to fill path. Not yet.
Probably not.
I want to align this differently.
Nope, can't do it.
Auto detect fine.
Oh, in here.
One other thing, I don't like the direction it's initially setting out to.
Nope, can't do it there either. Oh, nice, the 2-player. That's good to see in the future.
I want it to travel along. Huh.
I just called it a new map, so I mean.
Bend path transform.
I gotta go to the bathroom again real quick. Be right back.
Man, I love the concept. I was going to ask what type of puzzle, since puzzle is really broad genre, but you showed the game before I could ask. I thought it was really good. Great visuals, good idea. Congrats. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, it's still, I mean, it's heavily in dev. There's 30, I don't know, there's roughly, you can say there's 36 like finished puzzles, but there's a lot still on the agenda board. Midnight Wolf, thanks. Glad you're interested. Feel free to follow my Twitch channels. Keep up. There's a Discord down in the description. Which mostly is just me saying, hey, I'm streaming today. I stream every single work day. Yeah, usually in the Unreal Engine category. That's basically what I'm talking about.
New map, so that's the level that's gonna open.
Named
That's what
that
I called
run a
it.
level without any spaces. So what I'm going to do is open that up and just get that name and just type it in here. So that is going to be runner level just like that. And that's literally all we need to start the game. If you open up that level and then if you press play, it is going to go straight in here. Now bear in mind we've got some issues where we've got no space for them to spawn, but that's going to be something we'll fix later on in the series, just before we show you how to package it up. But for now, that is the start button working. Next up, we're going to do the exit game button, and that's really straightforward as well. Once again, in the details panel in the bottom right hand side, you want to create another onClicked event. With this, what we can do is run a console command, and the console command for this is simply exit. I'm just going to check that. I'm going to go into my game, and if I press exit, it's going to exit the game, close it, whether that's viewport or a standalone. So if you just have the console command exit in there, it is going to close.
Exit. You know what would be nice to have is a nice list of all these console commands, what is which is which, and what ones you can use and things. I think it'd just be handy to have. Kind of like I had the other one for the hotkeys for Unreal Engine 4.
It's your game. So now we have a working start and exit button for our main menu. However, what we need to do now is get that to be the first level that is opened up and displayed on the screen, separate from the main menu, separate from the runner level. So create a new level. We're just going to give this the type empty level. We don't need anything in there. We want this to load as quick as possible.
That makes sense. Okay.
Now with this, you want to open up a level blueprint. With this level,
so he does saves, new map, new level, empty level.
Additional settings. Actually, this is something I could do myself.
And then in the empty
I
level,
don't need the mesh bender to do this. The mesh bender is actually a
he's probably gonna call this.
to create a new level,
empty
we're
level.
just going to give this the type empty level. We don't need anything in there. We want this to load as quick as possible. Now with this, you want to open up a level blueprint. With this level blueprint, on begin play, we're going to tell this to create a widget. The widget
Was it class settings he did it in? Blueprints. Okay. So he went into blueprints, open level blueprint.
Now with this, you want to open up a level blueprint. With this level blueprint, on begin play, we're going to tell this to create a widget.
There you go.
The widget class for this is going to be the main menu, and then we are simply going to add this to the viewport.
Create menu.
So now, if you press play in here, what you should get is the main menu. And at the moment it's not doing that is because we are trying to spawn in the obstacles using all of the normal game mode stuff. So what we've got to do is go into the world settings within this new level we created. You can do this by going to Window, World Settings, and then go to Game Mode.
Okay.
Set your game mode override to third
Oh, you have
person.
no music on stream? Has there been no music on stream this entire
Okay.
day?
So
Has that been gone all day? Please tell me no. Maybe it was when I watched one of the videos earlier, but I didn't turn on any.
With this level blueprint, on begin play,
Good
we're
widget.
going
I've been listening to it, so since the raid at least ends. Oh no.
Create.
I need more. Yeah, move it. Yeah, I did. Normally these update when it's subparts.
I knew.
Okay.
So we're gonna make this is making.
I had in my head for the walls. I don't know why.
I'm going to tell this to create a widget. The widget class for this is going to be the main menu, and then we are simply going to add this to the viewport. So now, if you press play in here, what you should get is the main menu. And at the moment it's not doing that is because we are trying to spawn in the obstacles using all of the normal game mode stuff. So what we've got to do is go into the world settings within this new level we've created. You can do this by going to Window, World Settings, and then go to Game Mode. Set your game mode.
You know, I can remember at some
World
point today I
settings.
turned off the desktop sound and
What do you get out of this first? I want to go back to the main line. Okay, yep. So here, window, world settings, right over here.
it's that underwater
Game
look,
mode.
like
Make sure it's
Sand
set
Dunes,
to
that I really like.
third
Yeah,
person
it is a
game
better-
mode.
I
I
love
think that's what I have it
this.
set as.
If my
Selected
walls
game
could look
mode.
like that, I'd be happy. I need to write that down.
Override to third person game mode.
I don't want it to be
Default
orange,
pawn
and I don't want it to
class
look like
should be
sand. I
none.
like but
HUD
the,
class should be none.
erosion pattern that
Player controller, I think we can leave it where it is, and the rest of the stuff should.
So you're gonna get rid of default class pawn because you don't want to spawn a pawn right at the very beginning. None. And you don't want it to spawn a HUD. You want to tell it to what HUD you want it to spawn.
Oh, I love
also be left where it is.
This is like
Press
exactly
play
what I'm
now,
trying
and what you can see is we have got our main menu being displayed on the screen. If I press exit, it's going to exit the game.
Okay. Let's see if play
And
works.
it's going to close the viewport. If I press
Start.
play and then press start, it is going to pause for a second, and then from there, it is going to proceed to open up the runner level. Now bear in mind, with this runner level we've got a couple of issues where it's not spawning in at the right place,
Yep.
but that is a really easy fix. But for now, what you can see is that you have your main menu fully functional.
Nice.
What we're going to do is show you how to make this be the default level that is loaded when you start your game. So first and
When I saw this, I
foremost,
was like,
you
this
want to go to
correlates so
File
much.
and Save Current. And we're going to give this the
actually
name
the video,
Main
though, I don't
Menu Level,
That's what I call
so
it.
that we can actually work
That's
with
funny.
this and we don't have to
But,
do
like,
it again.
still, it holds true.
Once you've done
So
that,
the
go
only
to
Project
Edit
settings.
and Project Settings,
It's
and
moving
then
towards that
from
main
there,
location, but it's just slowly
give it a
Maps
little
and modes.
moment to load up.
I'm surprised
And
it,
then if we go to our maps and
must still be
modes,
seeking out optimal
we
paths.
can set our game default map to our main menu level. And what this is going to do is once you package your game,
Oh, you know what else?
it
It's
is going
probably-
to tell it to open up that main menu level as opposed to anything else. So now,
water with its impurities
if we
that are
was
allowing it
to
so
play
it's
this
blocking off the
as a
path
standalone game
inside.
outside of the editor interface, it's going to open up that main menu level, and then from that main menu level, we can tell it to go and do its bits.
Okay. Yep.
Now, what we do need to do is add in a reference to the main menu from the game over screen, because if you open this widget blueprint up, you can see we've got a menu button,
Yep.
and the way this is going to work, as you imagined, is
On-clicked
we're going
event.
to go to the details with that button selected and create an on-clicked event. With this, we are going to tell it to open a level, and we are going to tell it to open the
Menu level.
main menu level.
Okay, easy enough. So that was under. Nope. Pause.
This definitely looks good too.
That should do something as well. I bet you he's gonna come to that in a minute. So it's under HUD and
A
game.
quick Uncharted 3 inspired desert scene in
Clicked.
5, 17.
Load level. Load level.
A lot.
Nope. Not
This
load
guy's,
level.
like, straight up
Open level. That's main menu level. That's just going to tell it to work on that particular level for me by bringing it up as an option when I hit that button. So.
Exactly as we have typed it, and that is going to work.
Not what I was looking for, but I like it.
And then if you have any other screens that have buttons for the main menu, such as the pause screen, if you have got one, you can add it in there as well. So leave the leave button, we can open this up, and we can also tell this to open
level. So paused. Go down to this one, unclicked.
Let's just see Unreal Engine simulations.
Open level main menu
Let's see what that looks like.
level.
You can see pictures of lightning bolts that have several test pass before the big bolt comes down. Oh yeah, I love that. Houdini.
Boom. Cool. That's a super easy main menu system.
Not useful for what I need. It's a really cool effect. Actually, I really like that.
Nice.
I wonder if that's particles. No.
Okay, so we have.
It's gotta be particles.
I'll have to fix it eventually.
Some sort of particle. See, the thing that you gotta do with this is whenever you touch, then a material, the material needs to have like controlled by a blueprint. It needs to have wetness, vertex painting or something like that.
Okay.
the level, and the level name, exactly as it's spelled, should be main menu level. Just like that. And now all of our links to the main menu level should be exactly as they are. Save everything you've got and open up your runner level.
Does it apply
Now
fully
within
to
this,
those
what
bolts,
I wanted to do is to show you how to fix this bug where you're spawning underneath the ground. Reason for that is simply your third person game mode needs to be your override, or we can even create a new one. So create a new blueprint. We're just going to give this the name, actually let's not do that. What we're going to do, default pawn class is going to be our third person character. HUD class is going to be normal. Press play and it will play as it should do. Go ahead and then
wait. Where did he do all this in?
Bit pricey if I
think he did it right in here.
What was cool was that it did the fake.
So
it
I
does
need-
caustics, which are of course fake, but then it did fake rippling. Well, they're real ripples.
Okay,
they're
so I need to find. Oh boy, where is that going to be in here?
But it was cool.
Maps.
Probably like $100.
Third person. No.
Yeah, it's probably worth at least as a starting like
Start.
as long as it's
Starter
less
map.
than, like 100 or less. I would
No.
recommend that.
Oh no. Where did I have no idea where that's saved in here.
The thing is like you might spend 30
Oh,
hours and
man.
still not get water this good, so you might as well just spend the money.
I gotta go through everything, try to
I don't know why
find.
the price isn't coming up.
Should be
It's
called
350.
map.
Holy crap! I knew it was pricey, but I wouldn't spend that. No. Unless like it's a week until my game ships, and I really need water. And this one spot in my water looks like crap. Like, cause I don't think that.
Not in there.
Does that come with the underwater vision effect? If they don't show it, it doesn't. And I
Ah
want-
boy. Wait. I can do this.
That is an underwater effect. Now, what's it look like? I wouldn't spend it though. I'd
Open
wait.
level.
I'd wait till you need to actually ship your game to buy this.
then in here, oh, okay, that's, you can't, I was getting worried there for a second, I thought I didn't have it. So the levels themselves can only be open in their own instances here. And that would be this part. So I can go to new menu, game mode, so all this is set to none yet. So this seems to be a third person game mode. Default.
When you are half in and half out, that you can see.
HUD. And then if I hit play, oh nope.
I feel like it shouldn't be that easy. I feel like it shouldn't be something to be just
And
whatever.
hit save current
Going
on
in and
that.
out of water.
On our main menu level, go ahead and save that. Going back in here, you can see it is using the third person game mode override. What we're going to do is make a new one so that we can differentiate the gameplay from the main menu. So over here under game mode override, for this main menu level, create a new blueprint and call this main menu mode, and then just press OK. With this, just set your default pawn class and your HUD class to.
So then you saved all this. Save all. Open level. Back here. And then here. New main menu mode. And I'm thinking you did this so that way you can differentiate between the two. You really don't want to pull from one to the other.
And then just go ahead and save it. Press play, press start, and when it loads in, it is going to load you into the game as it should. It is going to play 100% correctly.
Okay, let's see. Start. Menu. Start. Menu. Start. It works.
Now what I can also do, just for testing purposes, is go back to that menu by pressing the start button or the menu button from either the pause.
But I didn't think about the pause button. Let's make sure that works. You know.
So yeah, this is what I'm basically trying to say is, can't you get? You can get where the.
This is too bad.
Where a plane.
You make it as if like it's on. Make it.
If it's clipping your field of view, like, or if
That has
the
nothing to do
camera
with
is
this
cutting a mesh.
point of chat. I don't want to
You're like,
interrupt
oh,
them.
That's cool.
That's not too bad though. So build in the main menu. You're gonna do that as an alternate.
Where the clip is starting, like, okay,
Screen
so
or
now
the
I
game
can
over
have
screen.
my creativity.
Anyway guys, that is pretty much everything for the main, for the pause screen or the game over screen. Anyway guys, that is pretty much everything for the main menu. Like I said guys, if you want to add in your own graphics, you can go ahead and for the pause, go back to that menu by pressing the start button or the menu button from either the pause screen or the game over screen. Anyway guys, that is pretty, and do that you just need to design them yourself in Photoshop. Like I said guys, if you want to add in your own graphics, you can go ahead and do that. You just need to design them yourself in Photoshop, or you can even use my UI series as reference to learn how to do a whole bunch of other cool stuff within
I will be watching
UI.
the UI
But for
element.
now guys, that is everything. Once again,
Quick fixes.
Do you want to learn how to become a graphic designer
Packaging.
and make a
Yeah,
living
yeah.
working for yourself as a freelancer, getting the
Okay, so he's only got 2 left. 22, 23, kind of fixing up some small little bugs.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be introducing you to a few quick fixes for some of the issues that we're having with our Endless Runner game. Those issues being, first and foremost, when you go and swipe left or right, you are going to notice that it is also making you jump at the same time when you do not want that to happen.
Right.
We're going to be fixing that up by simply disabling the tap input as part of our swiping system. It's really straightforward, really easy. It's just something that wasn't included in one of the previous videos. Moving on from there, you'll also notice that the sound for the coin is only being played while the magnet is active. So once the magnet stops being active, you are not going to hear any sounds when you pick up the coin.
Really?
So what we're going to be doing...
Did I already fix that? I might have already fixed that. Yeah, I already fixed that. Unused.
This is our new experiment. What are we using? We're using this. So let's do.
I can fix all those small things and actually get a full game soon.
doing just adding in that sound blueprint node to the regular coins as well. Moving on from there, what also happens sometimes is when you first press restart, you spawn straight into an obstacle. So what we're going to be doing is showing you how to add an empty tile before you spawn in all the rest of the tiles with your obstacles on there, so that way when you spawn in there is no chance of you hitting anything straight away. And it's all really straightforward, but just follow along and hopefully by the end of this video you should have a clean working version of the Endless Runner ready for packaging the game in the next video. So first things first, let's go ahead and fix up the jump tap input. Now with that, all of this is going to be within the third person character blueprint, as that is what's controlling all of our inputs. Now we've already set up our swipe inputs for left, right, up and down, and that's all sort of working at the top here. Now what we do have from the original third person character is this input touch event, and with this, when you touch the screen even once, regardless of it being a swipe or a tap, it is going to make you jump. What I'm going to do to fix this is simply just remove that input action, hit compile, and then if we go ahead and press play now and jump into our game, we can swipe right, we can swipe left, we can do all of the things that we want it to do. If I swipe up, it's still going to jump, and now our movement is working exactly how we wanted it to be. So that's the first of the fixes done.
Super easy. It's technically it's just disabling that whole feature. Begin play. I just wanted to make sure the magnet's always zipped. Defaulting mag at 2 off.
I'd say
turning off the touch
I like
input.
that as far as a detail aesthetic, and not necessarily as the shape aesthetic, but still kind of both. Like that's organic. I love that. So I was trying to move something. Oh, apparently right when I was doing that. Coffee time.
Moving on from there, if we go into runner files and blueprints, let's show you how you can get the sound being played on the coin pickup. So double click your coin pickup to open this up, bring it onto your screen if you haven't got it on there already, and then within the main event graph, we have got two little sequences of code. One of these sequences of code here has the spawn sound 2D in there. Press Ctrl C to copy that, as this is for when the magnet is active. What we're going to be doing at the bottom here, when you collide with the static mesh, just before the Destroy Actor node, we are going to tell it to play this sound. So all I've done is just pasted in that play sound node with our pickup sound effect in there. Hit compile, hit play, and then if we restart now, and if we go and pick up some coins, what you should hear straight away is that we are getting the coin sound effect, and you can see that's all working.
So
there.
it does- I
So that's just
forgot that
another one of
reset
the
on
quick
the
fixes if you didn't have that already.
Pre-rendered animation.
So moving on, the last fix that we have is going to be spawning into obstacles as soon as we start the game. It's another easy little fix, and the way we're going to be doing this is within our master tile, or sorry, with our master tile, we're going to be duplicating this. And what we're going to give this a name is first tile. And with this first tile, we're just going to open it up, keeping most of the same functionality we had before, but just removing the code to spawn the obstacles. So essentially the code to spawn we had before, but just removing the code to spawn the obstacles. First tile, master tile, or sorry, with is going to be spawning into obstacles as soon as we start the game. It's another easy little fix, and the way we're going to be doing this is within our master tile, or sorry, with our master tile, we're going to be duplicating this. And what we're going to give this a name is first tile. And with this first tile, we're just going to open it up, keeping most of the same functionality we had before, but just removing the code to spawn the obstacles. So essentially, we can spawn in this first tile, and then spawn in the ones with the obstacles afterwards. So the bit of...
Okay, I think I get what's going on here. First I gotta figure out content. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's under the content. That's good to know. So he went into blueprints, master tile, made a copy of this, so he duplicated it. Starter tile is what I'll call it. And then inside there he just disconnected all of the
and then spawn in the ones with the obstacles afterwards. So the bit of code that I want to remove from here is event begin play. You just want to delete that spawn obstacles function. And with this, it is then just going to be a blank tile.
Ta-da!
To make this active, we've got to go into the place where these tiles are actually being spawned.
Just the game mode.
Now, that could be in any one of a few different places. Now, it could be within your level blueprint, it could be within your game mode. It's entirely down to where you put it. For me, I'm
There's game mode. Yep, okay, so here, and spawn tile.
pretty sure this was within the third person game mode, and if you open it up, you can see what's going on here. So from the main event graph, we are just doing a loop telling it to spawn a bunch of tiles. And with these tiles, you can see it's doing its bit here.
Yep.
What we're going to be doing is taking our spawn tile function and duplicating this. And this is going to be spawn first tile instead.
So spawn tile, copy, and duplicate it, and it's gonna be called spawn start tile. And then this is gonna be start tile. I know what's going on up there. Cast to start tile. Jeez. I got some loud banging going up there. Spawn point. Get spawn point. I'm guessing so far, but I don't think I'm far off. Let's see how close I got. So next spawn point, boom. That's all gonna stay the same.
Oh no.
I want him to find
spawn point.
And then within the spawn first tile,
let's see if I got all this
for
right.
the class, within this function, if it's not open already, just double click it on the left hand side here. Just set it from master tile over
Like, not nearly
to
as good, of course,
first tile, and keep the rest of the code exactly the way that it is, as that is what you want. And then you're going to notice this cast to master tile here is broken.
Yep.
So what I'm going to do is delete this, as instead we are meant to be casting to the first tile, and hook up your return node to your object wildcard, and then as first tile get spawn point,
Yeah. So he's doing a
you should be able to get it right at the bottom here.
He is first.
Let's make sure I grab the right one.
Distance.
Get spawn point.
So the shader is taking in a vertex. So the dynamic instance takes in a vertex point or a
I'm thinking that's right.
vector.
We'll find
Delete
out.
this reference and hook it up into get world location,
It's transforming
and hook
the
this up
local space
in
and
there,
saying, well,
just like
how
that.
far away is that from
Hit
me?
compile, and what you should have is no errors. What we need to do then is within our third person game mode, before it does this loop, we are just going to tell it to spawn the first tile, and we're just going to tell this to do it once. So spawn the first tile and then do the loop with the rest of the code.
I want to do it twice.
I like how it doesn't just shrink even, it bulges out at the edge of the screen.
I think I can do that.
That would be the custom curve. Wait, really? So, that's awesome. I didn't realize. So it kind of gives it the impression that it's pushing back. Yeah, that's part of the custom curve he's got defined here. Yeah, so you can follow a custom curve to get the push in and out. I get
Yeah,
it
let's
now.
try.
Sphere mask, which is remapped from 0 to 1 to -2 to 2. I'm not
Increasing
sure I
that.
get that. I feel like you could just use a point. Like, there's probably a reason that I'm not understanding. There probably is. I'd love to see that kind of code. Mesh generated Houdini. What the heck? Is that how easy it is to make a mesh in Houdini? I'm struggling for hours trying to make something like that.
Didn't work.
Oh my goodness. He's saying yes, Houdini is magic. Well, I know that. This is like real magic, man. Not an illusion.
No matter what, at least it's not spawning right away.
You spent 10 minutes turning a pig head into a properly eroded landscape the other day.
You know what I could do? Is I could just make that first platform bigger.
This is really cool.
Start tile. Viewport.
You know what's actually really interesting? I wonder. So it's not just that it pulls inwards, like it's stringy. You know what I mean? Oh, you know what? It's getting stringy because the parts that are divoted more towards they get pulled in earlier. Oh, the world space normal pulled them. It's not just pulling them back towards the middle of the mesh. It's pulling them towards each other. I honestly think that's almost an unintentional consequence. Let's try to make this. My Unreal seriously is not working right now. Do I have anything else? Should I make it in another project? Alright, task manager.
Scale.
Show me what you got.
At 20.
Right here, I've got this. This is another project. Open. I'll use this.
And then I want to move that position. Bring it forward a
Blueprint
little bit.
class, no. Material, yes. You know, let's even use, we've got vines here. Wait, hold on.
Oh, 500.
It's using everything it's got, and I don't know why. Did I even do anything?
That's what I'm trying to do real quick. So I'm just giving myself. just because I want to see if it's actually doing it properly. I want to add a component cube.
Let's take this vine. We're gonna take the tree root.
We're gonna raise it up just a little bit. Let's scale it down.
Just find it. Alright, here it is.
One.
Tree root. Gonna make a new level.
That should be spawning right there. There should be nothing before that ever. Compile, save. Maybe like a checkpoint. Right there's that wire things. Oh, you know why? I know why. I go to start tile. And I go to event graph. No, yeah, it shouldn't be spawning anything. Wait.
Okay, so we won't have the thing that's on the inside though, because that's following the path. So like if we created this with the spline, then we could have created two meshes
We can overlap.
to have the and that's definitely where a lot of that is. But let's try to make the tree more effective. So let's click.
Why is that? They shouldn't be doing that at all. Boots pick up.
It's using
Event graph.
3 materials.
That's begin overlap.
What are these 3
Third person
materials?
characters not in there. Game mode. This
Why
is where
materials?
spawn tile. Cast to start. So it should spawn start tile first. Should spawn this first. It's probably starting to get a little
Just
dark.
pick one, this one,
Betcha.
Number 2, and then we're going to say all of them.
It's not too bad yet. Oop.
So find and use. Yeah, that's fine.
Cancel. I don't want to
And
log
then
out.
number
But
2,
we're
we're actually going
I
to
just
find
killed my chat on the right side there somehow. Oh, right there. Okay. Alright, so spawn tile, spawn start tile. Third person game mode, target self.
we're going to find
Begin
its
play, master tile. Want to
which is
spawn objects.
material basic. Oh,
Start tile should have in the viewport this. I need the lanes.
okay, we'll just make our
Just give it a
material.
different color so I can actually see it easier. Nope.
Material shrink.
There. Save. So there should be nothing that spawns between here and here. That should spawn in first.
We'll start with this just to copy.
Play.
Which didn't pass in its
Nope,
metal.
see that didn't do it that time. It's not doing it now. That's, I mean, it's spawning in the first one, but it's putting items on it on the start tile. It's game mode, current points, multiplier. For some reason, it's able to trigger the items. I gotta remember where the items were. Game over screen, I'm good there. Main menu, I'm good there. Pause, I'm good there. Master tile and start tile, these two are gonna be game mode, save, spawn tile, starter tile. I don't know what the heck's going on up there. Do I have the game
Never know
mode?
with
Game
it.
mode's right there.
So you saw it from the sky, like,
So blueprints, item, obstacle tile, start tile, magnet pickup, save, point. So it has to be spawned in.
that
I want to say it's the game mode.
grow these images from
Spawn
a palette
items?
of
No.
colors.
Where the heck was that again?
So these have some cool.
Not the death function, master tile.
These would take hours to generate.
Spawn
The
obstacle.
ones that are the best.
Wait a second.
A lot of this is just the palette was a great.
What if I just break that? No, it's still
it gets
spawning
better.
somehow or another.
Because then I ended up
Oh,
using pallets.
I think I know what it's doing. I bet you. I bet you money. I bet you I know exactly what it's doing. So I can do start tile, go to viewport, and I'm gonna just lower this down just a little bit. And we're gonna scale this out just a little bit more to like 20. And I bet you we're still spawning the initial one underneath this one. Yep, see? That's what's going on.
Yeah, see this one as you're in a forest.
Play F8.
At a sunsetting sky.
Yep. Okay, so let's bring that back into 10 and then position back up to 0 out.
Usually like a 4K.
Okay, so that's what it's doing.
So I use some like abstract.
Start tile. You okay there, punk?
Here, now I have a link to my second album.
Event graph.
Maybe it's because I
And then I wanted to cast a start
all I
tile.
did is use images, and I also started using directional preferencing instead of going to the center. Just the way the algorithm is. The task is done.
Next spawn point, spawn transform. So it's
Yeah,
constructing the master tile
get fixed with just reading
off
the
get go.
text, but it's unsafe code. Well, I didn't.
Current
What
points.
language are you talking about here?
Now where's it actually making the level? That's what I
actually
need
don't know
to
what
figure out
it's-
first. That speeds it up.
I did use some more unsafe ways as
That's
time
when
went on
you
to try to speed up the process.
Cross the
Plus, I like made
box at the
algorithm
end to spawn the next
optimizations.
one.
So like these ones that have cool detail, like you see right on screen now, would
Hmm.
take like a whole day, if not longer. Whereas the other ones might take 1 hour to do almost the same thing.
That we've created
API
already.
doesn't expose
Hit
actual
compile,
data.
hit play, and you can see now we have some empty space
not.
before we do go in and
So,
play our game.
It-
And no
I did
matter
this
how many
all-
times
this
we
was many
restart,
years ago,
we are not
probably
going to have any
2004,
chance of
14.
going into an obstacle, simply because we have got a completely empty tile
Yeah, and all of these
before
tests
they
were such that
start
once I
their
went
game.
wild trying to
So you can see here, no
all
matter
use the
what, we've
exact
got a
same
not
fair
working.
little bit of distance,
Just rearrange
and I can just keep on pressing restart, and it's not going to cause any issues. So that is pretty much everything fixed up for our Endless Runner. If you have any other issues, I definitely advise just going through your code, but these are the main ones that have been pointed out to me. But for now, that is pretty much everything for this video. In the next video, we're going to be taking a look at showing you how you can package this for your Android device, Windows device, whatever it is, and a few sort of quick tips on making sure that it works on Android as well. Anyway guys, that is pretty much everything for today's video. Once again guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, signing out. This video was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link in the description. To stay up to date on new releases,
For splines, yeah. This is a good one too. High altitude eclipse.
I just want the object itself and
Alright,
went
got a little
off,
distracted.
played for 10 seconds, and then
So, I guess if you guys want to see those, I'll just put them in the chat.
the only thing is
Wow.
that on the death screen the obstacle
There's the
disappeared.
finished growths, and then there's the scenic growths. The scenic growths are better. The first ones came first, obviously. So let's try to recreate this effect. At least a little bit. I'm thinking we
Second
need to
collision
have
to
a
the
vector location.
In the blueprints, that's wetter than
Is
the
that gonna
object
be,
with
that's
the
gonna be
coin.
a world location.
When you
so-
run past the object, it triggers destroyer. Okay, so that's something.
World shrink location.
Yes. That's not supposed to renew the timer for which active one. Disabled. If you want to renew it, you have to use another variable and clamp that variable to use it. I go for the hassle. Hold on, Pumpkin. We're just going over here so I can turn the light on. There you go. You're good. Sorry, bud. Didn't mean to. Oh, guess you didn't want to go for the ride. Apologize. Just do that. Collected. Coming up, bud, again. A re-triggerable delay on the. Just how to use it. Upload the print for it. I've seen the now before you pointed out. I mean, just a re-triggerable delay and set visibility. You know, just using a re-triggerable delay instead of the normal would do the work. Did to me.
So
Thanks,
here
but
we're gonna do
worked for
world
me.
position offset. We
Using
might want to
reachable.
tessellate a little bit too. And we're gonna say.
Okay, so I mean everything's working. The only thing is not doing.
Hey, how far away is it? Right?
Is it spawning?
How far away is it? Back to light. I want to get back to light. Alright.
Okay, so I'm gonna go about my own way because I think right now, I mean, he's got to the end of the end. There are things that I don't like that he's done. I just wanted to see the last one. I didn't think it was gonna be long. Oh no, this is a commercial.
I first knew I wanted to be a pilot at a very young age.
So there's a way. It's 10 minutes long.
I guess we'll say.
There are small things that I definitely would go in. I'm gonna fix myself.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be taking a look at how we can package our game so that it can be played on the various different types of platforms, whether that is iOS, Android, PC or any other platform that Windows, our Windows environment for Unreal Engine is going to support. Now, the main ones that I'm going to be focusing on is Android, iOS, and Windows. Now, where we are with our project at the moment is we have a pretty solid foundation for our Endless Runner game. We have all the main functionalities such as moving left, right, up and down, and we've got different types of obstacles and power-ups. Now, this is the foundation for our game, and I'm happy with where it is at. If you guys want to take this one step further, you can do so, and you can learn some of those additional tools and techniques by watching some of my fundamental series, such as my animation series, user interface series, material creation, level design, and all of that good stuff to take things one step further and add in things like extra characters, extra UI elements, or even just change up your environment a little bit more. You can learn how to do that by checking out those series, but what we do have for now is the foundation for our game, and that is the one bit that pretty much everyone is going to have exactly.
There's a way to make it so it checks to see if it's box.
So having said that,
it does not do
where
box.
I am now, I am happy to package the game so that people can play this on the various different platforms, whether that's Android, iOS, Windows, whatever. Now, the way that we're going to be doing this is pretty straightforward, and that's exactly what I want to talk about in today's video. Now, before you can do any packaging, especially to the mobile platforms, you need to have a quick read through the quick start guides for both iOS and Android. These are both provided by Unreal Engine, and as such, I've also left the links for these in the description of this video. Now, within these quick start guides, you have a couple of things that you need to install. For example, with Android, you need to install CodeWorks and the Android SDK so that you can actually package your game for this. And you also have a couple of things that you need to do within your project settings. It's really straightforward. All you've got to do is just follow these few basic steps within this quick start guide. It's the same with the iOS. You need to install the iOS.
Let's double check. So Android quick start. Unreal Engine 4.
Also need to subtract the range. Tell me if you guys think of this.
Steps. Special version called CodeWorks for Android. This version of CodeWorks is for Android is the easiest way to set up the SDK native and kit. You need it all Android projects with UE4, although the current version. All are currently using version 10. If you have version
0.
first we're going to uninstall and install CodeWorks for Android. So if you're install no.
By the distance we want
1.
to cover.
Install CodeWorks for Android native to the engine extra Android folder. CodeWorks shall require install Visual Studio complete successfully. Support versions are install location.
Default to 100.
Okay, we're going to install engine.
We'll invert this. And then we'll times that by our world.
If you download GitHub, you'll need form. Where's the
Vertex rules. And then we'll say world position offset.
install type? Engine. Is it this? Unreal Engine. So now I'm trying to figure out file. No? Okay. Engine. Install location. Unreal Engine. Most extras Android. Maybe I have to go over here. Okay. Unreal Engine. So I'm in the install Unreal Engine English engine. I don't see anything that says engine. Nope.
So let's find these.
If you download Unreal, no, I didn't though. Once Unreal 4 is downloaded from GitHub, extract that. Double click to initiate. So somewhere, I guess that's not where I have it installed it. I thought this is where I had it installed. Oh, there we go. Engine, extras, Android Works, Win64. Okay, double click. This. Yes, we're gonna run that. Something else should pop up now, huh? Right? That should pop up. Why didn't it pop up? Is it on my... didn't pop up at all. Oh, there it is. Just took a little bit, a couple seconds there. Next. Next. Set the A location to download and install. Hit the next button is prefer to leave this and set it to the default location. Okay. This one. Next. Just gonna move that a little bit. Make sure you're installing Cold. Click next. So make sure you install CodeWorks for Android 1 hour. Oh, welcome back, Pumpkin. Oh, where are you going? Hey. Where are you going? I don't think so, but... you got my mic. There you go.
Minus plus time.
That I have, yes, the same thing. Okay, click on the checkmark box labeled accept all if you agree with the license term. So click on the checkmark box labeled accept all. Where is accept all? I don't see. Accept all. Click on, wait. SDK space, platform tools. So, SDK space, next. Accept all. Accept. Then it's going to download a new window display showing your download and install print. Required. CodeWorks for Android tools. Now press the next button to continue with the CodeWorks install once that's done. So this has to finish first. We're going to download all this, and I should be able to, hopefully when all this is set and done, open everything up on my Android phone. Because I want to be able to when my brother gets here later on. Show him this. This is kind of cool, actually. So why'd it stop? I shouldn't stop. Then I might go in and tweak the code a little bit, play with a couple small things, but I got a working game on here that I'll be able to use on my phone. I'm probably going to need my cable because I don't think I have one out here.
Very far.
That's alright.
Plus.
Oh, hello. Oh, nope, it was probably a little farther away from my mouth. Is it better now? Hey, I got someone in here. How are you doing today? Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better. So slightly. I can actually turn it up a little bit too. Let me go over here and mess with my settings just a little bit. I'm good. Check out. Who is me? Thank you. So actually, I'm a relatively brand new developer when it comes to Unreal Engine 4. What I've been working with today and yesterday a little bit. I started it 3 days ago, but I've been following the Virtuous his Endless Runner, and I've been in the process of trying to get that up and running. I do have everything. I'm right up to the last one. Actually in the process of porting this over to my phone to see if it actually works on there.
Nice. Must have been at it again.
Yes, Ben in the background. He's actually the reason I started doing this. I was watching his stream back over the last weekend, and I just realized that it's something I wanted to do. My brother-in-law, we've been actually in the process of game development, trying to come up with some kind of new kind of idea. So I wanted to stream, and I thought the best way to do it was we kind of have like a big picture idea of what we're gonna do. Yeah. And with the big picture, we kind of broke it down to a whole bunch of smaller things. So our goal is to really build all those smaller things as independent games. And one of the things we really needed was an endless runner / endless generator for our game. So I went through and I built this actually. So I have a working game. You can die. There's a menu. They go from start. So I have a working menu system. You can move. Technically, I have a gesture system. Up, down, left, right. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you so that's where I'm at right now. It's been a little bit challenging because unfortunately things haven't matched up properly to what he's had in his, but it's just I think the newer version versus the older version. But it's been a lot of fun. I have learned a lot, and I do see how I could change it in the future. Echo. Oh, that's not good. I'm not sure why I would have an echo. I only have one microphone capture. Yeah, let me look over here just to see if maybe there's something else that's activated. So we have audio output capture, input capture, music player, media share. Maybe that's what's causing it.
We're tracing.
Not 100% certain. Is it still echoing right now? Because it shouldn't double. I can see that there. Oh, I apologize. Wait.
Actually, we don't even need to do that. We're going to get
Maybe that
rid of
was.
this.
I'm sorry, I do apologize. I shouldn't have an echo though. That bugs me. Okay, I'll look into that. And so, where was I? Oh, I'm also doing the Unreal Engine.
Dynamic material and
Fair enough. But I also have the Unreal Engine one built too. And what I want to eventually do is combine the two of them because he doesn't. This one doesn't do the ups, downs, turns, corners, things like that. And I kind of want to see that built into this game eventually down the road. I think it'd be nice to see a little more variety on that. Did I? Oh, wait. I probably did something with this. Maybe not. No, I couldn't have done anything there. That only picks up. That's just my DAC. Yeah, I don't know. So I was just in the middle right when you popped in, setting up the kit so that way I can actually get everything integrated onto my phone. But I don't have to jump into that. I just want to have it set up for later on for my brother gets on. Actually, I haven't come over for the first time since I built this, and I just want to show him what I might be able to do with this kind of stuff. Oh, I have 3 viewers. Yay. Hi, everyone. So this will be kind of a first for me setting it up on our phone. Desktop audio, OBS. Okay, yep. Desktop. Oh, wait a second.
just clicking.
Oh. I got it. There, is that better?
Alright, so.
That should actually allow it just to be one now. Hopefully. It was this one down here. Yep. Okay, cool. What I had done is I set it up. I'm still new to all that stuff over there too. As you guys can see. But I was in the process of setting up the audio, so when I was away on like the Be Right Back screen, it should have just captured the sound for the music. So, thank you for helping me fix that. So once that's all set, I'm gonna finish, yes, and result, and complete. You have required use build the project. So I do have that finished. Oop. Where did it? Yes. Oh, I gotta restart my computer. I'm not doing that right now. Cause that part I'll do later on, before he comes over. So I actually want to go back into the code and have a little fun now. So I was doing some troubleshooting earlier on trying to get the tiling to work properly. Right now, under the actual game mode, I have it set up with the spawn the start tile and then the loop, and it should spawn the actual tiles. Each tile has the master set up there with spawning the tile, getting the obstacles and everything like that. My problem I've had so far right now, yeah, me too as well. Our game actually, when we do build it, is going to be a mobile-based game. So we're trying to build in that format to get our brains ready for when we transition to the big game. And we're not far off. I think we have about 20 games we have to build. And then once we build those 20, we can get all the necessary knowledge we need. One nice thing is this one kind of did 2-in-1. I got a menu system and I also got the endless runner. So this guy's, I like him so far, I really do. But one thing I've had so far that I've noticed is when this one spawns, this is supposed to be my start tile, and it's not supposed to spawn the obstacles. I have that disconnected, I thought. And I do have it actually disconnected, but the problem is it's still spawning underneath it, the other tile, so they're not pausing to spawn this one. And when you play the game, under the play, what's happening is you're getting the other one up into that one, so it's still spawning the items even though it's not supposed to. And I do know it's spawning the one tile right there, because that's from just the start tile only. I did set that in there just so I had a reference in my brain that that was being built. And I have the trigger box, and I'm thinking this has something to do what's supposed to trigger. Maybe from the start when I have to actually tell it to spawn that, but I'm not 100% certain yet. I mean, it should technically begin overlap with the box. It should go through and eventually spawn the tile.
Let's do two things.
Oh, lost the years. Okay. But it should spawn the tile, and then from the tile, push it across and continue on like a normal tile. But when I start the game up in the game mode, I'm almost thinking I have to do maybe a delay to spawn this. Maybe that will push it out, and then it should allow me to get the setup going forward. Delay of maybe like a second.
Right? No.
And then that should allow the first one to spawn in place. See, now then they just jump in. It still spawns them regardless. What if I did the index and changed that to a 1? Compile, save. Nope, it's still spawning the items first. Okay. So that's what I'm going to be working on for a little while. Is I want to spice this up a little bit, have a little fun with this. Now that I've built it, I just finished it actually a couple minutes ago. Now that I built it though, I want to try to have a little fun with it and see what it really does in the end. I guess I should finish getting it on my phone then, huh?
Prerequisites, which is like their SDK, and then just change some of the project settings to make sure this works as well. And once again, all of this is going to be depending on
you play a separate window so you do not have to switch to viewport every time you click play. You can play you can play in a separate window so you do not have to switch to viewport every time you click play. So you through here, new editor window.
A and B.
This gonna be that one, I'm thinking. Okay, yep. Oh, now I can't use my mouse though.
Black Cat, hello. How's it going? Took me a while to find
Advanced settings maybe. This is what I did it the first time with the mouse.
We are
playing new window always on top.
That I am
bad at. Yeah. Yeah, it should be there, right? Let's try this. Play. Yeah, no mouse. That's not even active at all. Have it disabled. Dedicate no.
Glad you found the stream also.
And fans get mouse control, touch. Not in the play settings. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like
miscellaneous. And then.
I wasn't doing
Ooh.
UVs.
Hey, welcome to the stream. Oh wait, now that I fix it over here, I can actually fix it. The Mac should be able to get a little bit. Properties. Nope, that one's not. That's not it there. How about if I did this? And then I went to. That's my overall.
Let's try something like this.
Device properties. That's already 100%. Huh. There should be another way to. Oh, that's the volume going out. Input. Headset. Test. Input. disable.
That's what we're doing there.
Go to the controller. OBS has settings. Okay. I have Streamlabs OBS. Any idea in there? Maybe. Settings. Bring this. Still the same. Okay. So let me pull this over here so I can, real quick. Then we're gonna go to controller.
When you went to another computer programmer stream, they said, "Please don't hack my stream."
It's not your computer sense, OBS sense. And then output.
It's because your name is Black Hat, obviously.
And then
Absolute world position,
nope,
including
not there.
material offsets. You can get including material
Did I have it all the way up?
I thought it was extra.
What if I did this?
What's up? Why?
Does it get a little louder when I'm doing this?
In the world of
Any yes, no?
programming, game development,
Because if it's
material
picking
design,
up a little bit,
experimental
actually I can look right on here. Let's see if it's actually getting, if I go up or down. Nope, it's not changing at all with that. Like I had the mic even the right spot for it. I do apologize. Sound settings, no, I want the other one. Volume mixer.
Okay, yeah.
And then there, I want to go over to my mic. Do I have one for mic? Nope. Device, ear set. And
So that's nice and all.
nope.
Let's see what
Be my
they're
guess.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it. I'm not evil. Looking for what you're doing.
That's the headset. That's not the X. I want the actual sound though. Volume mixer. Is it in my mixer? No, it shouldn't be in the mixer.
Spline meshes in Unreal Engine specifically.
Advanced audio properties.
So he is using the
If I
camera
do
that is surprising.
personalize, and then go to home. Sound would be under. This should be an advanced audio in OBS.
Get back to the spline stuff.
Open advanced audio settings. Oh. Oh. And then from here, so the one I need to change is my mic, this one. And then can I go above 100? Can I make that 200? It's not gonna let me change it at all. Nope, I can't change it there. Tracks, monitor, sync. It's actually not letting me change it, unfortunately, up or down. I could type in there.
Oh, you know what?
You can? Why can't I? Can I type in any? Oh, there it goes.
Or the camera position was necessary. We don't need.
Oh, I know why. Numlock. I think that was what I was doing wrong. I swear I know what I'm doing on a computer. Oh no, I can't do 200 in there. I can only do...
K, not million. Bro. Your game was never gonna run again.
Yeah, no. Hundred's the top, so I can't go above 100. I'm sorry. I definitely, there's gotta be a way to do it. What about properties here? That's just gonna tell me the device is capturing.
What brings you here, though? You just browse in the programmer screen?
Sounds, treble sound, sound settings. It's probably somewhere in here, I'd betcha. App, sound options, device, customize amp volume speakers for what devices they use. Master volume, that's my overall headset, right? Because that's, yep, that's my actual volume that I hear. Everything's Yeah, I'm not sure. I apologize. I will definitely look into that and hopefully get that fixed by the next time I'm jumping on the stream. It could be something that's super easy. Unfortunately, it's just going to be set up the way it is for now. So let's get back into. Isn't there? Let's get back into this. Let me get everything back where it was set up somewhat for me. And we're good, 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 good. Okay. So I was setting up the settings in here. Now, how did he go to the next spot? And results on this page steps. So resizing. He went through a different on the Android. Oh, but just probably the Android setup.
The Android S.
So he's in the base one, Android Quick Start, which is where I am right now, aren't I? Pretty sure. I go to here, Android. Oh, it's just installing it. Okay. I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be around. I'll be streaming every day, Monday through Friday. Time frames of around 9, 10 o'clock in the morning up until said time frames 5, 6, 7 their time. Yeah, that scares the crap out of me. I don't know why it's so loud. Sorry, I need to mess with a lot of settings. Yes, American time. Eastern Standard. That's my time frame. So I'll play around my sound settings to get things a little bit more on board with what they should be, because that's gonna scare the crap out of me. It's already done it a couple of times. 11 p.m. So you'd be East or Europe, roughly 5. No, it's 5 hours. Is it Europe? Germany, past Europe, or let's go backwards. You're ahead of us. Yeah. Midland Europe. Okay, yep. I have some friends that actually play out that direction, and we play COD together a lot. Well, used to play it, I should say. I don't really play that game much anymore. Well, hopefully by the time you get back, I'll have an idea of how to port this over to my game to my phone, and I can show you. And then that'd be kind of a cool thing to learn down the road, right? That's the hope, though. Android game development. Quick start. So then I gotta create the project. I definitely will be out here for a while. I ain't going nowheres. Ideally, this is gonna be all I do in the future if I can make it work that way. Not a problem at all. Do you stream game development as well? Nice, cool. I'll definitely have to check you out. I'll give you a follow. That way I can watch it from time to time as well. But first I gotta figure out how to follow you. I think I just go in here and I can type in your name. Does that pull it up that way? Cheetah Games. That would be you. And let's see if that works. Follow? I hope that was the right follow. It looks like the same name. I'll definitely play around with the. Oh, I just pulled up a previous video clip that was by your name. So like I typed it in, and then under here they had all the videos that you posted there for the last couple times you've been streaming. Yep, from a while ago. I think it's 48 days it saves for on Twitch, something like that. 2 months, 3 months, a little under 2.5 months. Ah, okay, gotcha. So is this your game that you're working on? Realms of Honor. Gonna poke around a little bit. Oh, nice. You got like a custom character design system. That's cool. I'll have to check out this video and kind of get an idea where you're at and what you're working on. But it looks cool. I'm guessing it almost looks like an MMO game, I'm guessing. Something along that line. Nice. Got some custom work there too as well. That's pretty cool. That's something I might be looking into. MO-ish, yeah. Kind of like dot hack. Maybe going along that lines, more or less. Experience systems. Combat system, maybe? Yep, cool. Oh, yep. And they attack you when they get too close. A harvesting system. Archer spell. Yep. Oh, cool. So this will be the one I want to watch then. Yeah, I'll give that a watch later on, and then I'll kind of look it over. It looks nice though. I like the ideas. Definitely, that's some really cool looking monsters you got going on there. 8-legged freaks. They're fun though. Definitely excited. I always like seeing new projects from the start, just because you get to see the inside of what the brain of someone, how they're thinking. Like what I got going on here with my project, that's just the start of it all. I do plan to eventually evolve it a little bit. I'd rather do a space flying simulator, where kind of like the old school asteroids, where you're constantly having asteroids coming at you, and then barrel rolling left and right and up and over and things and stuff. If you've ever played Mario Party, they have a similar game. That's kind of what I'm aiming for, a little bit like that, and that'll be my own variation. Yep, I think it'll be cool, and then something I can just get up, and then the end of the day is I want to have it built, work on a phone, and then I also want to export it to Steam and just put it up there. I'm gonna make all my own custom assets, so go in Blenderize, all the the character movements to the monsters, or not monsters in this one, boots, to whatever else hurts you, power-ups and things. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I want to eventually have it all so I can export it to Steam and then put it up there for, say, 10 cents, 15 cents, 50 cents, whatever, just to see what it's like to actually go through the process of making the game, getting it approval by a company like Steam, and then getting it on their platform, and then myself, I'm gonna go and just buy the game for the 50 cents just to see that it all transitions properly and then what the actual person gets. So kind of a start to finish is what I'm really doing here, and I'll be doing that with every single one of the games I build, where I'm just putting them out there just to get them out there to see what people think about the idea of what I'm looking at and how things are going forward. So definitely got to play with my sounds a little bit better, get things kind of working properly and all those, but that's something I can do in the future. I do apologize on the... Oh, so it costs $100 to put it onto Steam? I didn't actually know that. I thought it was free to put it up on Steam. Well, it's a bummer. But I would actually pay the $100 just to get it up there. I would, if it was something I was proud of. Might not do it for every game then. Well, depends, maybe. You never know. That's good to know though, thank you. I had no idea about that. $100. But then once it's up there indefinitely, and you can always change it and make it better or worse, I guess. Like version updates. Yep. Well, I guess that's good to know in the back of your brain there. Oh, okay. So there's no approval process at all. Interesting. Is there a reason they don't have? It's just because that's their platform, how they probably decided to do it. Game switcher, and make it switch between the different games. Yep. So really you're paying for the one, and then you could have all the different mini games in one per se, if you really wanted to go that way. They probably even might be like that though. Kind of like your own Mario Party game, I guess, a little bit. There's an approval process, but you don't have to reach some amounts of followers. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Because I definitely wouldn't have any of that going into any of this. I mean, I'm almost... That's where I'll be going then. I'm 100% actually okay with that. I'd rather not pay money for my development process and try something, especially if I'm developing something for that platform, Unreal Engine. It makes sense to kind of stick with the Epic. And then if it kicks off, great. Then I'll put it on Steam later on. But no, it's good to know. Thank you. Awesome. I take it, have you put something up on Epic yet, or just looked into the details? The old system was the system greenlight, which was great to get certain traction and the community to be there. True. It is pretty new. That's why I also do think getting things up in their store would be beneficial, because if it's a quality product, then you're going to have a lot of people in their store from Fortnite alone. They're going to see the fewer game selections that they have available to them. So you might pump out and be more rarely noticed quicker. That's what I'm hoping, at least. Well, I do appreciate the follow. Thank you. It's awesome. I always like to try to get my word out there that I'm just trying to build something new. And I'll be a lot of start to finish type projects. So I won't stream if I'm not working on something, even if I'm trying to problem solve something or code bug or anything like that. I'm going to stream the whole development from start to finish. So people could go on and say if they didn't catch my stream, still watch it in the future and then still get that idea. Okay, this is how he solved those problems and things. And that's sometimes what you'll see in like the videos is they'll jump and they'll fix one or two things that you may not see how they fix it sometimes in between the videos. And that's all things, at least that's what I've noticed. So I'm trying to prevent that in my stream for people. And it's going to be a very big learning curve for me as well. But that's okay. That's not a bad thing. After this one, I'll probably be going to a UI and trying to get all the nice UI elements set up. Yeah, I've noticed that as well, which is always awesome. Doing that in Reddit, you can get a lot of the answers I need, which is always good. Hopefully, I can get all my mic working better by the time you come back. And if not, it's got to be something on my end. Obviously, I'm doing something wrong. But I'll figure it out. And properties. Nope, it's not that one. Quickly, you can get it to Unreal. Follow the section and create the UI blueprint from the Unreal project browser. Create a new blueprint based on project with the following options. Use third-person template. Set target hardware to mobile platform. Once it is complete, press the create project. I've already done that, so I already had the project. Project set up, so that'll be the part that I need to go in then and deploying it on your own. Okay, so that's not too bad. The phone will take a look at some of the project settings that will need to be adjusted before we can deploy our UE4 level to an Android device. Let's see. Before you can package your project, you'll need to first accept the SDK licensed agreement. It could be just my voice. I might just not be talking loud enough. That could be another thing. Who knows? Because this is, yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, that's definitely... Could look into getting a better mic, maybe one of those boom mics. That'd probably be ideal situation instead of having a headset on all the time. Not that I don't mind it, but it does kind of get a little... Yeah, that's probably what it is. Somewhere's in there. It's got to be somewhere's in there. Sounds. Detecting problems. It's not going to detect any problems. Oh. No, that's not what I want to do. Oh, I wonder if I have a HyperX program on my computer that I can probably not though. Sound settings. It's got to be in this spot right here is where microphone privacy settings. Fix sound problems. Nope. That's not going to be it. I don't want that. It's going to be to manage sound devices. Manage sound devices for the microphone. It'll be, yeah, it's gonna be in here somewheres. Like I can see right here when I'm talking, that is super, super, super low right there, and that's where I think I'm having my issue. Output devices. So I wanted to do more than just one. I mean, I could try my microphone on there, but I don't think that's it. I can't make that bigger. If you select a device you want to disable, I don't want to disable or I want to manage it, get into it. Does that help? Nope, that just makes it louder in my ears. Taskbar, right click, recording devices, right click. I actually don't have that option. I have sound icon on the taskbar, right click. I have open volume mixer, open sound settings, and then sepia sound off, sounds, trouble sounds and problems. Troubleshoot sound problems. Sounds. Recording. Oop, oop, hey, here we go. And then I want to hit the microphone properties and then levels. Hey, here we go. Oh, and all right, I don't want to go too far. Oh, wait, what? Why can't I? Come on. I can't click anything. Balance. I can't move that. Right click on it. Oh, okay, let's try that. Nope. That's the one I gotta change. How do I make you move? Come on, left, right, no, can't type here. Yeah, right? It's like it's doing everything in its power to prevent me from being able to do that. Use this device, levels, that's what I need to change. Maybe configure? Set up your microphone, no. I definitely know that's what I need to change. Don't know why it's not letting me do that though. Maybe not able to do. So why is it not able to do so? Why is it in use? Oh, that's a good question. They might be able to do that. I would have to restart the stream and maybe stop OBS. But I wonder if it locks it somehow, if somehow in the setting of OBS then it can be adjusted to go up and down. right? Is that what I'm thinking? Maybe I'm wrong on that. Properties, in OBS, add filter to the mic. Alright, add gain. So I go over to mic, audio input capture. No, output capture. Input. And then I got it to right click, filter, right? Add filter. Oh wait, do I just do it on, click it like that? Okay. And then once I click the filter, where are the filters? Source, scene, media source. No, it's not that one. Let me pull this back over here so you can see what I'm looking at real quick. So I tried, click here, should I try that? Then filters. No filter applied, add filter. Ah, okay, done. Not this. That's not it. And then if I bump that up a little bit, let's bump it up to like, I'll try 10 so I don't blast you out. Does that make me a little bit louder already? Or is it still kind of set lower at the current second? I'll kind of keep on talking a little bit to see if that helped at all. Probably didn't. Keep going. Okay. Filters, gain. I mean, it can be maxed out. 30 is the most. Let's try 20. How about that? Is that a little bit better now? Am I pushing the too high? Yeah. So do you see the mic on the right? In the mixer. Right, the mic. This one right here. Yep. That is already set. Oh no, that does nothing. So in the mixer, click on the gear. Yep. And then go to properties or filters up here. Check filters there. Okay. I wonder why I didn't do it before. And then is this the one I'm going to add the gain to? What all options do I have? My suppressor, compensator, gain, done. Let's try bumping this up just a little bit. Again, small amount. Did that make a big difference that time? And actually I did see it does look like it actually got a little bit louder right there. I don't know if that's too loud though. Is it really super loud now? Or are we still in like the good ranges? A bit more, okay. So here, filters, we could jump it up to like 15. Is that, oh, there we go. Now we're starting to see the yellow. That's good, I think, right? It must have been something with the settings that they actually locked it up there. Okay, so it's in the right range right there. That's where we want it to ideally do. Obviously, red's bad. Is it not too loud? Yeah, I think so. Okay, awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then I can go back over here, get rid of this filter, because this did nothing for me. And now I just have the one filter over here that makes sure that I have the gain. Awesome. Perfect. I appreciate that very, very, very much. Yay. We fixed one thing today. Alright, so now my voice works now. Wasn't there something else that... Oh, no, we fixed the double casting. You can probably get rid of the input capture there. On this one. You can probably get rid of the input capture there. You mean the one that's on the input capture, right? Yeah, okay, yep, that already did that. Alright, cool. Cool. Hey, my stream's looking a little bit more professional every day. No? Oh. You mean over here, get rid of it? Oh, so if I got rid of this, delete, where's delete? Why am I not saying delete? Oh, it's probably because I did that right there, and it's still working. Okay, cool. Yay! There, awesome. So I have my alerts, and my alerts are what's super, super loud. And that was the next thing. I got to figure out how to tone that down somehow. Like I have my widget test, but I hit that button. That is really loud. I know that scares me every time I hit the button. So if it scares me, it's got to scare you guys. That's got to be somewhere in these settings, I'd imagine. There is removed. So we have everything else is good though. Technically, I don't really need the YouTube video thing because I had to pull up the YouTube full screen anyways. So can I use it? Oh, yeah, like this is what I want to eventually, because I'm gonna hit the button. It is a little loud, remember? Yeah, that's super loud. That scares me. Oh, man. How do I... Somewhere's in the settings. I know it's gonna be somewhere's in these settings. I'll pull this back over here for just a second. See if I can figure this out. There's gotta be a way. And intermission screens. And then maybe it's in... Oh, that's probably where it is, I bet you. And the notifications, yeah, that's what I was just thinking actually. So if I go here... Oop, that's right, it's open over there. My second monitor. So the properties of that, notifications widget. Notifications widget, which is alert box. Open the source properties. Ah, here we go. And then from here, I can go to follow. There's the picture. Sound, file, volume. And I set this to, let's try that just a little bit lower so I don't scare the living bejesus out of everyone. Let's try that and follow. That's a little better. It's still pretty loud though. Is it still a little on the louder side? Oh, I want people to see if I get rated. Maybe that's kind of cool stuff. I don't think I have one set up for raids though. Better than it was. Media. I don't want that. I want... What happened to my other one? Now it's set up to something different. Donations, bits, no. What happened to my Lucario? I killed Lucario. Ah, man. Sorry, Lucario. You were fun while it lasted. Alert box. I don't know how I did that. URL. Oh, I gotta find like the URL for that again. Also, if you can add noise suppression, helps removing the mouse click and stuff. That is off stream as it takes a bit to set up there. There's YouTube videos for it. Okay, cool. Yeah, you can actually hear my mouse. I'm guessing. That and probably, yeah, you can hear it just a little bit. What? You can hear when I type. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I got that new fancy dancy. What is this? The Huntsman. That's what it is. The Huntsman Razor keyboard. Super clicky now. My wife hates it. That's okay though. So, oh, that makes me sad that Lucario's gone. Oh well. And let me go back to the media. Just subscribed. It's probably because I opened it up. I bet you if I probably do that and then test it. Oh, Lucario's back again. Why is that now? Is it not? Nope, that's the right thing. Follow. Oh, now it's back. I don't get this. Okay, yep, I definitely will. Thank you for stopping in and all the help. I appreciate it. And I'll definitely be checking out your stream as well. Have a good rest of your evening. There we go. That's a little better. That doesn't scare the little bejeebus out of me. Hey. Peace out. Cool. Well, let's get back to where I was. Got that working. That's all set there. Okay, so we are back into everything. When we're trying to get the game loaded onto my cell phone, so that way I can then just hand it to my wife and she can try the game out on my cell phone. I just think that'd be cool to be able to do that. Obviously, there's some settings I got to go through, and it looks relatively easy on most of that parts. So before the package, you will need to accept the first Gradle SDK license agreement. To do this, you'll need to go to Project Settings, Platform, Android, APK Packaging. So Project Settings. Oh, a little bit further down. Platform, Android. Platform. There we go. Android, material quality, Vulkan, platforms, Android. So from there, it should be APK accept S. No. This project is not configured. Accept SDK license. Oh, okay, because that's already open for me, so I can accept that, agree to that. Maybe one day I'll read it. I'll probably have to read it before I actually do something really important. Wait, did I? Yeah. Do I have to go scroll all the way down? That's old. That's like 4 years old. The button is disabled if the agreement has been previously accepted. Once you press the accept through showing the license agreement. Once you have read it, press the accept button to continue. So now why doesn't mine gray out like that? Terms and condition. I can accept it here. Agree. That should do it. Huh. To use Gradle if it isn't grayed out. Accept, cancel? No, accept, agreed. Yeah, well, let me do it. That's okay. Enable, you can use the build system by clearing the enable checkbox. Wait. Instead of ant. Not sure where that's coming into play. Enable instead of ant. Agreed. Yeah, I guess that works. It's just not graying it out, but I don't. Maybe I don't need to. Next, in AP select, locate the maximum SDK version and target SDK version and put 14 in both. It's complete. Now close the project setting window. Why 14? Oh wait, I can. Oh, so those are the different what OS version the apps allowed to be installed on. Not set lower than 9. 14. 14 it is. I mean, my phone's pretty decent. I have the 9 right now, so I should be able to do that no problem. I think my game needs to be configured. Deploying. So to test your current, first you need to make sure that you have the level you want to test open. From this example, we'll be using the third person example level, map level, from the Blueprint Space project I've created in the last third person example map. Go to the launch, thing, devices, clicking on one of the levels being launched on your device. The progress will be displayed in the bottom right hand corner of the screen like the following. When the development has finished, the project should automatically run on your Android device. If the project fails to automatically start, you can start it by finding the app on your device and tapping on it to launch on your own. Now that you have gone over how to get your UE4 packaged and ready to use, and try and accomplish the following using what you have learned from this quick step. Create a new project using one of the default templates. The following selection of links can help you with everything from the Android device. Great creation. So those are things I'm going to want to keep in the back of my head. Previewer. Deploying to device use. Okay, so
You have a couple of things.
I think I've got everything done, so I can do it.
For example, with Android, you need to install CodeWorks and the Android SDK so that you can actually package your game for this. And you also have a couple of things that you need to do within your project settings. It's really straightforward. All you've got to do is just follow these few basic steps within this quick start guide. It's the same with the iOS. You need to install the iOS prerequisites.
So I think I've done everything here on both ends. I just got to grab cord, and I should be able to plug it right in and build it on my phone. Because I don't think I have one of those cords out here.
Go ahead and check these out if you do want to export to mobile. Moving back into Unreal Engine, let's take a look at some of the stuff that we can do within the editor.
Let's watch the rest of this first.
Our game. Now, if you've done all of that quick start stuff, first and foremost, you can preview your game on your mobile device. And the way you can do this, if you plugged it in and set it up correctly, is next to your launch button, in the top right hand corner, you've got options for launching on a device.
No.
Within here, you can see I have got an option for my mobile device. Now for you, if this is an iPhone, it will show up. If it's another Android device, it should show up if everything has been set up correctly. For me, I've got my OnePlus 5T. Now, because I've set everything up, I can click this, and what it's going to do is it is going to start trying to launch it onto my device.
Okay.
So it's going to take a moment.
That makes sense.
It's going to start packaging up the project and dumping it straight onto this device. Now, the only issue that you're going to have when you're doing it this way is you're essentially only loading it up on there. And what I mean by that is you're not going to have a APK file or an executable that you are going to be able to share. It's only going to go onto that one specific device. And that is where your packaging is going to come into play. So what I'm going to do is cancel that. as I don't really need to do it. If I just leave this running, it will launch up on my device, and I'm going to be able to see that in my apps drawer. It's completely unattended, and you don't need to do anything. So if you leave it running, everything will work. For now, I'm going to press cancel and move on to show you how you can actually package your game.
Okay.
When it comes to packaging, first and foremost, you want to make sure you have got everything
I want to watch this on full screen.
settings set up correctly. What I mean by that is, if you go under project and then description, you want to make sure you've got your project name set up correctly, your project version, the company name, so that people know it is your app. You know, you've just got all of these little details that you need to fill in, which is going to be attached to that project once you publish it. Moving on from there, what you've also got is your maps and modes. Now, I've already talked you through this as part of the series, but what you want to make sure you have before you package your game is that your main menu level is going to be your game default map, and your game mode is all set up as well, so that it launches everything in the way that it should do. Moving on from there, you've also got your packaging tab.
Just want to back up just a little.
Is all set up as well, so that it launches everything in the way that it should do.
Technically, I should launch the, game first. So, I want to launch game default map main menu, game default game mode, main menu, default game mode, main menu. Main menu mode, that's what I want to launch first.
Moving on from there, you've also got your packaging tab, and this is just going to allow you to fine-tune how your project is packaged. Now for us, we are currently doing a development build configuration, as you can see. And what this is going to do is it's still going to show you all of your print strings, so you're going to have all of that kind of stuff on the screen so that you can still do that debugging. If this is going to be your final version of your project, you are going to want to make sure you set this up so it is the shipping version, so you don't get those problems anymore.
Okay.
Supported platforms, you want to make sure you tick all platforms, or if you untick it, you can choose where you want it to go to, whether that's Android, desktop, HTML5, Linux, iOS.
Where did you do that?
You just need to make sure you read those guides on the Unreal Engine website and install those prerequisites. For me, I'm happy for this to just go to all platforms. So I'm going to close that and show you how you can actually package your Endless Runner game. It's really straightforward, and this is all providing you've done the quick start stuff like I showed you. So packaging it so you actually get an executable file is going to be done from File, Package Project, and then you choose your platform. Now for me, this is going to be Android, and if I package this to Android using this top option here, which is going to basically work with any type of Android device, it's going to give us an APK file, and this is essentially going to be an executable file that we can share and use to let people install our application. So I can go ahead and click this, and what I'm going to need to do is basically...
You're missing some required components for the game creation. Even if you have installed the components are... Perform the setup, restart Unreal Engine and Unreal Engine Launcher, and you'll be ready. Oh, that's right. I gotta restart the stream. Okay, I'll be back. I just gotta do this real quick, and I should be able to fix my last problems.